I don't mean it. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. 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 Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your mom? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his wife. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your child? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his child. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to DPA Open Mic episode 50. So not, I wouldn't say not a lot have happened over the past week, but no, the Israeli ground offensive still have not happened, and the Russians are uncharacteristically continuing their offensive despite heavy losses, and despite it has been past more than a week. Usually that is not natural because Russia only do 1 week offensive. So hi everybody. I'm going to drop the link into the DPA Open Mic channels on Rumble and on YouTube to join this chat on screen. So the rest of you who do not want to come on screen to show your face, and then you can chit chat on the live chat, and also for those that are going to come on screen, do note that you need to have a webcam and the earphone. If not, you need to show your face. No face, no come on screen, and the earphone is the reason. Is mainly because of the audio feedback issues. So today is American timing. Oh, my hair is horrible. American timing because I was sleeping. I went to drink, so just a little bit hangover, just a little bit. And okay, I drop the link down now into the channels now. You can now join the stream to join the open mic. The link is now to join. The link to join the open mic is now pinned in the DPA Open Mic channel on YouTube as well as on Rumble. Rumble cannot pin message, so no, that's too bad. Yeah. So, and we have the first guy here now already. Hi, Shadowbee.
Hello.
Okay. My turn
Voz
to
is
put your
coming
phone.
too. We were together chatting on the DPA channel.
Give me a
So
while.
we'll know that Voz is coming. He should be here soon.
Ooh.
Von first.
What's up, Shadowy?
So, what's happening in the US Senate?
It's been pretty quiet. You know, there's some fuckery with Trump's trials, you know.
No, the
Nothing to
Senate,
get excited about.
not the trial. The trial is too complicated for me.
So
The Senate, I want to understand.
I mean, it's not even worth talking about. It's all just bullshit anyway.
we
you know?
go Asian,
No,
European,
US politics.
a young, and an African. Wow, what we missing here?
Asia. I know we have one. Sorry. There is only one continent left, and there is nobody on it, basically. So we could have a penguin if you want.
Well, I mean, do you guys want to do? I mean, we can wait till other people show up. I mean, do y'all want to do Palestine first?
Yeah.
Or,
Hold on,
Ready for
Von,
Palestine,
Von.
I just
I'm
speak,
here because
about it earlier. So, votes, please speak. Sorry.
yeah. Now go on, Chadwick.
No, I was just saying that I
Okay.
spoke already 3 hours today about Palestine.
I'm here because
I'm ready.
I knew Von would be here, so I wanna hear what's going on in that place of Disco. Okay, I don't know the reason the name. You know.
I got some good info, but like I said, we can do one or the other.
You know, if we talk about Palestine and Israel, it's gonna bring God into this, and then people's gonna start talking about my God is better than your God and stuff.
Oh, I was thinking, you know, we could stay tight on Palestine because I agree. I don't want to get into all the 1,000-year blood feud. But I mean, there's a lot of stuff coming out, like there's talk of amphibious operations, large mechanized operations, air assaults. So we could talk about the military stuff and like
You
what
speak in
Israel
Ukraine
might
or
try to
in,
do or what they wouldn't do and what the response would be probably from, you know, the Gaza Strip and the Lebanese and, you know, if you want to get into Iran and stuff, I mean, that too a little bit. But if you just stay with Israel, what's going on in the immediate area, there's enough military stuff right there without even getting into the blood feud side of it.
Okay, let's just talk about Ukraine before.
yes, I think so too, because
before these people that love to talk about Israel comes in.
yes, I agree with this idea.
Yeah, so New Age, you are on the backstage. Please look at the private chat. I think we have someone new. I don't recognize him.
So what I understand about the Ukrainian front line is basically the same thing. The side we decide to attack lose a lot of things. If you decide to defend, you are mostly okay. It's a very short summary.
If you look at like the one area where they took a lot of losses, I mean, they specifically stated that they were, you know, doing recon and force movement to contact, bypassing fortifications to get to other areas. So, but when that's why there were those videos of those tanks shooting point blank into hills and scrubs of trees, because they're trying to suppress those guys as they go by. They may not have anything. They don't know. They might have a RPG or something, or they can still call in artillery, and it looks like the artillery did a lot of work on them. But, I mean, I think the one reason they took a bunch of casualties is just because they changed the way they were fighting in that particular area. If you go down to Robotny, it's still just sit there and hold them and hit them with artillery. They're not really doing anything.
Exactly what I said. If you defend, you'd have not a lot of casualties. If you attack, you have a lot of casualties. It's the same thing
Can you
I
guys
think
hear
for a lot of plays.
Okay, New Age, new guy.
Can hear. Introduce yourself, New Age.
Oh, my name is Jean. I'm from Congo. Not much. I have a
Oh,
bit of military background and logistics in terms of transportation and ammunition.
I got a neighbor, African neighbor. That's
From
it doesn't.
Cameroon.
I'm from Angola.
Oh, Angola. Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
it doesn't.
kind of
It doesn't.
neighbors. One,
Yeah, it
No,
doesn't.
no,
It doesn't.
no.
It doesn't. It doesn't matter which Congo. I border with both.
Hey, move me down there between Wyatt and John, so they can't be neighbors. I'm just kidding.
You are
Yeah,
mute,
no more
Wyatt.
neighbors. No more neighbors. No, the Americans must divide everybody.
And don't forget that the French is in the middle too.
Yeah,
we
In
gotta-
Africa, it's
get the
important.
mindset.
It's always either the French or the Americans. They have to
Exactly.
Go through this kind of-
we're actually on live. This as I should not have said, but
So,
I digress.
New Age. Which Congo are you
Yes.
from? Kinshasa or Brazzaville?
I'm from Brazzaville.
Ah, okay. The better Congo, the quiet Congo, the confused Congo.
No, we still go at it with all the. We either be Boko Haram, the UN making a mess all over the place, and with our neighbors, just went into that did a coup not to go from your neighboring or your country, I would say. So
So is that
It's not
is that part of
quiet.
Congo doing better, like more prosperous, more stable?
I won't say prosperous because as of now we can't even find we call it box for visa. We can't find any box for any visa. In French, you will say les cartons pour le visa. So we can't find. I don't know if you will call that peaceful or prosperous. Everything has their good, bad. Yeah.
I remember when I was a kid, the president of Congo was Denis Sassou Nguesso. Yeah,
Still is.
and I thought he just disappeared, no president anymore. And 2 months ago, I was like, people will say, no, 2 months, last month, there was attempt of coup in Congo. Denis Sassou Nguesso was like, really? I remember that guy from the 80s. Yeah, he was the president back in the days. So he's still the
He
president of
was.
Congo.
He started out with. Yes, he is the longest tenured president in the Central.
Wow, this is crazy, you know.
Yep.
Godze, you're in the backstage. Please look at the private chat. And anyone who want to join, please look at the private chat, please. And if you're new,
Yeah. I mean, I don't know.
Okay.
You want to start with Robotny down or Kherson?
Yeah, go on, Vaughn. Because
I mean, like with Kherson, they, from what I've been able to figure out from, watching Wyatt and some other people, just looking through stuff, they're crossing with infantry and landing there, and they're basically moving around in that gray area that's the marshy, or would be, I guess, if the river was up, marshy area. And they were kind of doing harassing and moving around. They don't have a lot of heavy equipment, and it sounds like,
Do you know if they have a lot of personnel there?
I would say company size elements is probably the most they're getting over there, just because
The company is
They
what,
use the small
100, 200?
probably just a few hundred at most.
200, yes.
And then I think the Russians have pretty much got them contained. They're just running around in that area, and the Russians will just, flex stuff in there to kind of hold it. I don't really think there's a threat to it, because if they were going to do something, they'd have to get something heavier across. And I mean, that's it looks like about a kilometer of just marsh just to get to where those towns
And
are.
Vaughn, as long as they don't have a bridge, they don't have logistics.
Yeah, I
If
mean,
they don't have logistics, they have nothing.
And they used 2 of those Iskanders on that landing site too the other day. So that's got to be a pretty serious, use. I mean, they don't use those things willy nilly. So obviously, whatever was going on there was important enough to put 2 ballistic missiles on it, and it looks like it hit, wherever I guess it was the area where they were landing the boats to get the guys off. So, and it was on part of that bridge that was destroyed. But it looks like that's, and they even said that they were doing that to try and distract the Russians and draw away from Avdiivka, which it seems kind of desperate because it.
The Zaporizhia front, basically.
Hi, Jose.
Oh.
Hi, everybody. First time joining. I've been following White for quite a bit, like a couple of months, I think. Very informative. It might be breaking up a little bit when I'm speaking, but I'm calling from Macedonia. Neighbors to Kosovo, not so popular right now. They changed our name, just so you know. It wasn't our wish, somebody comes and changes your name from White, we're going to call you Johnny from tomorrow, You don't agree, man, but you got to do what we tell you. Nobody's asking you.
Original name?
You want that? You want Johnny, or we're going to cut your funds, man? You got bank account here with us. Biden on the island, you remember? Cayman Islands, whatever it was. We're going to cut that short, man. So whatever you've been stealing until now, we're going to block that, and you got to play as we sing, or... Yeah, you gotta dance as we play, man. You don't like the dance, but doesn't matter. So that's what we do basically right now in Macedonia. We are under occupation by the neoliberals who imposed onto us new flag. This is our flag, by the way, the original one. But now we have a new flag, new name, and they're gonna change our new books for the schools and the kids. They're gonna teach them the new stuff, the modern stuff. We're old-fashioned, we don't know that new stuff. So, anyway, how you been, man?
What's the
how's
original name? So, what's the original name?
This is our flag, 1992, 1993, 4, and then under pressure of the international community, European Union, neoliberals, whatever you call them, the Greeks, we had to change our name. Our flag. Now they changed our name. Basically, they're trying to erase us, man. From the group of nations or people, or like they basically tell you don't exist, man.
There's a lot of that going around right now.
Yeah, man, it's the new stuff. I don't know how it's gonna turn out on the end, but they've been trying to, erase some nations, make some new buffer zones. It's quite a game to watch from a side, but we are a part of it. So unfortunately, we're taking the bullshit and the consequences of the inflation and the artificial price jacking up, and they were rising everywhere, so.
Like you say, take it or fuck off. You got no choice. Whatever they say, you just say, yes, sir.
So what's the new name?
What's the subject, guys? Palestine. It's a new...
No.
It can be anything you want. You can talk about
anything I want, eh?
We keep Palestine for the last part of the open mic.
Yeah.
Well, my wife has gone out.
Anything else, but not Palestine.
Oh,
my wife has gone out drinking with the girls, which means
people are losing their job because of things they're talking online. I don't want to talk about this conflict at all.
so Nunya's wife went out, and then the automatic thing that he want to do is come on the open mic. It's not.
Yeah, he's got his racing suit on. He's ready to go. Top Gun.
Now she's gone out drinking with the girls, which means I'm getting laid tonight. So I'll talk about anything.
Yeah.
Life of married man.
Everybody is asking what is the new name of Macedonia. We are confused.
That's the new name, Macedonia.
Oh, so the old name is North Macedonia.
No.
So
I thought it was Kosovo.
No, I think the new name is North Macedonia.
Yes, I think so, because
Everybody's
Macedonia is basically the history of Alexander the Great. So, and Philip of Macedon was his father.
Yeah,
You're speaking of on February the 19th, they changed the name to North Macedonia. It used to be Macedonia itself.
Yeah.
Okay.
For Macedonia to
they
North
love
Macedonia.
play football against Italy,
But the funny thing is, it's just not North Macedonia. It's called the Republic of North Macedonia. So they cut out
Yes.
some part.
Okay, I went to read at the Wikipedia. So what happened is that they used to call themselves Republic of Macedonia. Then Greece complained about it, because maybe they share the same heritage or what. So they forced them into the change into North Macedonia, which is kind of a silly, unless Greece changed the name to Greece and Macedonia. I don't find that.
I think there is a Greek province which is called Macedonia too. It may
Yeah,
be
there
for
is.
I mean, we have
there is
two
a Greek-
Congos, right? They are perfectly fine with that.
Yes, but
Yeah, but there's a
they're
city-
Greek, so
There's a city in
Actually-
Kentucky called
actually,
Lebanon, so
Yeah, the one Congo used to be called Zaire.
Zaire, yes.
Right.
Yeah,
To
there's
Kinshasa.
yeah.
Zaire was when Mobutu was there, just before he went
The
out.
thing-
When Kabila took over,
Yeah.
they called it Kinshasa, and Kabila moved Congo Kinshasa into the eastern part of the eastern part of Africa. It used to be part of the central, but with his reign of power for more than 2 decades, going towards 3, he moved.
I think the country with the funniest history on his name is Myanmar, because today most of the Western country don't recognize this name and continue to call it Birmanie. And it's very funny because the country is not allowed to decide his own name. That's very funny, I think.
I think the country
Guys,
the
my
most
connection is not so good.
No problem. We can hear you fine, actually. It's just
All
the
right,
video.
if I may
not very
say
sharp, but it's
something.
all right. Sure, please.
I heard you're interested about, you're talking about my country. It's been separated on 3 pieces, like the First World War. Greeks took 51%, the Bulgarians 16%, Yugoslavian back in the days, the kingdom took 32%, and they give 1% to Albania for being neutral in the deal of splitting Macedonia. So there is 3 steps in ethnical cleansing. There is first one is occupy, the second one is kill them or kick them out, and the third one is deny their existence. Okay, we are right now in Macedonia, the 3rd step, deny their existence. So basically now they claim our history, you are not here, you don't exist, you moved from somewhere else. On contrary, the evidence shows everything opposite. It's a fake history being taught in the more, the strong one who wins writes the history, so we gotta take what they serve us, I guess. But I don't know what to tell you. It's like any other smaller state that's been subjugated to the powers of the big ones, and it's been split up. And today, that's why they try to change not to North Macedonia, but when you change it to North Macedonia, there is no Macedonians in this new country called North Macedonia. There is citizens of Macedonia, there is citizens of North Macedonia, no Macedonians. So I cannot be Macedonian, I cannot express what I am. It's forbidden for if I take this flag on the street, I might get a penalty or something, just for being who you are. So it's a modern day fascism. It's ethnocide.
You have too many enemies in the chat.
Your ethnicity and your nationality.
They are saying
so that's a brief history.
Your country is fake. It's a fake country. Macedonia is Bulgaria. Some say give this.
Sorry for the connection. I'll try to watch on YouTube.
I'm just thinking when I hear a story about Kurdistan, I think it would be the same thing. If someday Kurdistan is about to be created, it's going to be the same thing. There are going to be very small part of the historical Kurdistan. The rest is going to be divided between a lot of countries. And the small part which is going to be Kurdistan is going to be controlled by major power who are going to basically decide everything.
Yeah, I think Macedonia offended too many countries. The Alexander the Great conquered so many countries. They attack everyone. It's like, no, down with the Macedonians. Then we have to eliminate them. No, so it's Alexander's
people are always talking about Alexander the Great. What he did. Too many countries.
Why we don't talk about Hitler?
Oh, please don't go there. For the sake of your channel, right? For the sake of your channel, don't go there.
But I don't understand why they want to degrade Macedonia though. That's a bit weird. I never really realized that. Like they really become so small that
want to weaken Serbia basically.
Well, let me say something. I think if if you look at all the old great empires where major kings roam, you're speaking of Persia, Iran now, Macedonia, Greece, it's always I guess a conquest to reduce their footprint and to not remember history and to almost remove. Look at what happened. Is one of those countries that had a very ancient history, but now, according to we look at the map, Iran is taking it slow by slowly, and the destabilization of it is really causing the history to kind of go away from its original start. So
Which country?
I'm not afraid. I'm not shocked. Yeah, what you said?
What's the country you're referring to? It broke.
No, I was giving an example like Persia at the time. Now it's Iran, and we speaking of Greece, all these great particular that form empire. They have been chopped in half to almost remove the history from their past, such they were, great power. The only country, or the only I would say part of the Europe and / Asia is more like Russia, which still holds, I think, is it 5,000 years of history? It's because the Russians they develop with every single era. They don't do what most countries do. They go and do mass deployment of encampment to learn the history and then put military camp all over the place. And then over time, when people get tired of them, they want to change all the history, like the Turkish. Soon enough, I think if Iran get out of power, I think Turkey gonna be very destabilized because he has really enforced the Turkish. Excuse me?
In France, we had the same problem. During the 19th century, there were a lot of historians who basically rewrite the history of France. And they basically create the new things. The goal, like it was described by Julius Caesar, the Roman conqueror. It was basically invented by it was nothing to do about France. The goal was a construction. If you read what Julius Caesar write, it was larger than France and nothing to do with France. Okay, and it was just a construction of the 19th century French historian, to create some kind of a national history, to create food for the French nation.
They are
and
changing
the story about
they are
Gaulois,
changing the
invention.
story of the World War II. Everyone here knows the story, but they coming up with new things. Like Ukraine is the one that helped UK beating the Germans.
No. They beat the Russians. You got it wrong. They beat the Russians somehow, which is related to
Boris Johnson said Ukraine is the one that helped UK beat Germany.
Okay, they want.
Yeah, he said that not long ago.
Did
They're
they
changing
understand
the
that
story,
Yugoslavian resistance makes
If you
more
if you
damage to the
fought,
Wehrmacht than the Ukrainian?
if you fought against Russia or Soviet Union, if you fought Soviet Union in the Second World War, you were Nazi. You know that.
Voss, your
Okay,
necklace put inside your shirt. Yeah, because
Do you
it's
know
knocking on the microphone.
Speaking about Macedonia and this area of the world, during World War II, Yugoslavia was very special because they were one of the country who was about to free themselves. Without Soviet, without the Western Allied, they just freed themselves. They lose 500,000 of soldiers to do that. But they basically repulsed the Wehrmacht just alone. And it was when Tito becomes president at life of Yugoslavia.
In my opinion, all these ex-countries from Yugoslavia, they would be much stronger together. I don't know how many countries they came out of Yugoslavia, but there's too many. There's too many. Some of them, they're just like a corner of London. They're too small to be a country. Yes. And UK is not a big country. London is a big city. It's one of the big cities in the world. Yeah, but UK is not big. But some of these countries, they are small, too small, like some place in London. And all they do is you know, make them
Yeah.
another country. Like I feel, in my opinion, I don't want to offend anyone in the chat. In my
Too
opinion,
late.
Czechoslovakia should be just one country. This Republic of Czech and Slovakia. This is
Yeah, but
them
they
together
had
with
two teams.
them
they get two
together
teams
with
in the World
more
Cup, you know.
countries.
I have
But
a
then they get
question.
two teams in the World
What
Cup.
are
It's
you going
more
to say if someone told you that Angola and South Africa should be the same country?
No, we don't even share border. What should be the same country?
Yes,
Yeah,
because I
but-
forget the name of the
Angola-
country between them.
Angola is
That's
too big. Angola is too big. There is a big country between Angola and South Africa. There is another big country between Angola and South Africa. And you want just to make one.
Why not?
Huh?
That's what we're saying. We took two countries and we fused them together, and that's all.
Angola
No,
is big.
please.
Namibia is
wasn't
big.
the
Namibia
whole
is big.
To
Wasn't
create
the
the
whole plan
union.
originally to push out the black people from South Africa into those countries, and then you have all the white people there? Wasn't that the original plan?
Yes, you know, they did that because the white people, they did that. They took Namibia, you know.
I'm joking.
South Africa took no, but South Africa took Namibia. Yeah, Namibia was under South Africa, and Angola was the one who helped Namibia get the
I don't
independence.
think so.
So
So it's
All
a
right,
good advice
let's
for
move
United
on.
States.
Yeah, we can get back to Ukraine.
Yeah,
oh
Yeah,
yeah,
he's
yeah,
gone.
yeah, yeah.
He's gone.
so
We
the
don't,
front
we don't have to
line-
talk
We
about
were on
Macedonia
Kherson.
anymore.
I mean, I said what I had to say about Kherson. I mean, I think they're contained down there to distract the Russians and try to get them to pull troops from Avdiivka, but it's not going to work because the Russians have plenty of troops to move wherever they want, to respond to whatever they want. I mean, if they're going to play, I mean, that's a game Ukraine can't play. They don't have enough guys to move around every time Russia does something. And if you look at Kupiansk, Kremenaya, you know, Avdiivka, Robotny, Kherson, I mean, those are all places that could flip back to, you know, flip against the Ukraine real quick because, I mean, that's just, you know, what if the Russians start somewhere else? I mean, they've got that big unit sitting up there and, you know, north of Kharkiv. It's like, what, 20, 30,000, 50,000 guys? Not that they're going to do anything. I'm just saying, you know, that now they got to watch that. So they got to send people up there. And
I
then
have
they
another
don't have
question
people.
for you, Von. What are
I
they
think
going to
I
do
just think they're getting
when
spread
they
too
have no
thin.
longer anti-tank weapon on the other side of the river? Because basically the problem is logistics. How do you
Yeah.
resupply your ammo, your stock?
Yeah, and the thing is they can run around on there and, you know, probably hide out and raid and harass, but at the same time, that whole area is probably completely referenced with artillery markers and stuff. So even if you can hide, I mean, you can't really hide. So I just think it's another, you know, they're just trying to do stuff to make it look like they're doing something. And, you know, it looks like a big splash, but really it isn't a whole lot. I mean, if it was developing into something, I think the two scanners that hit yesterday or the day before probably put an end to it. You know,
Oh, for
So
you,
now
it's
it's just
basically a
guys.
propaganda offensive.
huh?
It's basically a propaganda offensive.
Yeah, I mean, and you know, up north there where the Russians got hammered in that one area pretty bad. I mean, think about it though. They're launching all these different battalion tactical groups to do a recon by force or move to contact. Some of them got hit, some of them didn't. You know, that particular battalion got fucking hammered. But that, you know, think about it. That means that's probably where the Ukrainians had a good amount of their artillery to do that. And that's why other places didn't get hit that hard. I mean, that's why you saw those tanks driving through that field back and forth on those dirt roads, shooting, you know, clumps of trees point blank and hillsides because they're trying to suppress those guys as they move through. And then you saw how they advanced up. One tank sat in overwatch, the other one drove up forward, probably either took fire or saw something it didn't like and it backed up. And that was the end of it. Now they got hammered the whole way there and back. But that doesn't mean they didn't figure out what they wanted to figure out. And they've obviously changed the way they're willing to fight. I mean, before they're, you know, creep up, bomb, creep up, bomb, creep up, bomb, maybe assault. Now, in this particular case, for whatever reason, they decided to bomb and assault. And once they got to where they wanted to go, I mean, they probably would have liked to stay there, but we know that area has been back and forth. But, you know, the Russians are always going to have that advantage of they can just feed more guys into it if they want, especially at this point. It's not like they were wasting guys for the last year and a half. They've been conserving it. So if they do want to go hard in a few places, they got extra guys to do it and equipment. So I think it's
when
just
when you look at the logistics of war, there's like 3 phases to it, right? The first phase is like mapping where your enemy is, and that sometimes comes with sending troops in that are basically casualties. They will go in there and they will basically be left to die by themselves. And that's one way of mapping, the war maps. When I was looking at the columns that was advancing towards Advika, I was thinking, well, I know that Russian is not that dumb to do that. They must have a good reason, into pulling another large columns, of armored vehicle into it. What I'm trying to say is hitting to your point. I like to call Russia the old soldier. The reason is because if you study all their history, they have a very methodical way of waging war and winning them. They will start by showing either that they don't know the front, and they will bluntly just make an imaginary line, almost like which France did. But for the Russians, it worked. They did it against the Germans. They did it against when the Germans was attacking them to Ukraine at the time. They planned every single thing very well. Even when Napoleon ended up trying to take St. Petersburg, I believe at the time, which was the capital, but they was trying to force Napoleon to take Moscow, to the point where if you watch the military maps and you watch a few of these documentaries, you see that Russia has the same tactic over and over and over and over. They bring you in, and then they send certain casualties to be, I guess you would say, what history legend like to call it, cannon fodder, something like that.
Well, I mean, you've got like in that particular area, I believe they used a lot of Storm Z troops, and those are their assault troops. It's just like the prison guys in Wagner, and even a lot of the Wagner guys. They all get paid good. They got cool shit. They got cool music videos. But a lot of those guys are stormtroopers. They're assault troopers. They know what their job is, and they do it. They're volunteers. I don't think there's probably any conscripts in Storm Z. It's all volunteers or contract people. So they damn well know what they're signing up for. They're the hard hitters. They're the dudes that are going in there, and getting in CQB battles and throwing grenades and clearing rooms. That's why they're going to take more losses. But, I mean, there's times when they're going to fight easy and stay back and just use the artillery in the air. But you can see even now they're still doing that. They're fighting hard in one area, but they use the aircraft in another area.
It's always possible that a military officer of the Russian side made a mistake.
Nope.
It's always possible.
Nope.
They have already done it in the past. When they tried to attack Vuhledar, when they tried to cross the river 1 year ago, and so on. They have already made mistake. It could be one of them.
Not this one.
You think?
So I want to talk about Storm Z a bit. So the common rumors of Storm Z is that they are prisoners. So they are like Wagner, they take from prison, and that's actually from the Western, from the pro-Ukrainian side. This is what they describe them to be. My source on the ground, who is fighting for Ukraine, tell me that they are actually elite forces. They are actually selected. They are the best. Let me see. They are special forces that is handpicked from each battalion, and then they form into small squads. So these guys are the most elite and most skilled people, and they are equipped with literally all the best technology infantry can carry: the laser, the silencers, flash, night vision, thermal, everything. So this is a total opposite of what the pro-Ukrainian media or the whole scene like to describe them to be. Because if you look at the pro-Russian side, you actually almost don't hear about what are they. I don't think Ryba ever mentioned what are they. They did mention they exist, but nobody know who are they. And the Ukrainian side keeps saying that they are prisoners. I find that very hard to conceptualize for me, because it's like, is there really that many prisoners really want to die? I'm not sure about that.
I almost took it too as it was like a conglomeration of volunteers, maybe Wagner guys switching around too. I mean,
yeah. So
they're assault troops. I mean, that's what they're there for. I mean, that's like you said, you don't hear much about them. But it's like, if they're there, it's kind of like, oh, they're there. That means they're doing something hard. Just like if Wagner was there.
So my contact on the ground, he's a foreign fighter. So he's one of the best guys lah. So he won't die. So he don't go on suicide missions. So the thing is that, from what he told me is that if anyone bumps into these guys, the Stormzy guys, you're dead. You're doomed, because these guys are really, really highly trained and they really get everything. So but that is his description. Maybe it's wrong, maybe it's right. I do not know, because I'm only hearing, and I'm just telling you guys what he tell me.
Wyatt,
But I can confirm that he's there, because he showed me enough stuff that I'm convinced he's 100% in Ukraine, fighting for Ukraine. It's just that.
And do you know about their common structure? Are they like Wagner with a lot of freedom, or are they like basically a Soviet army model with a lot of hierarchy and administration?
Don't get it. Sorry, I don't.
Do they have a Wagner-style command structure with a lot of freedom for the small unit? Or are they like the Soviet army with a lot of hierarchy and administration?
From what he shared with me is they are like special forces. It's like Green Beret. You know, Green Beret operates in small squads, but then they have the ability to call any kind of support, air support, artillery, missile, right? Anything. That is the kind of troops they are. They are very different from Wagner. Yeah, Wagner.
Yeah, they're probably
they have their own structure.
They're probably more just style in the Western sense of the ability to operate, have the ability to change up things on the ground, on the call, have the ability to call up stuff. I mean, in a way, you could say they're almost like a Delta Force, because everyone knows Delta Force exists, but you never really hear about them. Stormzy's around, but you only hear about them every now and then. And then, like I said, if you hear about them being there, then something had to be tough, or something had to get done. Because I mean, so when the regular Russian military is around, it's the airborne or it's the VDV or whatever, but and Wagner's kind of off the radar. Stormzy, they're out there, but. And think about it. What are they saying? They're getting 25 to 35,000 volunteers a month. I mean, that could be guys coming off the street. Could be guys coming off, Ministry of Defense contracts that don't want to go into Wagner or the National Guard. I mean, it's just that's the thing. The Russians are really just, they have a lot of forces that are just going to have a lot of experience, no matter what their job is. Doesn't matter if you're a fucking cook or a fucking guy that assaults trenches.
Guys, did you notice the White House funding bill, the $105 billion funding? I don't even know what it was. Okay, it was a memo. Like, it was complete bullshit. There was no detail behind it. But the bottom line is, of that $105 billion, as best I could figure out from the bullshit appendice or whatever they had attached to it, they had allocated about $300 million for U.S. troops for support in Ukraine. Now, this would be net new. Like, this wouldn't be current NATO troops, because that's a completely different budget. So that, to me, indicates, number one, they've either got a whole lot of people over there that they got to continue to fund. That would be my guess. Or they're planning on adding a whole lot more people, right? But it's probably number one. They've got so many people over there that are being funded right now that we have no clue what they're into. So, but 300 million right there, that's a lot of soldiers. Think about that.
Well, I mean, it could be, but you've got areas over there that brigades rotate through every year, and there's obviously going to be more brigades rotating through. But as far as new troops, it's hard to say. I mean, they could be running logistics in Ramstein or somewhere in Germany or Poland where it's safe from the Russians. Yes, they could be running repair shops. I mean, we have armored repair shops and stuff in Germany because we would have had them for our tanks, and the Germans would have had them. So it could be people like that contracted out to work in those places because it's safe. But, I mean, I don't know if there's a whole lot of troops going over there because, we got to keep stuff back for China. Got to keep some stuff back for Iran.
Well, this one, though, was pretty specific, though, because they had it broken up between how I read it was military personnel, i.e., battle troops versus support troops. So they actually had those two separated out in the funding numbers. But
it could just be for
could be
additional
right.
brigades to rotate in.
It
And
could
then they'll
be,
be based in Poland and Germany.
Yeah, and
Or they'll
that's
go-
my point,
or they'll
right?
break off and go up to Lithuania. They'll send detachments up to those Chihuahua states so they can all have some Americans there to protect them. I mean, that's what they do. I mean, there's like, where they got like 50 guys in Macedonia, a few hundred guys in Estonia, where they send like, I don't know, is it probably a year or something ago, they sent like 5 F-16s. It's like, oh, wow, I'm sure the Russian, Northern Air Force is terrified. But I mean, they'll spread stuff out like that.
The amount of people from Eastern Europe that die in Ukraine is out of order, too many people. Too many, especially from Poland.
Well, ain't that their choice? If they're Polish and they died in Ukraine, it sounds like that was a bad choice.
Oh yeah.
Just like if you're English or American. I mean, hell, there's like I checked Track America, and I think there's 2 or 3 Americans that might have gotten killed.
Just last week, yeah. Just last week, I saw 2
There was
Americans.
like a Turkish guy, a Finnish guy, and an American guy.
2 Americans last week.
Yeah.
Oh, guys, there's so many dead Polish guys that nobody ever hears about, right?
Yeah.
Well, then you got the thing, too, when they were finding the bodies in the winter that were frozen with their heads cut off and their hands cut off, so you couldn't identify the body.
Well, there's a lot more news coming out of Poland of people who are upset because they're not hearing from their sons and whatnot, because they're in the, some sort of forces, whether it be NATO, whether it be the Polish forces. And, the speculation is a lot of them are probably gone off, and they're either there or they went there. They're not coming back, and nobody knows where the hell they are. But
Well, I mean, think about it. I mean, if you were a Polish merc and you were in there right before Bakhmut got hot and they started flooding in there, you're probably dead or
for sure.
Kherson the big Kherson offensive where they got shot the fuck up. I mean, or hell, maybe you were lucky, one of those lucky Polish guys that got to ride in a rubber boat to attack the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant for the 50th time, or drive to Crimea. So you can
don't forget, you could be trained with a Leopard tank and try to attack Robotine.
Oh, yeah, that was a good one.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good way to die. Yeah.
I didn't even think about that. Yeah.
And I'm not going to speak about Bradley.
Well, you never heard anything else about the rumor from the Russians that they captured that German driver that died.
Yeah.
After they rescued him. So
What happened to that
they could have
news?
showed his ID or some shit, and they could have found out if the guy was really a German in about 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Yep. Fake news. So the reason is why, people always say I'm pro-Russian, but the reality is I never hype about that. I literally just dubbed the information the moment I saw it.
Yeah, I mean, plus the whole thing too. What was he saying? Not 9 don't shoot. And it was like 9 cheese and 9 cheese. It's like kind of a cheesy thing to say. It's like you got watching too many movies there, buddy. You can say the dirty dozen.
Clearly, the Germans can speak English, or if you're a German, you meet a Russian, and you can't speak to each other. What's the natural language you would say? You speak English. You will not speak German to a Russian guy. It makes no sense.
Yeah,
So it's like,
not too many Russians speak English,
No, I'm quite sure Russians all learn English before. I'm quite sure.
I'm quite sure
it's part of their curriculum.
The one in front line, they don't give a fuck about English language.
Well, the funny thing is, DPA, what you say is correct.
You gotta.
What you were saying
Sorry?
is correct, is because my friend is in the Israel army. I can't say his name, but he says he came from Russia. He was born in Russia, but he lived half of his life in Israel. right there by the border with Jordan. I mean, with it's not coming up the other border up north, but
Syria.
Syria,
Lebanon?
Lebanon.
Syria,
Lebanon, yes. And he said the curriculum in Russia, when you go in just to enlist, you have to know Israel, you have to know the language, basically the religion, how the Jews do their stuff. You have to know the steps, the septic, everything. And then English was the third curriculum, second to Russia, to the Russian language that they needed to learn. He speaks perfect. I'm telling you, you would not believe that he's actually Russian.
Yeah,
Acts just like a person that lived in in Israel for all his life. He knows the language, he knows the land, he knows. Now that he's in service, I don't know if he's fighting. I highly doubt that he is, because he's trying to be a dentist. I don't think he wants his head to be blown off. But it's Russians have a very good footprint when it comes to understanding their Middle Eastern partners and the European partners. They have a very good foothold. But I wanted to piggyback on something about you said of that the Storm Z troops are actually elite. Didn't Wagner leave 2 commanders? Prigozhin leave 2 Wagner commanders to lead the Storm Z?
Not sure. Not sure about that. But there is a lot of Wagner troops that actually went into the MOD, because there's no reason. Not everyone is just ideologically like brainwashed to worshipping Prigozhin. I'm quite sure many of them is just normal human beings, just want to make a living, and the only thing they know how to do is soldiering. So if you work within the MOD, it's safer, and especially if you are an experienced troop, unlikely you will be sent to the front again, because you are more valuable training troops at the rear. So the Storm Z thing, like I said, have to take it with a pinch of salt. Ultimately, even if he's my source on the ground, information can be wrong. So, but the thing is, it do make sense, because that's what the Russians are lacking. 7 soldiers, like a Delta Force level kind of elite, where they are no more independent. They know what to think. They know, they can see what kind of target up front. They know what kind of weapons to call for to destroy that target. These kind of troops are very scary. So 7. So what you tell me that it's a squad? Every squad is 7 soldiers, and then they will just operate, and they can call in even Iskander if they want to. So this kind of troop is very scary. But if that is real, but I feel that Russia is lacking this kind of special force that I think the West tends to have. And if you look at the front line today, it's very stagnant. You need some kind of crack troops to be able to break through, or to actually destroy certain strongholds. And maybe this kind of elite force in small squads works. If you look at Adiyevka offensive, they went on the tank rush, and then so many losses. Yeah. So tank rushes, I think it's a thing of a past by now. I mean, I think it doesn't work. I think Israel will learn this the hard way as well. The moment the Israel send in their armor, I think they're going to get hammered, because I'm quite sure Hamas is keeping all the ATGMs.
I think they already learned that in Lebanon in 2006.
It's going to get worse.
For the tankers and the poor guys, that they understand they shouldn't try something like that again.
Slowly, we're talking about Israel,
But it's going to get worse, right? Imagine now there's UAV, and then Hamas just showed off their UAV holding, I'm not sure if that's a mortar or is it a RPG round that they can drop, and this, that could also effectively destroy an armored vehicle. So and it looks like they are very confident, because they already shot all the propaganda film and everything. So Hamas is definitely ready for Israelis' armored column, and armored columns, once destroyed, it will demoralize your entire force. So so it's going to be a very, very difficult fight.
I almost think, like they've had a year and a half both sides to see what's coming as far as drones and all that. And it's like Israel's going to have to fight like Russia, bomb the shit out of everything, creep up, bomb the shit out of everything, and try to minimize their losses. Whereas Hamas is probably going to have to try and slow them down, hit them with drones, slow them down, hit them with drones, because that's the most
don't forget IUD. on mine, on the booby traps, on everything like that.
Oh yeah, I mean they're going to do that, but I mean you can eliminate a lot of that. I mean, you know they're going to have thermals and everything like that, so any kind of people popping up in the rubble are going to be targeted immediately. Whereas you can literally have guys blocks away in an alley, launch drones with FPVs and attack
But
and then
it's gonna
take off. I
it's
just
gonna
think,
be a
I
lot
just
like
think for
Stalingrad.
them they'll have to, if they want to do more damage, they'll probably have to rely more on the drone side of it, and Israel's going to have to do the Russia thing where they just bomb and creep. Because if they try to go in hard,
No.
they're probably going to get fucking handled.
So what's the
Exactly.
worst thing about
I-
is that even if you do this bomb and move,
Right.
is that you will find that the Hamas will appear behind you because they are all,
I mean,
they-
it's
they
not
are all
perfect.
tunnel.
I'm just saying. I
The
mean,
only way to do that correctly is to have enough troops to create line, you know? If Hamas try to do that, there is a second line. If they try to go further, there is a third line, and so on.
So-
That's why
yeah, they could try to do
Israel
that,
needs
but
a
they probably
lot
don't have enough
of
troops.
infantry.
But I mean,
I
but like I
disagree.
said, I've heard rumors like the Israelis might try to do air assaults into areas, which I think is insane.
Seriously?
But who knows? They
Yeah.
might
To do what?
They might do amphibious landings into other parts of the Gaza. Plus, they'll come in with infantry, tanks, artillery, precision strikes. I mean, there's a lot that they can do to suppress it. But no matter what, they're still going to take losses just because, like you said, you could pop up behind them. I mean, if you could sit there in the rubble and take the bombardment and wait until they go past you,
Things
you
are
know,
about
shoot them
to
a
get
job in the ass. All you need is an RPG. You don't need a fucking cornet or anything fancy.
Can you
things that's
interrupt just now
about to
what I
get
say?
interesting.
I just think for the Hamas, their best option is probably to go heavy with drones because they can't really go toe to toe with tanks and artillery. And if they're exposed, you know, because think about it, if you're going to shoot a cornet, you got to pop up, set it up, shoot, keep it on target. In that amount of time, you could get hit by a main gun round from a tank, or you know, a mortar or a Hellfire missile. So why not launch drones that you can just fly? I mean, hell, you could hide inside somewhere and fly it without even being seen. Hit them. If they shoot it down,
Yeah.
who gives a shit? It's a $200 drone. If it comes back, you pick them up, run off, go to the next area.
I don't think they will take it back.
I-
No, taking
Yeah.
back drones is
I would say
suicide.
this. I would say this though. I kind of disagree with you because you're speaking of it's almost like guerrilla warfare. Even with my French speaker who said that they could have many lines of troops to kind of like stop the waves of coming. That comes with a heavy price, a really really heavy price. Because
yes.
now what you're doing is you're putting a lot of infantry in one spot, basically you pin them in one spot, and that could cause a lot of the infantry that Israel is sending in to basically be killed in their first 3 months of combat. Now, if you look at the history of Israel, once the casualty reach around 200, they like to pull out of every war from Yom Kippur, right? From the first accord that they had, the Abraham Accord, the first attack that basically happened between them and Hamas and Gaza. You'll
Yeah, I
see
saw
that
something
Israel,
the other day about that. They have a casualty threshold that they'll
right?
stop.
And the second thing about it is,
I think
I
it's
think-
not the case this time. This time is different.
no,
The mass attack
Yeah,
on the
I mean,
civilian,
what was it, Yom
the
Kippur?
result for the casualties is
original
going to be
war?
way higher.
One of those wars, they had like 700 or 600 something killed before they
Yeah.
stopped. And other ones, it was only like 200 and something. So
I think
this
that
could be
threshold's
higher,
gone
it
up,
could
guys.
be 1,000.
Yeah,
think
But
it's
it's
gonna
gone up.
point.
I don't
Yeah,
think
and God
so.
forbid Israel's already passed their threshold, and I mean, there's big debate in Israel. Why haven't they started the ground offensive? We know way more about Hamas from Israel intelligence releases than actual Hamas. Obviously, they need to keep their information quiet. But I mean, I've heard Israel estimates that it would cost about 10,000 troops to do a complete ground invasion. They say like if the goal is to eliminate Hamas,
Yeah.
there's probably actively about 40,000. Some people even say over 100,000, like people who have been trained, taken an oath. You know, if they say there's over 2 million people in Gaza, of the adult males, what percent of them have actually joined Hamas? But the estimates are in the tens of thousands. And most likely, I mean, unfortunately, God forbid, I mean, I don't see any benefit to these air raids and that they're not actually helping. The reason Israel's doing it is probably twofold. One, because they don't want to take losses, so it's easier to bomb and they have the U.S. bombs. And two, because Israel, in reality, the most Israelis want to force the Gazans into Egypt or to Arab countries. They want to expel them. But if they say that's not going to happen, all the Arab nations said they're not going to take them, and it does come down to a ground invasion, Israel has to make this cost analysis. And Israel's mandatory military service. So, I mean, there is voting in elections, but there's no way there's going to be another election at this point. They already have a unity government. So if Israel starts ordering, they're going to do the ground invasion. And their own experts have said it probably cost about 10,000 lives to do it.
Can I, let me add this. Sorry, DP. Let me just say this real quick, okay? I never fought in wars, but I'm religiously, I like analyzing every single word that happened from 1715 going forward. There's one thing I could say is this: Israel could go ahead, right, and enter into the Gaza Strip and expel all the Hamas or Palestinians that they want to. But you don't fight a war.
You just think they can, but from a military perspective,
I'm not saying that. No, listen to me now. I'm not saying that they can't. What I'm saying is that you don't fight.
I'm saying people just hypothetically think like, oh, Israel has a huge weapons asymmetry, almost first nation to third nation. Therefore, if they wanted, they could just expel them. But it's like, no, it's not that simple. Even if they only have stones, like I would say there's close to zero chance that I was saying the Israeli military experts have said it's going to cost them 10,000 lives to get rid of Hamas. Even with the U.S. full backing, the complete like first world nations against third world nation, even Israel saying it's going to cost them 10,000 lives to do it.
Let me add to what you're saying. What I was going to say is that you don't fight a war for the present, you fight it for the future. And if Israel do decide to expel a lot of the Palestinians, even fight Hamas to basically the border of Iraq, Egypt, and Syria, what will happen down the road is that land will stay in confrontation until basically Israel goes into a full-scale war with worse than what we saw with the Yom Kippur when you had Turkey and all these nations going across. So to me,
clarify, they'd have to go to war with Egypt to expel them. They'd have to go to war with Egypt. They'd have to take over the Sinai Peninsula because right now Egypt controls the Sinai Peninsula. They can't expel them into territory that they don't control, and it could happen, God forbid. But saying if Israel did actually want to expel them, they would have to first take over the Sinai Peninsula.
Yeah, I think Jordan and Israel both said that trying to force them into their countries would be a declaration of war as far as they were concerned. So
they could. I think Israel could technically go to war. I mean, they could call Egypt's bluff and just take over the Sinai Peninsula, the Rafah crossing, and say, what are you going to do about it? And if the U.S. backs them, they got the naval fleet there. And then next thing you know, you got 1 million refugees in the Sinai Peninsula and say, you take them, or Israel's going to leave them there to die. And obviously they don't use that. I mean, if you follow the Israeli media, you hear Israelis talking that bluntly. But, the spokespeople to the West or whatever, they're not going to use that language.
Hey, New Age, I want to raise a couple points that you made. The first one, when we talk about the threshold, the big difference between this conflict and the Ukrainian conflict compared to any other conflict we've ever seen is how social media has made very graphic and frontline things front and center in everybody's phone, right? That's completely changed everybody's perceptions of what real war is. And if I'm thinking as a participant, as an observer, I'm saying this. If I was a direct participant, such as an Israeli, let's say, or a Palestinian, and you're seeing some of the just war crimes that's going on between both sides, yeah, that's going to affect you. That's going to raise your threshold. So, yeah, I agree. I think that if they go into Palestine, they're going to be entering such a hornet's nest because everybody will want to kill them. And it's just going to be a really bloody war. The other point I wanted to raise that you made a good point about, thinking long term. None of these guys are thinking long term. They're all the same old farts who have been kicking around for the last 40 years, right? And, Bibi still thinks that the U.S. is, some global power. And Biden, I don't even know. Biden knows what he's talking about half the time. So, they've got, such an old kind of 30-year-old mentality that hasn't really evolved for whatever reason. So when we're talking about long-term thinking, I agree with you 100%. They don't have that. And I agree with you 100%. If they try to push them out, that's what's going to happen. What these dummies are thinking and by dummies, I mean the Israeli government.
Now he doesn't have it.
Hold on a second.
Some of the people have thought it out.
Right.
There's some people on the Israeli side, maybe not Netanyahu or the senior leader.
Yes. What I'm not saying that all of the Israelis are thinking this. What I mean is the Israelis in power, right? And what they're thinking right now, I'm convinced of it, is we're gonna. Well, actually, their defense minister came out and said this. We are going to push everybody out of Gaza, and after that, we're washing our hands of it. What I interpreted that as is we're going to blow the hell out of it and get rid of all these Palestinians one way or another. And then our problem is going to be solved within our borders. And that's all we care about, because that's what they're thinking about right now.
Finish them off.
Or push them out. More like push them out. I don't think they're all like, oh, let's kill them all. Yeah, people don't think that way, right? I think they just want to get them out. Yeah, they just want to,
Some people in that state are saying that, kill them all.
I mean, if you look at like the Western leaders, I mean, if you look at the way they talk about Russia and the way they look at most of the world, they all act like it's like 1985 still. And the U.S. has got, I mean, our generals talk like we have the Gulf, Desert Storm Army, which, yeah, if we did, we could talk some more shit because, we'd had a lot of shit back then. But these motherfuckers talk like it's 1991. And it's like, dude, it's like bad how bad they've gutted the military. Then you look at all the shortages they have, all this equipment they've given away. It's all these assholes writing checks that they don't plan on cashing.
That's what talk is cheap. It's free.
Yep, talk is cheap.
If I could add something, way different than Russia and Ukraine. Maybe Russia on their side, in the sense like, yeah, it's political. You have people that need support from the U.S. and they have elections, but it's also a military state. A lot of these people have served their whole life in the military. If you look at like Yoav Gallant, they brought Benny Gantz into the coalition. He's a general. His whole life has been in the military. They have had plans, just like Hamas has been planning this out for probably over a decade. I mean, like relatively, whatever they did might have changed, but the relative plan that they did has been the same for a decade. There are people in the Israeli army that have planned this out for decades, but there's also the larger concerns in the politics and the elections, and public sentiment is mixed. You have people that, God forbid, percentage, genocide, expulsion, peaceniks are all over the place. But say Israel's a military state, and someone's going to give the order. At this point, it's almost definite they're doing a ground invasion. They could wimp out, but everybody in Israel now has said ground invasion.
Literally, actually talked about it. Even the generals, the commanders, when they brief their soldiers, they are already talking about ground offensive. So it 100% will happen. The problem is, I think
they're even preparing Israelis for over 10,000 casualties. They're saying the Israeli seniors are telling Israelis, be ready for up to 10,000 military losses.
And I think that's the low number. I feel like
they are ready to pay this price.
So
I think they're talking about 10,000 KIA, and then you're looking at another 20, 30, 40,000 wounded to some degree or another.
Well, God forbid, there's no bombing. I'm just talking about soldiers that'll take to clear out Hamas in the.
Yeah. I mean, 10,000 KIA to take Gaza would probably be.
That'd be good.
The question is, as I ready to pay this price?
If the ultimate goal is to clear Gaza and cleanse Gaza, 10,000 guys is probably dead would probably be about what it would take. Even like I said, even if you creep and go slow, because you're still going to have to leave guys behind to keep things clear. Dudes are always going to pop up. I mean, it can take fucking.
That's not including
the years to clear that shit all out, as far as all the fucking tunnels and everything else, plus the booby traps. I mean, it would just be a nightmare. So 10,000 dead could easily happen if they went to clear that whole area.
The underground tunnel system they've created is amazing, right?
Yes. I think they're
going to start too. I mean, here's another thing. I mean, David, I don't know if you've noticed this, but I think it's pretty stupid how you see these Israeli Paladin units set up, these artillery units, and they got their fucking ammo sitting right next to them. It's like, bro, haven't you seen what goes on? I mean, it's like all they got to do is fly a cheap drone over and drop a grenade on the ammo pile, and they take out the gun and the crew probably, and who knows, maybe even a couple other vehicles because they're all bunched together.
Yeah, Israel's put itself in a bad situation. Like they know they're not ready. Some of the senior commanders have, relatively globally, some of the most combat experience of anybody, but not all of them. Most of them have never seen serious combat. 1973, 48, the wars that created Israel, those are a long time away. Israel's not used to these kind of casualties. And there's also the possibility of, bombing like Hezbollah or even, Gaza somehow successfully, or Iran coming in and bombing civilians. So, you have to analyze it on different levels. So, like if Vaughn's just talking pure, let's assume there's no external actors, that Hezbollah doesn't bomb, or there's external pressure. And what happens if Israel goes in with the ground invasion and does what they actually say? And Wyatt, you're probably right. Because like the most senior, like if Israel is telling its own people, be ready for 10,000 losses, and the people are like, oh, it can't be that bad because Israel's never seen that kind of losses. And like, Vaughn and Wyatt, you're the military experts, and you're saying like, no, expect like 30, 40,000 military losses. And then it's like, well, Israel has mandatory military service that, right now people are volunteering. So they may not know what's hitting them, or it could be, Jews, Israelis feel that it's worth it and will sacrifice, that kind of blood to have a Jewish state.
That's what I fear.
Yes,
I feel
my
they are ready
opinion
to
is-
pay the price.
I don't think either side is going to have any shortage of volunteers. So,
Yes,
That's
it's
bad
going to be
news.
very bloody.
That's bad news. I want peace.
When the people start dying, you say like, okay, they're volunteering now, but if they start the ground offensive in the first week, there's 1,000 Israeli casualties. It's like Ukraine. So we don't know the numbers in Ukraine. They have mandatory service, and if it turns out God forbid, they forced people into the Ukrainian army, and 25% of them were killed, and another 25% of them were maimed, and they did that somewhat by withholding those numbers from people and not giving them a choice. Basically, you're arrested if you don't, which is similar to Israel. But what's it going to look like in Israel if the first week of the war, 1,000 people come back dead?
well, let's put it this
Or
way.
1,000 people come back permanently maimed.
Let's
God
put it
forbid.
this way. 9 million people or so in Israel, right? And like you said, they all have to go through military service. So every adult has, right?
Well, they got 400,000 people there already. So
Right.
if you're just looking like there's 400,000 people there for the war
Right.
that they've already said 100% is going to happen.
Right. But even outside the 400,000, within that X number of million that they can draw from, I can tell you that every Israeli I've ever met, they're all the most patriotic people, right? If they've all got a military training and they're all literally at war right on the border, I don't think they'll have any problems getting volunteers. I also don't think the Palestinians will have any problems with volunteers for the exact same reasons, right?
Well, I mentioned they haven't taken the losses. Palestinians are used to high levels of losses and even just really bad conditions. Israelis, relatively, okay, they're military and there's suicide bombings, but like relatively, Israel hasn't had that serious of losses. And most Israelis, have like first world nation lifestyles. They have a family and a job and an education. So I said, like, no, it's more likely that Israel will get scared and back down than Hamas, because like Israel has a lot more to lose than Palestinians, and Israelis are a lot less likely to tolerate big losses than Hamas.
But this time around, I feel that it's a bit different from previous times. It feels like Israel this time around, especially under Netanyahu, I think they are determined to get rid of the Hamas, at least Hamas, or get rid of the entire West Bank once and for all. Gaza as once and for all. This feeling I get is it feels different from the previous
I have the
conflicts
same
that-
feeling, Wyatt.
Yeah, but
Yeah, so-
can they do it? Can they
This
do
time
it?
the result is very high.
Well, it's
They
not
already
just a
have
feeling.
high level
You
of
can say
capability.
facts on the ground. Like it's
Do
never
you know how
been
many,
true.
do you know how many people they're gonna kill if they go ahead with this craziness?
Hold up. DPA, finish what you were
So,
saying.
quarter million?
So you have to look at the Israeli history in terms of war losses. The worst loss they ever had was in their first ever war, the War of Independence against the Arab-Israeli War. So they lost around 6,000. I'm looking at the wiki. They lost around 6,000, maybe 7,000 troops. But this war is going to cost them even more troops, because if you look at Hamas, they claim that they have 40,000 soldiers, but you see, all these bombing had probably swelled the numbers. Because surely a lot of people is willing to do suicide missions, because maybe they lost all their family members. There's no more reason they can be a suicide bomber. There's a good chance that every Hamas soldier died. Every Hamas soldiers, every Israeli soldier that dies, maybe only 2 or 3 Hamas soldiers will die in that kind of rate, 1 to 2 to 1 to 3. And that would mean that if you have to kill 40,000 people, you will lose at least 20,000 or at least 10,000. So the losses is going to be very high, because this is going to be a bit like Vietnam, because they have all the tunnel system and Israel don't necessarily know all the tunnel system. The soldiers might be popping up behind you, and then they just suicide bomb themselves. They don't even necessarily need the RPG. So and then with all this technology that we've seen in Ukraine, all these FPVs, all these suicide drones, and Hamas is not shy about sharing, showing all these suicide bombs or the drones and everything. Yeah, but of course, Hamas is not looking for victory. Hamas know they can't win the war. They can only sustain a loss. But the aim is to draw the Arabs in. And they're going to make it so costly and so ugly that the Arab nations around have no choice, because maybe the population can't tolerate it. They will either pull down their own government, or the government have to go to war, which either way, it will also destroy their government. So that's the Hamas bet. It's a gamble. So for me, this is why I made a video. I've worried this might lead to World War III, and it feels like it would, because Israel feels very determined. Hamas looks super determined, and the Arab countries are all not ready. They are all not ready for war. They don't want war. The entire region in the Middle East now, all the Arab countries are in the revolution, in the sense that they are moving away from what they used to be in terms of their economy, especially Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, everyone. They are moving to the new age of technology, new way of economy. You see Saudi Arabia building super projects, the war, all sort of weird stuff. They got Cristiano Ronaldo in. They are rebranding. My image of Saudi Arabia have changed.
But
now
you're wrong about Qatar. So cool. You're wrong about Qatar. Qatar wants to get rid of Israel.
No, because Qatar is not next to Israel. If they are next to Israel, they'll think differently.
They want to get rid. They're gonna use
because they're far away
to fight Israel the same way United States with.
But I can tell you why.
Geopolitical alliances, it's very complicated. You say they might want to, but if they're going to do so to say,
whether they can is another story altogether.
Yeah,
can or cannot. We can't. Qatar and Iran is so far away.
If there's a Russian, Chinese, Turkish alliance against Israel, you say, well, Qatar might choose the axis over the allies of like the U.S. and Israel. But if it's just saying it's just Palestine and maybe Iran, Lebanon, Syria,
it's not going to work.
It's maybe in that case, if you say like, okay, it's even in that case, it's unlikely Qatar is going to join in against Israel, even though you're probably right that they want to. But they got to act practically, and they have a lot to lose. It's just like
I can
Israel.
tell you, Qatar will not.
They have a lot to lose. They're a wealthy first-class nation.
I
tell you how easy it is to destroy Qatar. Israel just need to launch a few airstrikes. They will, of course, they have to fight the Qatari Air Force. But once you hit a few times,
when you want to fight Qatar is to avoid the U.S. military base.
No, it's very simple.
But
Hamas.
Listen.
Is right.
I really don't want to talk about this kind of thing here.
But the thing is,
but
I tell you why. Because Qatar is not a backwards country. They are considered about first world. They cannot have airstrikes or missile strikes or bombings of any kind in their country. It's like Singapore. Once you do that, all the investment will withdraw, and Qatar will go back to the 19th century.
But they could do light
Qatar
support.
cannot afford war.
They could do light support like they're already doing. Like they're harboring.
No, but you see,
they're harboring Hamas leaders.
They can fund.
Yes,
they can be Iran. They can be like Iran fund.
They're not going to join the war and like send soldiers.
They can't join the war. Israel just need to blockade them. Easily they were gone.
Okay, they don't have an army. They're not going to join the war like that, but they have money, and they're already somewhat joined the war on the side of Hamas with their money. They're already harboring senior Hamas leaders. Blinken was there and didn't make any ground on that, and they're already giving money to Hamas. So they're saying they're not going to join the war militarily, but they could step up their financial aid.
I agree with
A
David.
proxy war. That's all.
The
It's a
one,
very
The
rich
same as
country.
usual.
They don't need to get troops on the ground.
Yes.
All they need is money. They
The-
go
the
for
only
money.
country-
And people that sell guns,
Well,
they
there's a
love
blockade
money.
now. Right now, the money doesn't even help because there's a blockade. It'd have to be some scenario. I mean, Qatar could be a thorn in the side of Israel in a way that Israel can't do it. I mean, but right now, there's a complete blockade in Qatar. There's no way for them to get anything to Gaza. All they could do is support international pressure.
Do you
or
think the
something like
blockade
that.
is very strict? Or is there tunnel or thing like that?
Say it again.
Do you think the blockade is very strict? Or
Well, yeah,
is
there's
there tunnel or way to contour it?
There's no way to get in right now. I'm saying like the Rafah crossing in Egypt. You have the U.S. Naval fleet in the Mediterranean. I mean, conceivably they could sneak something
Money,
through, but it's
money,
a militarized
money,
zone right now.
money,
It'd be like
money.
a death. It'd be like a 75% chance of death to try to get something into Gaza right now.
Even
The
with
one-
underground tunnel.
The one country I think that you have to keep out is Iran. If Iran gets involved, then it's probably then it goes bad for Israel.
Well, they're already the main player. You mean like involved?
No,
like
I'm talking
Iran's
about
actually going to send
the
bombs?
number one thing we need not to do is
Yeah.
have the United States attack Iran and basically instigate Iran into attacking Israel.
Well, that's
Israel
basically what's happening.
would not be able to withstand
No.
an attack from Iran because it would be easy to overwhelm Israel, and Israel would probably panic and want to nuke Iran. And that's probably why the U.S. is there, is to ensure
The first weapon of
Israel
Iran
doesn't
is
have
going
that
to be
problem.
Hezbollah.
And if something does happen, that they can, because you could knock out 5 air bases in Israel, the Dimona Research Center in Negev, with
Well, that's what America's
literally
doing.
thousands of ballistic missiles the Iranians have, and it would be and possible hypersonics. All you'd have to do is have your buddies in Lebanon and Gaza fire off a few thousand rockets, and then the real shit comes in right behind it. I mean, there's a lot of ways it can go
The
bad,
first
and Iran
weapon
needs to
of
stay
Iran
back
is
out
going
of
to
it.
be
And we need to
Hezbollah.
make sure people like Lindsey Graham don't draw Iran into it, because that's a real bad scenario, and it's real easy to pull off. And it, I'm not saying that it would succeed, but you think Israel's going to take hits like that?
Well, that's what
and
he's saying
not
that.
respond in a bad
Well,
way?
I'm saying it's going to be World War III because right now,
Yeah, exactly. That's why
Israel
we need to
needs
stay.
America to prevent that.
This needs to be
Right now,
set up
no,
between
Iran
Israel
don't
and
need to do
Hamas,
that.
and everybody else needs to stay the fuck out of
Iran
it.
don't need to do that. They have militia everywhere. They are just going to use the Hezbollah, the Houthi, the Al-Sadr militia in Iraq. They have a lot of things in Syria. They don't need to use their own military force. They are going to use proxy war.
No,
like
what I'm
everybody
saying
else.
is we've had politicians here wanting to bomb Iran, and I'm saying if you bomb Iran, Iran
It's always
comes
the
in.
US politician wanted to bomb something.
Oh, I know. I'm just saying that's the problem. You have people that control the purse strings here, screaming for an attack on Iran, and that's not smart. It's tantamount to the
Right,
same
Iran.
stupid decisions they've made in Ukraine for the last year and a half.
Yeah, I mean, saying right now the goal for so the Israel-America alliance is just to have a contained war between Israel and Hamas in Gaza.
Yeah, that's the way it needs to
for
stay.
Maybe the West Bank, and to protect America's there to protect Lebanon and Iran from getting involved.
Yeah,
And
I mean that's what I'm saying. That's what needs to happen. That needs to be
But for
the number
Israel,
one
Israel can't do
priority.
anything if America doesn't. I mean, even if there wasn't Iran, even if it was just Hezbollah, I mean, maybe Israel could, bomb Hezbollah or scare them into getting involved. And so, that's why Wyatt's saying you have a real legitimate chance of World War III, because either America talks Israel out of the ground invasions, like we can't stop Hezbollah and Iran from bombing you if you do this, and the only solution is going to be to start World War III. So I mean, it's pretty scary. I mean, that's what Wyatt's saying. Like he thinks that we're closer to World War III.
Yeah.
because Israel's
That's
almost.
what I'm saying. I mean, just the fact that people are trying to get Iran dragged into it is like, are you thinking about the ripple effect here? I mean,
Well, they're
the
already
downstream
dragged into it.
effect.
I don't know what he's saying. Iran is already basically.
Well, I'm saying it in a more direct fashion. Like basically Because let's put it this way: the United
Iran
States
is
bombs
directly
Iran.
involved already.
Iran's going to shoot something.
Yeah, but it's like, besides for actually sending missiles into Israel, Iran is about as involved as you could be. Like they're supplying the weapons, international pressure. They've been bearing sanctions from the world largely for the sake of Palestine or anti-Israel.
Oh, I agree with all that. I'm just saying that
You're talking about actual bombing.
I just don't want that. That's just, to me, that's one of those red lines we don't need to
Don't you
cross.
think they already did cross those red lines and by attacking American bases? Iran's unlikely.
Yeah, but that's just like us providing intelligence for the Storm Shadows. I mean, that's all
Hezbollah has enough
promises.
missiles to basically do what you said without Iran getting involved. But Iran, what they might do, and what maybe they already are doing, is they're attacking the American bases across the Middle East, because they look at Israel and America.
Let me add this.
One unit.
Sorry,
wait a minute. Wait.
Yeah.
Ashraf, you do need to drive safely. Yeah, you need to drive safely. And I also later
That's
give
for
me
my
your
living.
email.
I do it for a living, buddy.
Yeah, and also give me your email later when you can, because I know you are driving a bit hard to type.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right,
probably-
give me like I'm about to pull over in like a couple of minutes anyway, because I'm from Palestine, so you know what I mean. I got some information from in there also.
Are you in Palestine?
No, he's from Palestine.
No, I'm from. I got family there right now. I go
Where are
visit
you?
there. So,
Where are you now?
I'm in the States. I'm from Texas
Oh.
originally, but I go
Okay,
visit there, and I have family in the West Bank. So it's crazy
Okay,
because you know what I mean, from the stuff I hear, and because
Yeah,
a lot of people are looking at this, and one thing they haven't calculated is, in the Middle East, this wool has been, like this wall or this mask has been taken off from the people, where they're like, Israel is not invincible, because we had this image of, a nuclear power, the Mossad, watching everything. They saying they have these cameras or satellites that can detect anything underground. They're saying even an ant or a cricket that moves, they can hear it on the border. You know what I mean? And all this, in a couple of hours, all their forward bases are gone. That's crazy. That's nuts when you think about it. And and then non-stop attacking the civilians. Well, I forgot what Russian general said. He said the best soldiers are the ones that lost their fathers. And then what are you going to do when your enemy finally comes to your turf in Gaza? He's finally going to enter the ground. I mean, it's a dream come true for the people of Gaza. I'm telling you, they've been waiting for 80 years, almost a century, to face their enemy on the ground. Put yourself in their position. What would you do? 80 years attacking from the sky, pressing buttons. All of a sudden, he's in front of your face right now. What would happen? And they call Palestine a country, yet your water, your electricity, your borders, your checkpoints, everything is controlled by Israel. How is that a nation? I mean, imagine the cartel controls the water in Texas. They control our borders. They control our electricity. And then if you do attack back, they carpet bomb Dallas. And they say, well, don't we have a right to defend ourselves?
Are you speaking about the federal state? So
the federal state, you want to take it as the state, you want to attack the whole country, it doesn't make a difference. It's still the people, it's like, it doesn't make a difference.
Too easy to do this one.
Yeah, which is also why, I try to explain to people in the other video that Palestine is not yet a country, because a lot of people don't realize. They keep describing Palestine as if it's a country. It's not a country. It's basically, it's like a state within a state. It's a colony. It could any form, like it's Catalonia within Spain, it's Hong Kong within China, but worse, but with less control, less freedom. And they're trying to sort it out. And it's very hard.
They don't have a government, they have authority.
Yeah, but it's very hard because the first part where Palestine was ever getting their some kind of recognition as a state is because PLO agreed to recognize Israel. Hamas do not want to recognize Israel, which is why the whole thing just fall into pieces. Because if Israel cannot guarantee their own national security, then they will not let Palestine go. And this is a contradiction because Palestine also feels very aggrieved by all this history and everything. So this becomes a very stupid conflict where it never ends. It just never ends because no one wants to give an inch. Any peace deal given to Palestine don't want to agree because they want 100% of whatever land they feel that they are entitled to, not even a percent less. And this makes negotiation nearly impossible. So, stupid war. Every war is stupid to me, and I'm not sure.
I wanted to add this
Getting
before
to
you went on
ideology, bro.
DPA. I wanted to add
Yeah.
this is, there's two scenarios that most people who haven't like really been in a war or experienced like, when you're a country, you need to give recognition, or when you're fighting against someone. For my Jewish friend here and for my Palestine friend, the moment that Gaza gets basically vanished or erased, Israel will exist to it. Israel will no longer exist on the map either. Because of two main things. The Arabs are not willing to let basically a country such as Israel have maritime, basically, next to the Mediterranean Sea, have all that block really to themselves. If you think about it, it's going to expand more than just having global, district or regional power. But what I'm really trying to say at the end is that by removing Palestine, you're actually asking for Israel to also stop existing, because the war will be nonstop. It will be like Boko Haram coming and boom, destroying this center, boom, killing these people, boom, doing this. And the logistic of Israel really thinking about going in, it could cause a rift to the point where if Iran decides to come in, the US gonna have to declare war on Iran because of the partnership that they have with Israel. It's going to have to be a full-blown war between Iran and the U.S. And once the U.S. declare war, which I'm predicting that if Israel do go in there and do their attacks or they put their boots on the ground, what will occur that Iran probably gonna be pulled in. The U.S. gonna have to declare war on Iran. Once Iran basically starts to get attacked and everything, now we're going to see really what was the whole idealistic point of having Israel as a nation, because there's no such thing as you considering Palestine being vanquished without you considering a war with Iran. That's just the way I see it.
I really don't like this kind of talking, I don't want war. I want peace. Come on,
War is war,
someone come up with some peace talking. Come on.
Iran is not going to war with anyone.
No, so I want to counter the point a bit. So you have to. That's why I say just now you have to understand the development in the Arab world right now. They are all moving towards the first world. They are trying to redevelop themselves. Egypt is building a new capital. Saudi Arabia is rebranding themselves into something that people want to invest in, want to visit, want to be a tourist. They want to attract the expats there, just like UAE, just like Qatar. They even don't want to fight the Yemenis because they feel that it's just not worth it. They don't want to fight Yemen. They don't want to fight the Houthis because it's just too easy for the Houthis to hit their gas facilities. So the things are changing. So which is why I don't think it's so simple as if Israel fully annexed West Bank and Gaza, let's say, the whole Arab world will go to war constantly. No. I don't think so, because you have to understand that political leaders or the country's leaders or rulers or the kings or whatever, their concern is their own people. If they really care about Palestine, they would have already waged an endless war. They didn't wage an endless war. They surrender at the moment where the military is destroyed. So this is unlikely to happen. But what you say about bombings, the terrorist groups, yes, this will continue. And however, this have not stopped at all. Israel has always been faced with terrorists or bombings and everything, even at peace, even when they are not fighting the Hamas. So it's just going to be business as usual for Israel. It's just that how do you appease your population in these Arab countries is the problem. It's very hard to convince your people not to do a national suicide against Israel, because going to war when all your weaponries come from either Russia or United States or the West is not a solution. You can't fight a war when both sides is not going to support you. I don't think Russia will support the Arab countries.
Right. You keep saying that the Arab countries, they're not going to get involved. Jordan he still is the biggest United States fan in that area.
Yeah.
And they disagree with everything the United States is doing.
But
Jordan,
still, you see, even Jordan themselves.
The king of Jordan is on the side of the people. Have you seen the way the people in that country are behaving these days?
Yeah, but the thing is, Jordan
And let's not forget, there is a big country in that area, Turkey.
Well, there's two likely scenarios, God forbid. One of them, unfortunately, more likely than the other. I mean, one, Israel could give citizenship to all the people in Gaza, maybe wipe
Yes.
out some of Hamas.
Ideally,
But I mean, that's not so likely. What's more likely,
No.
God forbid, is an agreement among strongman and human rights abusers that are going to put down their own citizens, meaning to say that Saudi Arabia, maybe Russia if they win in Ukraine, Israel, Egypt, Jordan, maybe even Syria, come together and basically make an agreement to turn a blind eye to human rights abuse and just say, like, we're in charge, we're in power, and we will use a strong arm against our own people to stay in power, and there'll be an agreement among strong men to turn the blind eye to human rights abuse.
This is the problem, my friend. You guys don't understand how the Arab world works. You know what I mean? This is the biggest problem that people from outside the Middle East, So first of all, it's a tribal society. The king, the government, the leaders, they can say whatever they want. If the tribal leader or the main elders do not agree with it, and they say stand up, they'll stand up. They say sit down, they'll sit down. It's a very family and tribal-oriented society. And a lot of these people know these governments are puppets. They don't dare say nothing. Because everyone's, as we say, they're worried about their throne. They're worried about the chair they're sitting on. They can care less about the people. I mean, the people there are starving. They're dying. And they're sick of it, frankly. They can care less what the governments are saying. They're actually saying, get off the chair, leave. You're with them. You know what I mean? They're like, open the borders. Send us there. We want to fight. Enough of this. They're like, it's enough. I mean, they're literally saying, open the borders. And, we know a lot of these governments and regimes, they're puppets for the West. Let's not BS. Like you said, they're funded by the West. They get their weapons by the West. But the people in these militaries, are they the ones funded or are the leaders funded? See, that's the
Where
thing.
they use the military.
Yeah, but if you see,
are they going to use the military against their own people? And could you have some sort of order?
Of course, they always use
nations. And it's like, not that they're not, but the military is more going to be used to control and wage war against their own people.
I will predict that
It's
China will
saying-
stay in political.
It's actually a saying we say back home that these weapons are not made to defend the people. It's the weapons are made to be used against the people to control them. Because put yourself in the people's position. You know what I mean? You see, for example, your nation get destroyed. Then you see the same people that attacked you come and build bases, and then take the resources. And then you see the leader stand up for him, and you're like, damn, well, the basic citizen is being, he's dying, he's going broke. Just like here in America, bro. Like, you walk in the street, you see homeless everywhere, but we're sending billions of dollars to Ukraine. How does that make sense? How does this make sense? I mean, I don't understand. Like, people can say these governments, but these governments, in order for them to stay in power, because now it's a shift, they're going to have to agree with the people. Otherwise, they're going to lose their power. I mean, we're already seeing
I just don't like the way United States get involved. They used nukes before, and I'm sure they won't hesitate to nuke Iran if they have to. So I don't like it.
I feel that China will get involved before
it's
overrated.
It's the first time I see Israel is scared from
If you're at war
Hezbollah.
with the nation, that what they would prefer to do, God forbid, and you say it's not even the U.S., it's the global corporate or some form of global elite that would have to turn against its own citizens. And you don't have to nuke your own citizens. You have the military to just extract control and fear of your own citizen. You could even look like Israel does that itself to its own citizens, let alone most of the Arab nations. That's how they control their own citizens. So you say, well, are the governments going to go to war with each other? Like, no, I mean, probably not. The governments are going to go to war against their own people.
A lot of Israeli troops are actually deserting the military right now. Israel just passed the law. Anyone that lowers the morale of the people will be imprisoned. Why are they passing laws like this if the whole nation is on fire and standing up for, against Palestine, against Hamas, let's fight these people, no,
That's a really good point. That's a really important point. If I can interject, because I just joined, but I want to build off that point for what I was saying. I think it's really, really important, right? What determines the long-term future of nations? Is it military conflict, or is it what people believe in and what they're prepared to fight for? Because the Mongols went across the world killing everybody, right? But we don't follow the Mongol faith of Tengarism. Faiths spread and have always spread because of their appeal to people. And the thing about this conflict is Islam is strong. Islam is strong in the hearts of the Muslim world, and Judaism is insanely weak, and Christianity is very, very weak. Christianity, less so Judaism, but Christianity has become decadent. Everything has become about the individual. The family has been forgotten. The community has been
Toby,
forgotten.
I think you are wrong. There is nothing about religion in this world.
The thing is, Christianity has no appeal. Christianity is a money-making venture for corporations. Islam still speaks to the family and the community, and this conflict particularly inflames the hearts of Islam because it's perceived as unjust. I don't take a position for or against. I'm just saying, in the longer term, Israel needs to start appealing to people, including its own people, right? It needs to start showing some appeal, or it will be swept aside by the path of history. And it doesn't matter what the military conflicts are in the next 10 or 20 or 30 years. If you think military conflicts could secure Israel, they'd already be secure. There's never been a more dominant military power in their region than Israel in the Middle East over the last 50 years. And look at them now. They're fighting for their lives, and not militarily, demographically. Islam has the future of the Middle East because Islam still remembers the family. It still asks people to sacrifice their individual pleasure for the community welfare. And it's not just Israel that's weak. Western Christianity is weak. If we have to, and I say this with no pleasure, right? If we have to go to war in the West, we are going to lose, right?
You are making so many enemies, Toby. A lot of people gonna hate
I'm making
you.
so many mistakes. It's nothing to do about religion. It's about keep people killing each other. That's all. There could be any religion that doesn't change things.
Yeah, and you just mean Christianity in the West, because Christianity is very strong outside of the West.
I think that's very true. In the Middle East, the Christians they still keep all their traditions.
You know, when you say outside of the West, the Christian outside of the West, you know, the West Christian and the Christian outside of the West, they believe in different things when they come to God. It's not the same. Because in Europe, everyone got their own church.
This is what I go back to, my friend. It's a tribal society, guys. This is what I'm saying. It's a tribal society. And religion is part of this, be it Christian or Muslim. They're very close with their religions. They're really close with their families. They're really close with their neighbors. It's as simple. Any house you destroy,
I would, as far as the whole thing with the people deserting, I wouldn't put much into that, because every time there's a big war, something kicking off, there's always people that run away and hide, and there's news stories about it. I mean, there's guys
but there's a difference,
to get out of Ukraine. Desert Storm, when I was in, there was people that, I didn't join to fight a war. I joined for the college money. You know, I mean, the idea that people don't want to fight and run away. I mean,
no, it's not even that, bro.
Got a video with literally thousands of guys walking away. It's who cares if it's a few dozen at best, if that even. It's just a hype story. Just like when we have it here, just in like Ukraine. If there was a war in, with Azerbaijan and Armenia, I'm sure that you could find a story about people that ran away from there, people ran away from Georgia.
Yeah, but this doesn't happen in the Israeli army. This doesn't happen in the Israeli army. Second thing, like that party that they're saying.
It happens in every army. It doesn't matter. I guarantee you there's cowards in every army.
But let me explain to you the difference, though. For example, you're living in a so-called war zone, and you're so complacent that you're going to make a music festival on the border of this so-called war zone, Gaza. I mean, and then you're going to tell me this is how much you don't respect your enemy, that on the border, right there where the battles are taking place and missiles are being dropped, you're going to make a music festival? This shows you how much and how complacent.
You ain't gotta convince me. I'm like, how the fuck you have a music festival next to a border where rockets fly over every day?
How complacent, how bad they looked at their enemy. They thought their enemy
were they complacent, or did they let it happen? Because I mean,
no, I don't think they let it happen. I think
they want to show the world like the Israel is so secure, you know.
Exactly. They want to make it look like it's a conspiracy.
That
they want to make it look like a conspiracy.
I'm not saying conspiracy. I'm just saying,
wrong.
You have dozens of guys on motorcycles, hundreds of guys on foot, dozens of guys in pickup trucks. You're blowing holes through fences with sensors. I mean, I've seen them, over the years. I've seen Israel watching, I've said it before. They'll find some guy out in the middle of a field in the middle of the night with a bicycle rack and some homemade rockets and smoking with a J-Dam. But nobody saw hundreds of fucking fighters coming. I'm not saying they didn't get a good hit in, and they obviously did, but come on.
Bro, they were too complacent. This is my point.
Because they're used to technology asymmetry. That,
It's too complacent. You don't respect your enemy.
Israel has not done especially well in actual hand-to-hand combat or troop ground war. It's almost always been based on technology asymmetry, based on American weapons.
I know. I'm just saying. I mean, I'm not saying they let it happen. I'm just saying it's.
They relied too much on
If it went down the way
technology.
they say, the Palestinian Hamas had the greatest successes pre-mission, during the mission, to get the mission done in the history of warfare. Everything hit. The power grid went down, the guns went down, the sensors went down, everybody was asleep.
Someone let Med talk before you forget.
Yeah, somebody fucked up big time.
I agree with Voss. Excuse me, and Voss actually too, because I would have forgotten. So to put it there, but let me ask you all a question. If you knew that you at some point were going to have to battle your enemy, what would be the one thing you would want to do? If you knew it was coming anyway, you would choose where you're going to fight them. And not only that, you would choose the type of environment you would fight in. There was no way Hamas was ever intending to hold territory outside of where they struck. There was no way they intended to hold it. They knew they couldn't hold it. It was all about dragging the IDF into a battlefield that fit their battle tactics, games, and weaponry. And it negates the power of all this technology. That, people start thinking bigger, not just as these little things that you see. Think of it a little bit at a higher level and just think of it realistically about what you're seeing and go from there. Because
that's why there was so much friendly fire the first day.
Well, yeah, I mean, they weren't ready for it. There was all sorts of shit going on. People are getting called up trying to get to their units. You got Hamas out there running around. You don't know where you are. You're a reservist. You're trying to get your gear that you have at home. Who knows who's running around there, to get your ass ready to get to your tank, to get the Merkava in place. Do you understand? That all had to happen like that for the Israelis.
And on top of that, there is actually information that some of the Hamas troops, or the suicide fighters or whatever, they actually wear IDF uniform, and then that actually confuses the hell out of everyone. So it creates the paranoia. Like they create a checkpoint, a road stop, the roadblock, and then the Israeli soldiers will come and then they get fired upon by Hamas. The situation on the first 2 days is extremely messy. So it's no surprise. It's just that I got a gut feeling that Israel purposely let it happen. That's a feeling that I get, because like what Ashraf has said, Israel have so many high-tech stuff to detect around the border region. It should not have happened. So when it happens,
can I say something more?
Yes, Danny.
About the technology thing, is that any level of penetration Mossad had, somebody, even the lowest guy that's the janitor in some place, would have noticed that things were changing within the Hamas command, that they were gathering together, that the leadership was starting to meet in certain places, and certain, I don't know what they call them, units of Hamas are getting rounded up into the area. You think none of them saw that and reported it? Oh, you can talk technology all you want, but
you got 20 paragliders you got to take off,
and I'm sure they have people.
And you have an Iron Dome that can shoot down mortars and shit, a little tiny mortar, but it doesn't notice 20 fucking paragliders getting ready. I mean, it's not like they took off from some parking garage somewhere.
Was the possibility, God forbid, mean, even likely that you say Israel's actually a paper tiger. They were never as good as people thought they were, or that it was extreme planning, cooperation. I mean, Mordecai Kedar, I heard 25 years Israeli intelligence, said it was because of the dance party, combination of the Jewish holiday and the dance party, that Israel was really just caught with their pants down. And Israel was overestimated. There's been a whole bunch of protests.
They just know as good as everyone for.
And they thought they were better than
Israel
they
is
actually were.
like Israel in the West is always going to get caught with its pants down right now because it relies so much on technology that it isn't good at the one resource you could always count on. Was it an agent that could report back the exact truth of what he's seeing so information can get gained and put together?
Like in the United States.
But like, just think of it, eyeballs, things like that. Most of what's going on in Gaza, troop movements and all that is happening probably 60 feet underground. There is no way they can tell.
Well, I mean,
where
the
all
other thing
these
is too, I mean, like with the U.S., since the war on terror started, they've really gotten away from human intelligence and they rely so much on electronic stuff.
Well, they got complacent like Biden.
And like the thing
This is my
terrorists don't
point,
have to
brothers.
be
When
right
I-
once. You have to be right 100% of the time. But still, I'm just saying, I mean, there's just a lot of things that's like,
It doesn't make sense,
you know,
but I understand. This
if
is
it
what I
wasn't-
mean
don't
about
mean
the
like an
image.
inside job, and if it wasn't allowed to happen, boy, there's
Bro,
some motherfuckers that need to be dealt with because that's it.
Look at the reservists. Look at the survivors on the Israeli side. They said when the reservists came, they shot up everything. They didn't even ask questions because they're freaked out. Put yourself in their position. You moved in from New York. All of a sudden, you have citizenship. You have to join this reservist army. You make TikTok videos. All of a sudden, this shit came to your door. What are you gonna do? Like, it's no BS. See, the real ones that have the training there are the settlers. They have their own security zones. Believe it or not, you can look up IDF stories, and they'll tell you like they have to answer to the settlers because they're kind of like retired or mercenaries or people that were in the military. You know, they have all this experience, and this is what I mean by the Middle Eastern world. This image of a superpower has changed. Like, you couldn't stop these people, and they couldn't stop them not for 1 day, not 2 days. It was almost like 5 days. And then you hear a lot of stories about friendly fire. You're a nuclear nation. You got nuclear weapons. You have F-35s. I don't understand. You have the Mossad, which is supposed to be so advanced. But this is my point. When Egypt warned them, when the U.S. warned them, they didn't care because it's like, what are you gonna do? You're gonna shoot one guy.
Actually, U.S.
With the Steelman and Rough,
didn't
you
say
had a
anything.
handful of
US
soldiers that took over Israeli bases. Some of those Israeli bases, you had 40 soldiers in a base with the best equipment in the world that got beaten by 8 Hamas soldiers on flip-flops with guns and grenades on a
And you
motorcycle.
realize they were in their bedrooms. They were in their bedrooms. It's
Right,
like,
so
what are you
exactly,
doing?
There were
some of
guys on
them
that
who
the
go
top
so
technology military bases in the world that had more people in them than I mean, so it was just Israeli hubris, God forbid, that got destroyed. And even now, Israel is trying to come back and bring back its reputation because there's no way to defend this. How do eight guys from the top take over the best technology bases in the world?
Well, another thing somebody was saying too was that Israel counted on the fact that their retaliation would be so severe that would be enough of a deterrence for Hamas, but Hamas obviously calculated differently.
And they thought the Arab world was going to stay quiet too. This is what they thought. They thought it was going to be as usual, you know, like a protest for a couple of days and everyone goes back to their normal life. Since when does Israel
That might have happened if the attack hadn't been so severe that Israel responded the way it did. If it had been like
it always does this, bro. Have you guys not watched Bassem Youssef's interview with Piers Morgan? Have you not seen the list he pulled out for the last 15 years? 3,500 Palestinians died. What was it, in 2018?
I didn't say anything right. I'm just saying. I mean,
like this is what I'm saying. It happens all the time, but now it's out in the open. You know what I mean? It's not the year 1990. It's not the year 2020 where this stuff can be hidden now, or 2010. You can't hide this stuff, bro. Everyone has a cell phone. Everyone has iPhones. Everyone has TikTok. Everyone has Snapchat. All you got to do is record. Why is Israel so much on the defensive, trying to censor everybody, shut him down and fire him? If you're on the correct path, let the facts speak if you're on the side of truth. Why are you so scared? Like every time a Palestinian comes on CNN, do you condemn the killing of women and children? It's like, man, have you asked this question to the other side? It's because they're trying to change the narrative. They're trying, they even have these pamphlets out where they give you how to answer pro-Palestinians. They say this, you answer this. You say that, I answer that. And Muslims and Jews have lived together for over 1,400 years in peace. History proves this. There's never been killing between each other. The three religions, Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, in Jerusalem especially, they've always lived together, man. We've seen this in the Crusades, how they stayed together. Even Christians fought on the side of Saladin. I'm not trying to turn this into a religious thing or a racial thing. But this is what the Zionist regime wants. They want to turn it into a religious thing. You know what I mean? So that you can turn a blind eye to what they do.
Too late.
It is? Yeah, exactly,
Well,
bro.
who on the
Like,
panel thinks that Israel is a paper tiger? I mean, Singapore does technology transfer, information with Israel, but is Israel a paper tiger or not when it comes to actual combat?
So,
but have you seen them have a tank?
So basically, in terms of a full, next after
Did
me,
you just ask, does anybody know how to drive a tank?
So
I was a tank commander. I was a tank commander, dude. Yeah. I know how to drive a tank. I thought that's what you said. I'm sorry, but what I wanted to bring up is a lot of what this gentleman is saying is true. And I used to come at this as total pro-Israeli before all this happened, actually. And when the Hamas did what they did, they should have never included civilians in what they did eventually. Because if they had just started out clean doing what they were doing, they would have got a hell of a lot more support from around the world.
I totally agree.
The way they did it, which should never be done, there is no doubt, it's terrorism. I don't care what fucking side you're on. You never kill the women and children just to get to your enemy. When you have honor, that is always off limit. And now we've crossed them. And that's what I mean. We're in a place where no honor exists. None of these fools will know when to stop. It's all about who's going to win. And what it's doing right now with having the U.S. carriers are only there to troll for trouble, and they're going to get in trouble with U.S. American, can I say this loudly enough, of our sons and daughters serving on them right there with Kinjal hypersonic missiles that could come from Russia, who, by the way, we've mentioned once or twice that is our proxy enemy and we are currently at war with. So there's no saying that they couldn't just look at this from one way or another and see what happens. We decide to launch and they say, well, you know what? Fuck it. It's all on. They shoot those carriers to shit, which will happen because there is no defense against hypersonic missiles. And
I don't like this kind of talking.
They are not going to shoot the carrier. They are going to meet in real time the coordinates of the carrier for anyone to shoot at them.
Yes, Mr.
Can I speak?
Yeah. Yes, please.
Hi guys, I'm back. Long time ago. Thank you. I had to one time do it on the correct hour for me. Thank you.
You
but
too loud.
Okay. Yeah. But Betty, I totally agree with you. With the carrier part also, and we're going to be. I have a lot of questions about how, like everybody has, like how Hamas was able, like just they have fucking paragliders. Are they allowed to fly in Palestine with something? Have they permission to fly with things? Because in my mind, they don't have choppers. I think they don't have planes because it can be dangerous for Israel. That they were allowed to enter paragliders into the country. How the fuck are you doing that?
You know what? And I want. That is so great a question because this is what basically happened. Israel's famous defensive air defense basically got broken by and invaded and penetrated by guys flying kites with lawnmower engines.
Yeah.
You know, literally
I
they had like, you know, just grenades just flipping them out. And you know what I mean? That in itself is a danger. It shows you how much, and there was somebody in the chat that said it was whatever, 425. Like he said, we are so dependent on technology that we can get beat to shit just by the simple thing.
I don't think Israel's so much a paper tiger. It's just that the things that they're really good at, they haven't done in a long time. They haven't really needed to. I mean,
Bombing
probably
women and
after
children.
82, they haven't really engaged in any massive land combat since 82, and everything has been raids and checkpoints and counterterrorism shit, and then bombing and artillery strikes. So it's just like the U.S. 20 years of the war on terror, you know, and we have generals talking like it's 1983 because all they know is counterinsurgency or Cold War. You know, it's probably just the same thing. You know, they just kind of got out of practice. They'll eventually catch up, but it'll be a hard way to catch up because they'll take a lot of casualties. But
The playing field is
they're
level.
good. They're good militarily. I mean, they've got good infantry units. They've got good armor units. Their aviation units would be good. The reservists will be the question mark. But, you know, they'll have decent guys in them. So, and you already know they're going to take a shitload of casualties anyways if they go in on the ground. So, you know, that'll be good guys and bad guys.
So I want to address
There's a
just
comment
now
in
the
the.
supposed. So let me.
There's a
answer
comment
first,
I would like to respond to. If you know, you guys keep talking, but
Okay,
I'm just
you go
trying
ahead
to.
first.
Okay.
And Maddie first.
It will just say this, and it was actually a really good comment. Where is it? God damn it, you guys in chat making my old ass search through shit. You know, I ain't gonna find. Basically, what it is, what was said. Would you consider a country that has nuclear weapons and bioweapons as a paper tiger? And I say yes. And I will tell you why. Because once any of that is unleashed, they are annihilated by their enemy that has the idea, the purpose to be the ability to do it. So if that's your opening to a war and that's all you kind of got, it's either it's for everything, which means nobody lives, or nothing at all. And if that's all you're relying on, that's what you're seeing happening to NATO now, because that's all they've ever really had. How many times have I fucking preached this to you people? It's the same damn thing. You can have things that can only destroy the world as your only weapon. It means that's your only response. So it's either you blow up the world or nothing. What position do you really think you can unleash those things to your advantage at any time? You can't. You are a paper tiger. And I'm sorry, guys. I'm so fired up about this right now.
So I can add on what Maddie said. So just, and also to answer on Ashraf, you know, about the paper tiger Israel thing. So there is various tiers in terms of combat, in terms of war. There you have the super weapons, where, you know, where Russia, United States, North Korea, they all have these nuclear weapons. Israel's actually is still a hidden thing. Nobody can confirm they actually have nuclear weapon or not. Although that's the rumor, and everybody recognize them as they have, but you see, nobody can confirm and verify that. It could be very well just American nuclear weapons placed in Israel and is still controlled purely by the Americans. We do not know. So that is one thing. And no nuclear weapon no nuclear weapons cannot be used on non-nuclear weapon countries. This imbalance doesn't work. Nuclear weapons can only be dealt with nuclear weapon countries. So that is the level. Then you have the military. So military fighting with military is always backed with politics. No, you listen to me first. You're always based on a political goal, which is why, you know, when Israel can win all these very fast war. You know, they can fight you the 6-day war, Yom Kippur war. They can win this war. They can eliminate the enemy, you know, the opposing military, and then they win the war. Then you have the next level down is the guerrillas, the rebels, and all these rebels. This war is different from the military war. Similarly, just like the nuclear weapon cannot be used, like, you know, Russia cannot use nuclear weapon on Ukraine. Similarly, Israel cannot use their military on Hamas. It doesn't work. The war, it doesn't match. So you
A
cannot win
conventional war won't work.
You can only use it like a punitive weapon. You can hit. You just like Russia can punish Ukraine by throwing nuclear weapon on Ukraine. It doesn't win the war against Ukraine. It won't win. You just simply punish. What Israel is doing using the military against a guerrilla outfit is the same thing. You are only punishing the people, but you don't win the war. You need to fight at the level of the guerrilla, the people, at the lowest level. Then you can win. So this is also why the Americans lost the Vietnamese War, because while they are standoff with the North Vietnam Army, which is also an army, military versus military, there's another level which is the Vietcongs that is fighting on the guerrilla level. And the Americans lost at the Vietcong level. They can't beat them at that, because you need another level at the guerrilla level. The people that the ground up, using sticks and swords and knife, to fight at that level, then you can actually have that kind of match. Afghanistan is another reason. Taliban is not a full-fledged military. They are a guerrilla outfit, and they win the war because this imbalance, it just doesn't work. So just like Maddie said, the nuclear weapons and biological weapons, all this it sounds powerful. It's basically a last resort weapon. It cannot be waged against a normal military. If you use it, you're simply just punishing the country, but you don't win the war, and then you get demonized by everyone. It's just like what Israel is happening now. They use the military against the Hamas, but they kill a lot of civilians, and then as a result, they got condemned by the rest of the world. This is just how it works. Correct, Ashraf.
You got it, buddy. You got it, 100%, man.
Well, I actually asked the question, not of Shraf.
I agree,
God forbid. I'm the one who asked if Israel was a paper tiger, but to some extent they were, because look what happened to us.
DPA.
Yeah, Israel is still very powerful. Like,
But do they really have nuclear weapons?
I don't know. But the thing is, Israel for sure.
I was talking to Sadui today about this.
No country, right, in their around Israel with their former military can actually beat Israel militarily. I don't think they can. Syria, Lebanon, Jordan, even Saudi Arabia, Egypt, no one can beat Israel.
Yeah, but
the problem is,
what about if they team up?
Team up also cannot.
See,
Israel every single war, Israel
you're
has
really
been
talking about American Air Force and bombs. You're saying no one could beat American Air Force and bombs, and even the tanks. So you say maybe they could beat Israeli tanks. Even the 6 Day War, it was really the Air Force that was the key, not the tanks. But
correct. So military
versus
military.
There is too great power there.
Even just make this last point. You say
Iran
Israel
and
is really
Turkey.
just showing
These
off
two
American
countries can-
weaponry. That you say why say no one could beat Israel? You're saying no one could beat American
no
weapons.
one can beat
And
Israel
Israel is
at the
just
level.
a demonstration of American weapons.
Iran and Turkey can
national
get rid of Israel.
militaries, countries' military around Israel can't beat Israel. Militarily versus military.
We just saw
But
Hamas humiliating
no,
Israel.
Hamas is not a military. Hamas is a guerrilla outfit. They are a
they
terrorist
will be
group or
getting
whatever.
Israel.
It's a different.
What I'm saying is conventionally, Egypt, Syria, Jordan, Lebanon could not beat Israel conventionally. They don't have enough tanks, planes, helicopters, artillery pieces. Israel beat all three of those countries back when they had much larger armies, when they had parity as far as men, equipment.
It's not about
all
the
those
quantity of
wars,
the equipment.
all the wars besides
Can I
Vietnam
interject?
was the Air Force. So you're saying
Yeah,
you gave Israel the Air Force.
Maddie.
And this is a great point, because you got to understand where the problem of the IDF right now. It's why they had, and I've written about, I said this, guys, it's why they had to choose the northern part of Gaza to do this if they were ever going to do it, because they got to keep that force as centered into the middle of Israel as it can, because if they get into Gaza too deep, any one of these countries could load up and crash the border and coordinated with the other countries. Now, understand, it is now, they are surrounded by stated enemies that do not agree what's going on. You have Iran putting its tanks on Iraq's border to come which way? Where do you think they're going to go to help out? So there is a lot of shit that the IDF has to worry about all at once, and they do have a
But the
very
U.S.
powerful
more
force.
than likely the
But
U.S.
you can
will
only
drop those
splatter it
bridges.
so far. You
The
know,
U.S. will drop
they're
those
in a really
bridges
hard.
in front of them.
Didn't
something
the
also.
IDF lose against Lebanon twice? I mean, and they had to pull back. The Merkava tank, were supposed to be the best tank in the world.
That's not what we're talking about. We're just talking
I
about
understand
conventional.
that.
Yeah,
I
I
know
mean, yeah, you can
that's
beat some tanks, you can blow up
I'm
tanks,
trying to
you
make
can
a point.
ambush tanks.
I understand that,
We're
but I'm trying to
talking
make a
about
point. Look at the Merkava tank. It's supposed to be the most advanced tank. You're gonna tell me they didn't even protect their gas tanks, where that you could drop a grenade on it from a drone and the tank will blow up? Did you guys not see the videos from
Let
when
me
Hamas first entered?
explain something here
Yeah,
about
That's
that
crazy.
point, because I was a guy on a tank, and I want to explain something to you. There is no magic fucking tank. They don't exist. The Russians blow up just like the Americans blow up. It's the situation you're in, because there's always going to be enough explosive power to blow your shit up. You are the most dangerous thing on the battlefield, so everything out there is designed mostly to kill you, and it can. And that's the problem, is that there is, you know, you can only protect the tank so far. Yes, if you get, the engines have to breathe. So if you take a Molotov cocktail, you throw it on the back of an engine deck, it gets sucked in and the wiring starts burning, which in some of these tanks now will lead you right into where your fucking ammo storage is. So you got to understand, you can get killed by so many things from so many directions. The first thing that, and I will tell you as if you were coming onto my track the first time, just think about me sitting up there on the top of the tank looking at you, and I'm going to tell you, son, the only way you live out here is to stay hidden as much as you can, use the terrain as much as you can, and live in fucking reality. You are not invincible.
Fight smarter, not harder.
The first thing I would tell you right there.
So this is why I want to say, you know, this is why I want to say there's a different tier in terms of the war. That's why I say that, no, you have to understand, if it's a guerrilla outfit like Taliban, they can outlast you in Afghanistan. That's which is why, you know, after 20 years, USA have to withdraw. They can't beat a guerrilla outfit. You can't. Just like Hamas has been so long, they have been around for so long. No matter how many people you arrest, how many people you capture, how many leaders that you bomb and assassinate, it doesn't disappear. No, it's a different kind of thing. They don't need a government. You know, it's not like a military. Military need the government. They need the people's taxes to buy equipment. Guerrilla outfit, they don't even need guns. They can just use knife. Just a few stabbings around the city, it will go chaos. The whole country will go into crazy. Investment will pull out. No, it is a different kind of thing, which is why, you know, the IDF is fighting a very hard enemy. It's either you exterminate the entire of Gaza, or you have to live with them. There is a kind of a conundrum that the Israeli now, they're not sure. That's why I feel that they're supposed to go into the ground offensive. Even the Americans said, oh, they're going to go in 48 hours. Then it got delayed and delayed and delayed. Until now, they still haven't decided whether they should go in or should not go in. Despite that, they are hyping up the soldiers, saying that they're going. And I even saw information that the IDF soldiers are feeling restless because they thought that they're going in and they're not yet. So, you know, there's a lot of things happening all over the same time. No, so we have to understand it's different. No, guerrillas are not normal militaries. You can't beat them in conventional terms. The Americans learned it. They defeated the Iraqi army, and then they got hammered by the jihadis throughout the entire of Iraq, to the point where ISIS appeared. And then ISIS got destroyed. And ISIS got destroyed because when ISIS become a full-fledged military, they are easily hammered. And then they go back into guerrilla mode, and then they still survive in Syria right now because they're guerrillas now. So when you're full-fledged army, it doesn't work. You know, guerrillas become full-fledged army, they just get hammered.
But even Colonel McGregor, I watched a video for him a few days ago speaking about Gaza, Israel, the Middle East, and he said the problem with a lot of these politicians is they think the Middle East is the same way it was 20 years ago. It is not the same way that it was 20 years ago. They got the same weapons now. They have the training. You know, they have the willpower. At least the people do. This is the thing. You know, it's not what it used to be. You have generations that were born in war. A whole generation.
Yeah, it's like I said earlier. There's all our people are stuck in like 1985. They think it's the PLO
exactly
hanging out of the TWA in Beirut. They think it's drunk Russians letting a kid in a Cessna fly to Red Square.
You
You know,
got
they
it,
think
buddy.
it's Boris Yeltsin.
Preach,
That's
brother,
what they think.
preach.
That's why
You're so
they talk
right.
the stupid shit they talk. You know, oh, we could nuke a couple of Russian units and they'll fold like fucking cheese, you know, because that's what they used to think about in the 80s. A tactical nuke here, a tactical nuke there. You know, old McDonald had a farm. I mean, that same
Precision
stupid
weapons.
shit's still out there.
That's what I'm saying. Drones have leveled the battlefield. You don't need a F-35 or $100 million fighter jet to attack from the sky or to see anything from the sky. You can get you a Walmart drone. Pay $100. Now you see everything on your iPhone. You can attack the enemy as he attacks you, and it's much cheaper for you.
Drones have limits, though.
Yes, I know, but I have first because I want to go back on topic for before. I have a few remarks to say, like about Israel. Who can beat Israel? Actually, nobody. Why? Because they have a sugar daddy. And who's the sugar daddy? United States of America. Nobody's going to hit Israel too badly because the sugar daddy going to help Israel and everything they can. You already see it in the conflict with Ukraine. They are giving artillery shells that normally is for Ukraine. They already gave it to Israel. So United States is always going to protect Israel. Also about the nukes. There is one thing I not understand you completely in that, Wyatt, because a big power like Russia and United States, they never ever going to nuke each other because it's going to be the end of the world. And they know that for each other. You need to be very stupid if you know that these two countries alone can destroy the whole planet 3 times with their nukes. So they're never going to attack each other with the nukes. They're going to do it in a different way. And normally, if the United States is smart enough, they're going to know that they are fucked. And many said it before. Who has hypersonic? Not United States. Russia has it. So Russia, for the moment, is the most dangerous country in the world. Why? Because they can, if everything is well positioned, they can destroy the whole American fleet and a blimp. And nothing of a time. Because why? United States has nothing to protect from it. So these two carriers on Israel, if Russia want to, they just send a submarine with some Zircons and bye-bye the carrier fleets. They're gone. Like that. They're never going to see their rifles. No, it's a reality.
No, you are wrong about United States, you know. There is a lot of people in the United States that they think they can win a nuclear war. Like Donald Trump said, these people are fucking nuts. And I agree with Donald Trump.
But I hope I have just thinking logically, you know?
Maybe just a little nuke. What kind of people think like that?
You heard him say that? Just a small tactical nuke. Yes, I heard that, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, what kind of people
man.
think like that?
The day that's going to happen.
By the way, by the way, I can actually prove what is being said, and if you go to my channel, actually, it's the only video I've ever made. It's there. It lasts about 40 seconds, and it tells you about this situation right now, about tactical nukes. Back in 1983, when that manual was written and what it was designed and written for, it was a study of the new Soviet mobile brigade, that they were mobile battle groups that were coming out. It was designed to understand how to get an idea of how to fight. Inside of it, it has, and I quote, and I can't quote it here, I don't have it up in front of me, but it is there, and it's underlined in red and highlighted in yellow, that it is basically understood that the NATO would fight for 2 to 5 days, and at that time, they would be resorting to using a tactical nuke at that point. The whole point of U.S. Cav's job that was in the area, in that front, would go out to make contact with these Soviet groups coming forward, to make them come out of combat column, to go into some type of formation that slows them down and pray to God we got back before the tactical nuke made it. We all fucking knew this. You're not going to read it in any fucking book. And this is what drives me nuts. Everybody's relying on the words of officers that only know theoretical bullshit from a book. They never bring up an NCO who's done this shit operationally in the swap, had to make it happen, and let them tell you how it's done, because it's a completely fucking different thing than what an officer knows and how it has to happen on the ground. And matter of fact, since I'm on this rat, I want to discuss one more thing, because this has been bothering the piss on me and I'm on the flow. There is a video out there where they show this small group of Russian, it's two Russian APCs, basically BMPs, with one tank. They are moving forward to get to a point which is a natural choke point. One of the APCs is hit. The tank moves forward, the other one. Well, anyway, the tank is ahead of them. The tank moves forward up to the line. And the comments that were there was like, well, he's stupid, he didn't know what to do. Okay, let me explain something to all you fucking shitheads. They are doing a mission that has to be accomplished. So it isn't stupidity that drove him up there in front of the enemy. It was the mission. That unit is too small to have done any attack on its own. It was a maneuver of a bigger attack. Okay, that was just a small isolated slice of it. What was really happening was much larger. You didn't see it on the screen. And the reason why that tank went forward and did what it did was because his buddy, who happens to be a gunner probably on another tank, is relying on him to do his job so he lives, so he can complete his mission. That is how it's done out there. That is the reason why you fucking fight out there. You fight for your brothers to live. I have never been in combat, but I know it. I know fucking history, especially about this, more than probably anybody you will ever fucking know. And
hey,
this is what
can I
pisses
jump
me
in
off.
for a second?
I've been on. I'm sorry. I'm stopping anyway.
Oh, you're good, man.
I
wanted to
take a break.
I kind of wanted to respond to Duvid's poll there and just kind of take it back there about the Israel, whether they're paper tiger or not. I think that, Israel defeated multiple armies before America was the so-called sugar daddy. I mean, I think back in '67, U.S. hadn't really started funding them the way we do started doing in the '70s and stuff. So they've always been a formidable army right from day one. Two, I'm not sure that the Vietnam thing necessarily applies. Vietnam was a really unique experience in that the Soviets and the Russians and the Chinese were directly supplying North Vietnam, and we weren't allowed to hit those logistical centers. So there was an actual real head-to-head air war happening, along with a lot of sophisticated weaponry around Hanoi and the supply trails that were going through countries we weren't really supposed to hit as well as the South Vietnamese population was just not motivated. And then in Iraq, it's probably a way more applicable situation, except that the Iraq had stores of weapons from the army and people from the army that were largely involved in the insurgency. So there was like professional military involved in the insurgency, as well as high level support from Iran and probably from Syria. Now what Gaza's looking at is, basically, I mean, they're probably full-time insurgents or fighters, but they're not professional army, and they're under siege. They have really no resupply logistically. So, and Israel is more than happy to fight pretty brutal and ignore civilian casualties. So I think that fundamentally Gaza's in a different situation than any of the other countries mentioned. So I don't know if
go back to 1967 to prove that Israel's not a paper tiger, and like Wyatt was saying, there's different elements, and most of those people are dead or haven't served. The people in the IDF now, and probably Israel's best point is their air force, and that's why probably they're using it. That's why they're reliant on bombing, and the question like the why aren't they doing the ground invasion, because they're not ready for it. That maybe they're not going to win, or why did it happen? and the various elements. And yeah, this is going to be a completely unique war. There's elements that you're talking like Iraq, Vietnam that are compared to other wars, but this is going to be one for the books if it actually happens. And then also a question about the international ethics and morality. And I think everyone agrees that Israel's to a large extent dependent on America, not only to fend off possibly Iran or Hezbollah or international pressure, the veto at the UN Security Council, but also weapons like Israel right now. I mean, I don't know if you guys talked about before I came on, but President Biden wants to spend $16 billion giving weapons to Israel just for this war. And like, that's a boatload of weapons. And there's internal pressures in the U.S. like, Ashraf, U.S. citizen, Palestinians, like 50 years ago, 1967, there were only a handful of Muslims in the United States. There's still more Muslims and Jews than Arabs in the United States, but that's rapidly shifting. And the demographics, like all the polling is, Israel is overwhelmingly supported by the boomers, and younger people overwhelmingly support Palestine. So there's a lot of considerations in place. And
then if you talk about the 6-Day War, don't forget a lot of these, if you study this war, a lot of these units actually, they didn't coordinate with other units. Every officer wanted the glory for himself. So he thought if all he would do is attack, that's all they needed to do. And they would finish them off. A lot of lying between the leaders. For example, for Jordan, the enter, their condition was for the Israeli Air Force to be wiped out. And this is what Egypt told them. Egypt told them, yes, we took out the Air Force, but we do know from the war that Israel took out Egypt's Air Force in like the first minutes of the war. So a lot of it is, bad tactics, everyone thinking, fighting just charge and you'll take out your enemy. This is a lot of it. This is how the war was lost. Now it's not the same anymore. A lot of strategies, a lot of tactics. They know how they lost. You have generations born in war. I mean, you have kids that were born, bombs being dropped. Now they're young men married, and the wars are still going on.
Ashraf,
I mean, how much experience do you need, to become a great soldier?
Ashraf, you probably watched the commander's video the other day about like the whole Palestinian conflict and the Palestinian side of things, and he kind of goes into there that like a lot of the neighboring countries really don't want to see Palestine becoming a state and they don't want to see immigration into their own countries. So do you really see like country like Egypt or Jordan stepping in on the side of Hamas, or what's your thoughts on that?
Well, so think about like Jordan, around 70% of the population is Palestinian. You know what I mean? It's like, is there going to be a Jordan left? You know what I mean? And then if you do come out, will you ever get your lands back? That's how they look at it. And I'm telling the people, if you want the truth, the people, they support the resistance. Because it's like, we tried to petition. We tried doing protests. We tried telling the world. We tried writing books. We keep telling our stories. Has anyone, I have friends here. They've never even heard of Palestine. They don't even know what it means. It's crazy. Like, when you control the media, when you control Hollywood, when you control the propaganda, how are you going to win? I forgot what professor said it here. He said future worlds will be fought by media propaganda. Whoever controls the narrative controls the war, controls the victory. Look at Russia and Ukraine.
Ashraf, can you hold on for a second? Because we have Rad B and also Mr. Limbo. They haven't introduced themselves. We just keep cutting them. Can we give them a chance to
go
talk?
for it, man. Of course.
No, they are old school here. We know them all.
Well, we still need to introduce them according to DPA.
Well, if they want to give an opinion on whether Israel's
JB already spoke.
Well, let them speak.
I've had my finger. I've had my hand out for a while, so I would like to respond. But let's let the other guys in first, and then I will.
Limbo at least talk because he had his finger forever, and we just kept on skipping him. At least give him a chance.
That's not his finger. That's his finger on his car trying to die. Be angry. Yeah.
That's my Piggy. That's Pig from Top Gear.
Red B, this is your chance if you want to say something. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Hello, boys.
Oh.
Did you want to go first, bro? Or?
Listen, I want you to go first. I thought he said Medi, and I think maybe our names sound the same. And so I'll wait. No, you introduce. I'll go after.
There's a lot of people who want to talk. Spit it out.
Yeah, I'll jump in now. I got my chance. Firstly, boys, it's an honor and a pleasure to be amongst you. We got Lambo, we got Vaughn, we got everyone that I've been watching for a few kind of months. Hey, my name's Elliot. I live in Australia. I found out about DPA through History of Legends. I feel like a fair few people did. But thanks for having me on, boys. I can see I just jumped in while a few people got their points going. So if Lambo or Maddie wanted to go, I can jump in later. I don't have too many new opinions to throw in, but maybe a couple of funny anecdotes. Yeah, but thanks for having me on, boys.
I'm going to speak at 5 minutes because I am almost home safely.
No. So you just go. I'll wait till you guys are done.
Okay, no, I think it's back to you, Mehdi. It's back to you. Go ahead.
All right, I'll just go quickly here. Is that I can't see the gentleman. I don't know his name. It's too small on my screen. But what he was just saying is right. And those are things you have to consider in this, is that Gaza has been prepared for a battlefield for generations, folks. Who has built Gaza? The Palestinians. Do you think that maybe some of these families who for generations are part of Hamas or somebody like that, part of somebody who knows that the battle is coming to them, have not built things into their homes specifically for that? There may be tunnels with false walls in front of them that were built purposely so that nobody could see them and they could never be used unless you knew where they were built into your own home. Folks, you got to think like this, because if I'm an American. I've never been in a war like this. I've never fought in a war like this, but all I can do is use my fucking brain to see reality. And the reality seems to me, if I'm going to think that I can just go waltzing into a place that has become a fortress that has been built over generations by a people who feel that we are there to wipe them off the face of the earth, do you think that they haven't made that place an absolute warren hole? And you're talking the Ho Chi Minh, not the Ho Chi Minh, sure, but the tunnels in Vietnam were bad, clearing that shit. Imagine what Gaza is going to be. It is going to be just nuts.
Even the tunnels, even if they're not that great, like I keep telling people, your house is destroyed. You don't have a job. Your family is killed. Are you going to sit and wait for the bombs? Or are you going to turn around and fight till the death? You already lost everything. If you sit in your home, you're going to die. You sit in the street, you're going to die. You go fight, you might die. What is the best choice here? Think about it. I mean, when we got attacked in 9/11, what did we do? We went and attacked Iraq. We attacked Afghanistan. We entered Libya. We entered Syria. We killed over 1 million civilians in Iraq. Just for 9/11. Look at the hate we felt for how angry were we as a people?
Ashraf, I'm sorry, but it's exactly the same thing for the Israeli. It's exactly what they think.
It's what they think, but
no, they have no choice. They think that Hamas could attack them everywhere.
Yeah, I understand this.
So they have no choice.
No, let's think about it like this. Imagine if Hamas had all the Israelis or the Zionists in Gaza, and then they control their water, then they control their electricity, plus they come with their Air Force and they bomb Israelis every day.
What
would happen?
People don't care about that. What they care about is the video of the children who has been killed. That's all.
Okay, I understand.
It's about
I can give you 1,000 videos of children killed on the Gaza side. If you want to compare numbers, you can compare numbers.
But that's not on the Israeli TV.
It's not a competition.
I know it's not on Israeli TV. But the thing is, my friend, when you have an open-air prison, as Jimmy Carter said, the biggest open-air prison he's seen in his life, 80 years, almost a century of occupation, UN Resolution 242. Palestine has the right to defend itself against the occupier, which Israel is considered the occupier. How many UN resolutions has Palestine broke? 0. I believe Israel has broken 23 UN resolutions. I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy. You have a navy. You have I mean, what do you fear? You have a navy. You have an army. You have an air force. You have Marines. You have the Mossad. You have special forces.
I'm just saying that you have to understand.
I understand this.
That the feeling of desperation is not the same in Israel.
I understand that. But
so they're going to fight.
But so now what? So because they feel like this, leave them alone. Is that what you're saying?
Israel's not desperate like Gaza is. Like Israel is relatively doing good. They're used to just doing a little service, a little bit, and just bombing Gaza or little operations. I mean, it's Gaza that's desperate. They're the ones who are ready to fight. Israel just wants to get this done with. They just want to push them into Egypt, wipe their hands of it, and go back to a normal life. And unfortunately, like, God forbid, it's not going to work that way because the people in Gaza were pushed off their land, and Israel is sitting relatively, God forbid, on stolen land. And so Israel's in a really bad situation, but like Gaza's in a worse situation.
Exactly.
And Israel has no simple answer, even though they want a simple answer of just, we're going to teach them such a lesson that they're never going to come back. But like they have no choice but to keep on fighting, or somehow, which is also never going to happen, that they're just going to expel them into other nations or, come to America. I mean, God forbid, I'm in Metro Detroit. There's tens of thousands of Palestinians that are all refugees from what happened before that we're lucky enough not to be stuck in Gaza. So, I mean, this is a horrible situation. There is no military answer. Really, the only answer is to give all of those people Israeli citizenship, but that's not on the table. Like, war is almost a given. And
then another thing, he's saying that the people are scared. This is what I go back to my point. If they're so scared, you're going to make a music festival on the border of your enemy that you're scared of? Where they're literally not even a half a mile away from you? Am I going to make a music festival right next to the Taliban or right next to ISIS or right next to the cartel? And then I say, I fear them, but he's my next door neighbor.
You call them animals, you call them animals.
Yeah, people always dehumanize their enemies. God
You want to make a dance music festival next to the animals. Nice one, Israel.
Because they thought they got away with it. Israel had such hubris that they thought they stole the people's land, pushed them into, God forbid, the concentration camp, and that they could just have a dance party right next to it and forget about it. And most people in Israel still today, even after this, think that they're going to be able to force the Gazans into Egypt. If you polled Israelis, probably like 70% of Israelis have this delusion that this is going to end with the Gazans being forced into Egypt and being accepted into other Arab nations.
I mean, the other thing is too, it's just like Western liberal women. I'm going to go hike through Afghanistan and Pakistan because I don't think the Muslim men will rape me. And then you find out later on they find her head chopped off somewhere down in the canyon. I mean, it's the same stupid shit. We're peaceful Israelis. We're not about the war. We're not about the occupation. They won't be mad at us. I mean, they think they can be friends with everybody, and they don't realize the world's a bad place and there's bad people. I mean, I saw a guy who apparently has interviewed Hamas fighters, and they straight up said before, this is like back years ago, but a target like the rave was a target of opportunity because it's hostages and shock effect. And he said there's no way they would have passed that up.
There's a video from Hamas in 2021.
He took it as they were flying into Israel, saw that, and decided to make that a target versus it was part of the plan because it was too good of an opportunity to pass up. You got hostages, you get mass slaughter, you get the reaction you want.
Yeah, Mr. Lambo's right. Just to throw in the expression, Israel started believing their own propaganda. Like, God forbid, a lot of people in the IDF or the other Israelis, there's a lot of people, they didn't believe their own propaganda. They said this was going to happen. They had plans for expulsion or serious contingencies. But the vast majority of Israelis are guilty of believing their own propaganda.
Red, just jump in, man. Nobody's going to...
Oh, like... I feel like it's what is it? The sunk loss fallacy. Why do gamblers keep going to that same machine continually, despite the fact they know they're probably not going to win? It's because how many battles of Gaza has there been? It's the Israeli equivalent of the Assamzo. And maybe once they'll get it. How many years has it been? 2006 they pulled out. There's eight incursions into Gaza, and every single time they're achieving their goal, it's the continual, perpetual state of denial that everyone else is out to get you. When really, if the people who are out to get you are literally sitting there in a cage in a desert, surrounded by 3 checkpoints to get out of Gaza. I don't know,
bro. Let me tell you guys, when I went there, it's crazier than I can even explain to y'all. So we think of it as, yes, it's closed off, and then the Palestinians live there, and then it's closed off, and if they want to come out, they have to go through these checkpoints. Israel uses a tactic other than mowing the grass, as we know, every once in a while, we'll depopulate them so they don't get big population, and they won't let them even have their own currency. Let's not forget that. They have something called letting your presence be known. Or as one Israeli officer said, show them who's boss, show them who's in control. They'll just go to a major intersection, create a checkpoint, stop. Let me check your IDs. Everybody stop. Depending on the officer, he might feel sorry for the people and be like, there's no point of doing this. But they have to. Why? They have to scare the people. I mean, you have stories from the IDF where they'll say they'll enter this home, and your house is in a perfect place to, for us to conduct operations for this week. They won't let the family leave because they're not allowed to tell anybody where the soldiers are stationed at. And then you intimidate, you arrest a few people, and you take them back. You come in at night again. Why? You have the night vision. You have all this technology where you can enter at night. And the Palestinians, they can't really fight at night, the fighters. They don't have the same technology, although they still do. And this is what's been going on, raid after raid after raid. Like in the West Bank, there is no Hamas. Hamas is not located in the West Bank. So why do they still enter the West Bank? It's not just Gaza, it's also the West Bank.
I have a question in particular for you or anybody else who wants to raise their hand, but do you think there's anything in particular about this time that caused Hamas to choose this time to make that attack? Did they feel like they were getting out of the spotlight, like people were forgetting about them, or was there
50-year anniversary of Yom Kippur?
Not another. So I saw a video from Hamas where in 2021, the leader of Hamas, I think he was killed before. He said that we picked a date for our operation. We picked the location. He even said where the location was. So supposedly this was planned from 2021, 2022. I'm not sure. But about what you're asking, definitely they said that their main reason of attack is because of these Arab and Muslim nations normalizing ties with Israel. And I think that's what Netanyahu thought is going to work for him, that these nations are not going to mess up ties with us, so they're not going to butt in no matter what we do. Now, all this is flipped on its head to the point that even Saudi Arabia and Israel are talking to each other. When just a few weeks ago, Saudi asked for nuclear weapons against Iran. Now y'all's talking to each other? Look how much things change in history. Over 1 minute, everything shifted. All of a sudden, your enemy is your friend and your friend is your enemy. It's wild.
Ashraf, I want to add something real quick. Just like the Munich, right? With the sorry, I'm going to give you. I'm going to just say something short. Just like with the Russian, right? With the Munich, where many attempts were made to try to make peace and separate themselves from the end goal of war. If any of you guys have been paying attention since 1993, when Jimmy Carter went down to Israel and they signed the Oslo Agreement. Everybody know at that time, leading up to 2012, the right-wing Israelis, they was trying to undermine the peace between Israel and Palestine. They clearly said it. Jimmy Carter ended up making, when the Oslo Agreement was agreed upon, just around 1993, the Israel, the right wing at the time, they shut it down. They said, no, we will deal with this in a different way. That's how we got the Abraham Accord. So just to add to, I guess, what Ashraf is saying is that at some point you will beg, and you'll say, we want this. When it doesn't happen, it's a buildup of something. And I would just like to agree with somebody's points here. Palestine is so fortified to the point where if Israel do go in, it's like fighting a guerrilla warfare to a different level because of the simple fact that they have been going at it for a decade. We're not speaking of 5 years, we're speaking of a decade of building fortification and tunnels, which you will have a hard time to see. That's all I had to say.
You're muted, buddy.
What was the question David asked?
Me about believing their own propaganda?
No, he asked, did they do this because they're like, are they making ties with Israel?
Yeah. I think they did this because, like I've said before, if you got a beef with the United States or the West, and you look at how incompetent the leadership is in the United States and the West, now's the time to make a move. I mean, Iran's making moves, Russia's making moves, China's making moves, Africa's making moves, the Saudis are making moves. Iran is like, even the little guys maybe are realizing, hey, maybe this is the time we push to get the attention we need to try and force a solution or an end to this or whatever. So
you watch out.
They see Biden, they see the EU, and you know, they're just like, hey, now's the time to make a move too. I mean,
Well, Israel
it's game on
expulsion.
right now. If you've got a beef with the United States
Yeah,
and you
it's
think you
game
can
on.
pull it off.
Yep.
Well,
You
even
got it.
Israel, that Israel could be looking at the U.S. as getting weak in their ability as a partner, and Israel saying, like, if they're going to expel the Gazans or the Palestinians at some point, it's now or never. And so Israel,
Yeah, it could
has
be
to
like
make
they
the
know they got to
decision,
lock in the U.S.
either they're never going to be able to
early.
expel those people, God forbid, or now or never.
Yeah, like, so let's say they allow this to happen or instigated it. That's because maybe they're, you know, they want to play the long play and lock the U.S. in now. They don't want us to.
No, they want to expel the Palestinians. It's not
Well,
about
you know, but you know what I'm saying? It's
like
like
Israel wants to do
they
it.
start things now because they want us to focus on giving them stuff, maybe not so much Ukraine. They want to make sure that they're the number one priority, not Ukraine or somebody else.
I mean,
I want to break in on this a little
expelling
bit.
the Palestinians, the now or never. If Israel's going to do, it has to push the Palestinians out of the area, and it's basically now or never.
Let me explain something
I
to
agree
people.
with
How
you,
if I may, about how I see it. Maybe it is the only way to explain it is that the world right now. Vaughn is exactly right. If you were ever to make a move in history of the United States during what presidency that we know, including this one, would you do it? This one. We are so screwed up from top to bottom that we will never be able to respond in any military type fucking way, anywhere, in any type of fashion. And hopefully, and I know this, and I will tell you this, the lower ranks in the officership in the United States Army and all other militaries pretty much understand it. They know that if you get involved in any of this shit, we're not going to be this big brother coming in and kicking in the door and that's it. Our American people are going to die doing this under the command of the most inept fucking administration that has ever existed. And they want to go to war, start kicking it off. And now down in the Mideast, we're already involved in the Ukraine. And they also want to decide that they're going to be able to kick in and, you know, do something with Taiwan. Folks, look at the fucking reality of all this.
I mean, we got lots of good shit, but you know, do you think the chick with the septum ring and the pink hair is gonna be the trigger puller you need her to be at the moment of truth? Probably not.
Yeah, that's the thing here. That's the thing here in the West. We have war, this like Hollywood movie, you know, like Delta 1519er, get down, have some PTSD. People feel sorry for you. You feel special. You know what I mean? I've seen some battles. I can't sleep the night. Give me some love. Give me some of this feeling. You know what I mean? That's the thing. War is so romanticized in the West. They don't understand. Blood. You know, war is blood and sweat and tears. I mean, as one U.S. soldier said, anyone that likes war has never been in a war, has never fought a battle.
That's right. And I want to back you up on this because when we pulled out of Afghanistan, I was on the phone with other veterans at the time in a group for PTSD to help them out. Folks, that did a lot of damage within the United States morale within the veteran community. Because a lot of people realize they have been shafted and lost a lot of brothers, friends, spent blood, lost arms, fucking legs, and all that shit for what? Right? Do you understand that?
For what? Exactly. For what?
For what?
Exactly. For what?
What did we fucking get out of all that? What do we get out of $2 trillion spent on our military industrial complex? None of it has been able to be built shit that's more survivable on the battlefield for our soldiers. I'll tell you that right now.
We send our poor to fight the poor of another country.
Let me finish here. We just developed a tank called the Booker. It's like a tank trying to be an APC. It's the stupidest fucking thing they could do. It's too light to survive on any battlefield. It's trying to do two things at once and will never be able to do either at all because of it.
Hey, can I cut in real quick?
The mind frame. Just hold on. This is the mind frame that your military is in right now. These are the weapons they are forced to use. We could talk about jets and all that shit till we're blue in the face, but where are they? Do you notice the absence of U.S. military air power flying around,
showing its dominance, even if it's outside of areas of combat. Do you see any of that right now? No. And there's a fucking reason why for it. I don't really know what it is, but I'm suspecting some shit, and it ain't good for us. I'm telling you that, people. You got to wake up. We are generations behind in electronic warfare. The Russians have something called the Murmansk BN. It has a range that can hit all the way out to the English Channel. It is both emitter and sensor. It is all spectrum. That thing can throw up so much power. Does anybody know what happened to one of the observation what do you call them, drones that was flying in the Black Sea just recently? It lost fucking contact and had to return to its base on its own, just internal system. It couldn't monitor or send anything back. You got to understand, we haven't, if they're going to throw F-16s, listen to this, and I'm going to tell you this, and this is the only reason why we would give them fucking F-16s. We would want them to fly into the defenses of Russia, and here's the fucking reason why. We would load it up with sensors, send those fools in till they got shot down, so that we record and sense anything that the Russians were throwing at us, so we'd have an idea what we would probably have to come up against. They would be like voids. They would be like drones thrown into the black hole. They're just there to get and require data until they're gone. Because everybody knows those fuckers ain't going to last more than 3 minutes in the air. And if they launch, there's going to be no base for them to return to. That's the reality, folks. I'm sorry I'm on this rant. I have been so fucking fed up with this. I cannot tell you. We have people. Okay, I want to say one more thing. Just let me go.
Get in, buddy. You had your say, buddy.
No. Let me go. And I'm finished.
Have a cup of tea, mate.
This is the thing. Here. Give me one more thing. Here. I see a lot of guys that have that are what special forces in this, and they have all the channels telling all the shit. Not one of them has any clue how to fight fire and maneuver in the Ukraine. Anything they're telling you is from a very small scope of warfare. They are the best fucking guys going to do with their job. I am not brave enough to do their job. But what I am is somebody that is trained in this fucking warfare that they know nothing about. They don't even know what to consider in this type of warfare. All they know is their little part of it. Folks, the U.S. Army is huge. There are armored divisions for a reason. You've just never seen them in action before. Warfare, there are different levels, just like Wyatt said, there are different levels of warfare that you have to have the ability to respond to at any given time. If you are not prepared for that, and all you think is that from above Papa's going to save you, you are a fucking fool.
All right, Betty. Let me get in here real quick.
In reality, I'm sorry.
I'll give it right back to you. Yeah, you're good. I'll give it right back to you. I got to go be a dad after this. But I kind of like one of the reasons I wanted to pop in here was just kind of like my take on it is there's never been a better time since the Balfour Agreement to actually take into account the state of the Palestinian people. Like, if there is so much pressure on everybody, every participant right now, World War III is on the brink, everything is at stake, then there should be a perfect time for the UN to step in, put boots on the ground, have a real election, and everybody's got to sign off on it, because anybody who doesn't sign off on that is going to be unmasked. If Israel says we don't agree, when the UN and the whole international community is there, the Arab League, whoever, and they don't sign off on it, then obviously they're not into giving the Palestinian people a home. And if Hamas doesn't sign off on it, then they'll be unmasked too. So I think it's the perfect opportunity for the world community to finally, after whatever the fuck it's been, what you'll know, Ashraf, 90 years, more 100 years of, people living in concentration camps, of their fate being undecided, of the Sykes-Picot breakdown. That's just my take. And I hope that that's what actually happens, is people do keep in mind the fate of the real people living there, because they don't got a lot of choices, man. They're just,
Bro, as they say, we send our poor to fight their poor. Like we sent our poor here from America to fight the poor people of Afghanistan. Both sides lose, the rich stay on top. As they say, war is nothing but old men talking and young men dying. That's what war is.
There's a lot of people who want to talk, But maybe after people say what they want to say, we could turn to the issue of the possibility of expulsion, because it seems clear that Israel wants to expel hundreds of thousands, maybe over 1 million Gazans out of there to never come back, and just say, is that a possibility? How would that work out? But I know there's probably a lot of people who want to talk, but I think that's an important issue because clearly that's what Israel probably wants to do.
It's like what's happened if you isolate an animal and you isolate that
exactly
weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. That is what's happening in Palestine. The thing is that concern me a lot are the civilians, the poor bastards that can do anything about the situation. If Israel enters, it's going to be a massacre. It's
dream's
so
gonna come
sad
true.
to see.
Your dream is gonna come true, man. My friend, your 6-year-old child died in front of you. They're giving surgery without anesthesia. Now they don't even have fuel to keep the electricity on. They're using iPhone lights to give surgery. Imagine, and then
It's
your
disgusting.
enemy's gonna finally walk in front of your door. Your enemies came to you. No more from the sky pressing buttons. Bro, what would you do? Would you not throw? I mean, imagine your mom is killed.
Oh,
your
these
dad is
guys!
killed, your son's...
I think
Yeah, but that's why Israel's going for expulsion. I mean, you got to say like, okay,
Exactly,
but
you
the
got
thing-
it.
if you're
what's gonna
speaking about
happen-
nationalism, about people that really care about this country are going to fight about this country, we already saw Ukraine doing their best on that, but we didn't see Palestine yet. All these men in Palestine, oh fuck off! They don't going to let that happen. They're going to be. They are going to. You isolated these people, or Israel isolated these people for years and years and years and years. These guys, all these citizens are fucking sick to not be able to do any shit in their own fucking country. What's going to happen? Israel is going to enter. Good luck, guys. They're going to feel it. It's going to be a fucking massacre. And of course, they're not going to kill the man against man, but all these women and these poor children are going to die because of it. Because of fucking ideology from all these years that happened to with Israel to Palestine. I just can't understand why in the world we could let that continue happening for all these years. Continue to give Palestine their play with the Palestine, Israel their play with Palestine. It's fucking nuts.
So
It's
the
like
worry
another
I have is,
Stalingrad.
so the worry is paranoia, you know.
3 weeks, you're going to have the animal protection in front of your door because you isolated that poor dog in a cage for 3 weeks. They do that in a fucking country like Palestine. Just looking at the fishing ground they have, the length that they could go into the sea to fish.
You can't fish in the sea. You can't fish because they have the sewers open on the sea, so they're not even allowed. You can't swim there. The sewers, that's where their waste
also,
goes.
yeah.
Unfortunately.
But still,
So
they go
the-
to fish there.
So when the Israelis eventually do enter, the worry is that over time, because this war is not going to end very quickly, they will get paranoid. Then they will start to fire at any single thing that move. And that's when you get all the civilian casualties, and that's when you get a massacre. That's when you see in the Vietnam War, you have the Americans, the My Lai massacre, where they kill off the entire village because they thought that these guys are supporting or they are the Viet Congs. And you do not know. So every single person, some the civilians they want to do revenge. They just wear civilian clothes and then they just charge at the Israeli. Eventually, every single Palestinian that appears becomes an enemy, and that's the worry. That's the
But
worry.
why is there any difference
Please,
now? But
please
is there
don't
any
give
difference
them
now, though?
ideas.
Can you legitimately create a
That's the
humanitarian
thing, like,
corridor into
no
the
difference.
Sinai
Exactly.
Peninsula?
No, you create a resistance also. It's like in Second World War, you had the resistance. I had family that did that.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, God
Exactly.
forbid, it's like Jews
The
who end up
number,
in
the number is
concentration
going to
camps.
be much higher compared to the guys that you had in Europe in the Second World War that doing the resistance, that tried to save their country by try to reform their own military, try to steal things, that's the resistance. The resistance is in Palestine is going to be huge. We're never
why-
going to see that
Yeah, but
in
how
history.
many,
why
how
I
many
said
can-
it's a
how many can
guerrilla
Israel
war.
force out? Can Israel get 1.5 million people expelled and only leave 500,000 there in the Hamas
They don't give a
fighters?
shit about these people. If they're going to
You
kill
have
them,
to
they're going to
understand
kill them.
something about this
Well, no, I mean,
solution.
they got to expel. I mean, Israel at this point
The
has got
part
to
of
expel
the other side of
majority
the
them.
border in Egypt is basically a desert. It's simple. There is not enough water for 2 million people in this place. It's basically a death contract to try to flee the Gaza Strip.
That's
There
what
is
they're
no
saying.
water in Egypt. You have
I mean,
to
from the
basically
Israeli
build
perspective, they have
in
to be
a
expelled.
few
There's no
days. You have
choice.
to build a new system for water for 2 million people in a few days. Maybe
And
the
that's
Chinese could do that.
In
Maybe.
the Israeli perspective, they have to be expelled. There's no other option.
Exactly. That's what they're
Yes,
trying to
but
do, and this
where?
is how they're trying to enter. This is their excuse. Let's expel them, so that when we do enter, it looks like a major victory. But even President Putin said it's like Leningrad, and you guys know how that was. Our forefathers fought in Leningrad. You know, the siege, and this is what Hamas is gonna do. They're gonna hold the enemy from the belt buckle, so that even if you're gonna use strikes, you can't attack with your air, you can't attack with your artillery without what? Attacking your own men, because I'm gonna hold you from your belt buckle. I'm gonna stay right next to you, as the Vietnamese did also, you know? They'll hold them from their belt buckle where their artillery and their air force becomes mute now. What can you do? You know what I mean? This is something you're worried about. And don't forget, Gaza is one of the mostly densely populated cities in the world. What is it, 25 miles long and 5 miles wide? 2 million people there. Half of them are children. I mean, it's crazy. It's wild. And like I keep saying, you guys got to understand, like, if the Palestinians that are not living there feel this anger and they can't wait for the Israelis to enter, or the Zionists to enter, as we say, now they're going to come on the ground supposedly, but they keep on postponing it. And don't forget, well,
But they
Hezbollah
want to
attack.
expel them. That's why they keep on bombing them, and they want to force Egypt to have to open it up. They already have like 300,000 in refugee camps. I mean, Israel could wait till they get 1.5 million in refugee camps. They could wait. I mean, Israel is probably
What's going
hoping
to happen?
that the international pressure is going to be on Egypt to open up the border
Nope.
to let them be expelled. If that doesn't happen, by saying like, yeah, obviously Israel knows what you're saying. They're going to fight. There's going to be huge casualties. So what Israel probably needs to do now is just keep on bombing until they could expel as many of them as possible.
And don't forget the northern flank, Hezbollah. Hezbollah has already defeated Israel 2
Hezbollah
times
is not
in
going
war.
to move. I'm sorry for you, Ashraf, but Hezbollah is not going to move.
They're already fighting right now. Right now, they're having skirmishes on the
They're
on the
always
border.
fighting, please.
Yeah,
It's not
what
serious.
are you talking about, bro? They're already fighting there now. The Hezbollah fighter died yesterday. What are you talking, bro? I'm telling you, I'm from there. They're going at it on the border. It's light fighting, but they're skirmishing. They're having
Yes,
frontline
light
battles.
fighting.
I'm
Okay,
really
nothing
bad.
serious.
It's like
ATGMs
really
going back
cheating
and forth
for-
at each other. You know, this is how.
Yeah, I mean,
this is
they could
normal on all
escalate. They
borders.
could send more bombs, but God forbid. I mean, they may or they may not. But the question that I think is important is the expulsion question. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of people are going to stay and fight, but what happens at some point to the expulsion question?
Not never going to happen, because the Palestinians know very well, and the logic thinking, if they all live in that country, it's not going to be a Palestine anymore.
That's
And
what
that
they're
is
saying.
Exactly.
That's exactly what they're
That's why
saying.
Israel needs to expel them.
No, so
So,
they're never going.
some of them are going to stay and fight, but probably a lot of them are going to run. They don't want to die.
No, they said the people said we've decided.
Well, some of
Yeah.
them
Either
already
extermination
300,000
or
people have
victory.
went to refugee camps. Like, it's only been 2 weeks and 300,000 people are in a refugee camp.
Yeah, but what you have, old people, children, women.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
People
yeah,
that
but
can't
I'm
fight.
saying, like, in all likelihood, there's going to be a mass expulsion.
No, I doubt it. I don't
A
think
lot
so.
of
Not
people are
this
going to
time.
stay and fight, but probably
this time.
hundreds of thousands, maybe over 1 million people are going to be expelled.
I don't think
You
so.
can
Not this
say
time.
that's not
I
gonna
think they're
happen, like, some
trying
people are
to.
going to fight, but I say,
But I
like,
think
no, the majority are going to be expelled.
The Palestinians,
Over
if
time,
they
though.
leave, they're never going to get their land back again. Just like all the land that was gone after they left, and now it's Israeli land. It's Israeli cities.
It's already that way. The Palestinians, like, that's why.
Yeah,
they're
but they know
involved,
if they
because
leave
have
northern
to-
Gaza, if they leave northern Gaza, that's gone forever. They're never gonna come back. Not even because they say temporarily or after the war is over. After they know this, so they're
Yes, but
saying
I'm saying-
either death or victory. I'm telling you, bro.
Well, yeah, you're
this
telling
time
me,
it's
but
different.
you're one of the
It's
few, you're
different
one
this
of the
time.
ones that are going to fight. But then how many are
I
going
would
to
like
fight?
to add this.
25%.
I'm not gonna fight, bro. I'm not gonna fight. I'm here.
I would like to
you
add
know,
this.
it's sad. All I
You
can do
said-
is
you
just
said
spread the
that
word.
earlier, you think- but I say
I would like
Because
to
I
add
missed
this.
your.
Just quickly. I would just like to add this. I'm about to step out, but all this talking that we're doing basically mean nothing until we see the middle of this war come to play. the middle of the war would dictate how Israel and Palestine will look like. So for right now, we could browse and pull each other hair and knock each other out. But as soon if they do head in, at the end of the day, once we reach like 4 to 6 months or closer to a year of that war, then we will know the state of Israel and the state of Palestine. But I gotta go, guys. You guys enjoy.
Bye bye.
You know, all you guys sound the same. No one is coming up with peace
Richard,
talk.
you need to mute
Let's talk
your mic,
about
please.
peace. Come on, guys. Peace.
Yeah, but you're saying from the Israeli perspective, there is no path to peace.
Everyone
The only way
here is coming up with how Israel is gonna do it.
The United States is never going to be half peace.
Is to expel the Palestinians.
Not going to happen. You need to put that out your
You're
mind.
saying it's not going to
Never
happen. It might
going to
happen.
happen.
I mean, you could keep on repeating it's not going to happen, but it's saying like that's why there's war right now. But just to recognize from the Israeli perspective, the only path to peace is expulsion.
What's going to happen, and as I am fearing of, is that there's going to be a war. You're going to see all these people dying. You're going to see Palestinian getting fucked up. You're going to see Israelian getting fucked up. But what's going to happen after a moment? Some country is going to say enough is enough, and they're going to start to help the Palestinians.
When they're gonna say
And there is one problem,
because
and
this shit has been going on for like 8 days. One day this is gonna end. That one day is gonna end. 18 fucking years gone. Nothing is getting worse.
It's still occupied since the 70s, so it was going to make difference for these guys. You know, it's going to be one thing, and it's United States never going to allow to stop this shit. You know, because if you have a smart president, you're going to try to find peace. You're going to try to find a solution. You don't going to send extra weaponry and extra budget for them. So for me, the big bully is Biden, because that guy is crazy. Already see what he's doing with Ukraine. It's fucking crazy. And you're going to see other countries starting to revolve. And that's just something you don't want to see to happen. Everybody is talking about, yeah, we're going to have maybe World War III. Hey, I have news for you guys. It already started. And it started in Ukraine because of fucking NATO. And NATO is helping Ukraine out. These are all against Russia. It's like the same to say the Cold War ended in the 80s. No, it's still busy. It's still fucking busy. What's going to happen in the future is going to be one fucking big mess, and I don't want to be part of it because it's going to be ugly. Because you have some crazy guys, speaking like Putin is not like so crazy because he already could nuke everybody and everything and every fucking guy.
Mr. Lambo, you from Belgium. You are part of that shit.
Yeah, I mean, God forbid. That's why
but I'm not agreeing with that. You know,
the Palestinians are going to be expelled. Like there might be World War III.
No, stop thinking that. You are busy to speak about the biggest nationalists, the biggest protectors of a country. These guys are the Palestinians. They are never, ever, ever going to leave that country to the agreement.
There's no reason
because why are you going to be the Palestinians? It's never going to happen. You can argue about that for 2 hours. It's never going to happen.
I mean, you could conjecture maybe, but saying Israel already has 400,000 troops. They already have the full backing of the United States. They already said they're going to go in.
Yeah, but look at the history. Look at history of
and you're just like, oh, it's never going to happen. It's never going to happen. It's happening.
Now, the Palestinians know their country, know their place, like all the pockets.
We can hear you, Paul. We can hear you. Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, just too noisy.
But I think that David is right. But in the United States, we hear a lot of stuff about whether or not the world is going to coalesce behind the notion of basically Islamophobia is something that needs to be stamped out or not. I mean, that seems to be what's going on. I mean, like, are other countries going to step up to the plate and say, no, we're not going to let the Palestinians be eradicated, or are we going to let them be eradicated? I don't think that's been made clear yet. I mean, whether or not, if Israel.
If you're just hearing Biden speaking, you know the Palestinians going to be bye-bye. It doesn't
Yeah, are they
give
going
a
to let it?
crap about
Is the world going to let it happen? That's the question. And what
That's
are
not
the
going. In my
risks?
thinking, it's not going to happen. I think
The majority of people don't want that to happen,
Well,
but
even if
we
they
don't.
don't want to happen,
It
could
doesn't
be
matter what
could
we
be better
say.
for
It
money.
doesn't matter.
Can we let Paul finish,
Yes.
guys, if you don't mind? I want to hear from him.
No, I just said, is enough? Is there somebody that's going to step up and say, no, we're not going to let this happen, or are we going to let it happen because we don't want to risk a world war that's going to get really ugly? I mean, if Iran or somebody, or even Hezbollah tries to step up to the plate and protect the Palestinians, they're going to get bombed.
But what can we do?
The United States will bomb the crap out of them. Bomb the crap out of Beirut. And
Well, Biden
does
said he's not going to
anybody
interfere.
want to fight this fight? That's the question. I really don't know if it's
They
going
What
So
you say?
wait. Let Richard introduce himself. And also, Richard, is there are you on? Do you on any other things? Because there's a lot of background noise from your side.
I might be. I'm trying to get. I'm on TV, watching on TV. I'll try to turn it off.
Yeah, you have to turn
I'm
off
from
the
the
audio
U.S.
for the TV
also. Okay. Yeah,
You
my
can mute your
background
mic
is
when
I'm
you're
a
not
civil.
speaking.
Yeah. I understand. If he wants me to introduce myself, I'm a civil rights lawyer. I'm a long-term human rights lawyer. Have been for most of my life. I don't practice now, but my background was in international relations, and I find it interesting. All of you have great points. I mean, I've been fascinated by. I love Wyatt's show. By the way, my birthday was February 24th, so I've been watching Wyatt since February 24th, the night that the war, quote unquote, war started in Ukraine, which we all know didn't start on the 24th of February. But I just want to mention that Wyatt said the other day, and what caught me when I see Open Mic was he said he came on and he was like very intense, and he said, "This is the beginning of World War III," or this is going to be the beginning of what we see. It's far different than Russia and Ukraine because we all know that's established. We know what's going on. By the way, I personally, if I can tell everybody, I hate to say I favor Putin, but let's put it this way. And I'm not for destroying, Ukrainian cities or hurting Ukrainian people. We all know that. But the idea is that we all know what happened prior to 2020 and 22 in all the efforts with our friend Victoria Nuland in 2014. But what I'm going to say, I don't have much to add to anybody else's great insight. The only thing I'm curious to hear from the military people, because I'm not a military person, is what about Hezbollah? I haven't heard too many people talk about Hezbollah. The word is they have. I know Wyatt doesn't think they have the kind of force, but from when you listen to Scott Ritter and some of those kind of folks, they say Hezbollah is not what they used to be. That they really are a serious military outfit, and they could trigger a second front that would obviously all of you have been talking about, which is Iran coming in behind them. Could they take out, say, an American aircraft carrier with their weapons? That's my question to the military experts here on this.
The problem is that Hezbollah has basically the same strategy as Hamas. Basically, is to fight Israeli army inside their own territory in the urban area of South Lebanon, like they did in 2006. It's the same strategy. They are not built toward attacks to Israel. Just could try to do harassment if you want, but not real attacks.
Raiding, more like raiding and stuff like that.
Yes, exactly.
I mean, they could have
I
the
understand.
weapons.
I understand.
Like, for example, the Houthis actually fired against the American Navy, right?
Suffer enough, It's been a lot.
So the Houthis in Yemen actually. So the Houthis actually fired a few missiles, right, against the United States Navy, and then it didn't hit the Navy ship, but it shows that the Houthis have the capability, which means that the Hezbollah might have it also. But the thing is, you need quite a huge number of missiles to actually hit a warship, because the warship have anti-missile like chain guns and everything, so it's not easy to hit, and they can also fire missile against the missile. So you need a concentration of missiles to hit to destroy a warship. It's not so
Saturation,
easy.
yeah.
Yeah. So unless you have a hypersonic missile, that's a different story altogether.
Except for the
One
Moskva, where you
missile,
need
one
only
carrier
two.
drum.
Yeah.
Nunya are
So-
going to have cramps in his hand, I think. If
Oh, sorry,
you
Nunya.
him like that.
No, you see, because he
Nunya,
wear
you can
the
put your hand
sunglasses.
down.
No.
I'm good,
Is that
brother.
you behind you?
No, I just wanted to. Yes, it is. I just wanted to answer Paul's question about whether or not the rest of the world is going to let it happen, and I think the answer is firmly no. And you know, I go back to what I was saying earlier before I dropped off about how the American leadership and their mindset is still stuck in like the early 90s. And when we look at the Middle East now, there's no way in hell that Saudi Arabia or Iran or Egypt are going to let the Gazans get, you know, basically wiped off the planet. They themselves wouldn't be able to survive that, because you look at the demonstrations. I mean, like 1 million people in Jordan. I mean, everybody's pissed. So politically, they wouldn't survive that. That's one. Number two, when you look at outside the Middle East, who is actually supporting Israel 100%, and they believe that cockamamie hospital story and all that? The U.S., Biden came out and said, I firmly support you. I don't recall any other governments. Like Ursula von der Leyen did, and then she got her hand slapped. But most of the other governments in the world are kind of being really hands-off with this, because they know what happened and they know what's happening, but they don't want to openly confront the U.S. about it. So I'm talking about the Western pussy nations. The other nations, the rest of the world, they're firmly condemning it. So I don't see the world allowing this to happen. I don't see the Middle East allowing it to happen. I don't see anybody supporting it in the West. I mean, you just look at today. Look at all the demonstrations around the world today. Tens of thousands of people all over the world demonstrating against it. You can't
London
get
had
anybody.
150,000.
Nunya, it means nothing.
That's crazy. What's
Nunya,
that?
10,000 people in the street in France, it means nothing.
Okay,
if you are
yes,
below,
but you guys are a special case.
500,000, it means nothing
No,
in
but
France.
Shadowy, you guys are a special case in history for
I'm sorry,
protesting.
and I think
So
if you want to know that Macron
You're pro.
is pro-Israel, so
yeah, no, you guys take the trophy for protesting. I get it, but I can just tell you where I am. We had tens of thousands, or probably I think it was around estimated 10,000 people in the streets downtown today. We can't get a protest for more than 1,000 for anything in this city. So, and you're seeing stories of that all over Twitter, every major city, you know.
Yeah, I agree.
That's a reality.
They will succeed just like they will succeed just like truckers did. Same
For the
way.
Americans, you're
It's
saying
really
California-
impactful. It's really impactful to demonstrate. It's really shown anyone shown any success of demonstrations in the street, no matter how massive or small. If the establishment doesn't support it, they will not have any effect. If the establishment, because
Exactly, I think it's
they
different
fight.
I'm an old guy. Like we were protesting against the Iraq war.
If there's a infighting between establishment, one part will send their demonstrators in the street, and they might succeed, but nothing else, because we've seen since Wall Street, Occupy Wall Street, no demonstration ever succeeded. What did they succeed? Vietnam? Yeah, they succeeded when they disappeared. When they disappeared from the street.
Civil
Yeah,
rights.
that's when this. When the Vietnam was stopped. When the demonstrations disappeared from the street. That's when the war was stopped.
There's no
LBJ was thrown out of office because of this.
at all, because right now it's not like the West, NATO, the U.S. They're not going to stop it. They're helping it. They're leading it. President Biden just spoke up, and he didn't call out the war. He didn't say we should stop it. He said America's going to give $16 billion more dollars to help Israel. The
They don't
Prime
even have a
Minister
house.
of England and Germany was just there in Israel, not saying that they would stop it, that they 100% backed Israel. So I mean, the
And France is
reality
going to do
is,
the
like,
same
yeah,
thing.
it might be stopped.
Yeah,
As
do
of
you
now,
remember the do you
they're
remember
hyping
the
it up.
protests
The
against
United States,
about to deliver
United
more
States,
weapons to Israel than it ever has in the past.
United
remember the
States said
protests
they're not
against-
gonna get. They said they're not
remember the
gonna get
protests
involved.
against in 2003 against the Iraq invasion? I mean, they were all over the world. They were huge.
Yeah, but that was U.S. troops.
I
There's no
was-
U.S. troop. It's just
and
money
it
and
did
weapons.
nothing.
I mean, the U.S. is in fact sending troops. The U.S. already sent 2,000 troops. So it's not even a question: is the U.S. going to back it? The U.S. is backing this with troops, with the Navy, and with more weapons than they've ever given in the past.
But to be fair, Biden did say that if Hezbollah interfered, he was not going to interfere in his latest.
Yeah, but
when
he
they
just
asked him
gave
that.
Israel $16 billion in weapons.
$16 billion. He said they're gonna get involved.
Well, there's Hezbollah
They
for
haven't
Israel
given it
also.
yet.
You know.
All this money, you think they're not gonna get involved?
Biden hasn't given it yet.
I agree with you. I'm just saying that's what they're saying. Yeah, that's the biggest problem.
Yeah, it's like take it easy on them. Like he just like giving him $16 billion in weapons, but like take it easy a little bit.
Yeah, it's the same with like the Ukraine war. If
Nonya.
it wasn't funded by the West, would Ukraine still stand?
Nonya
it's
said
the same here. There's
something.
no troop.
Nonya
In
said
fact, it's
something
more than
about.
Ukraine. The U.S. is backing Israel more than Ukraine. It even sent troops on the ground.
I agree. However, you have
It's
problems.
already.
You have
you're-
problems. You have problems this time. From a human rights position, you have a problem. From a human rights law position, and I know the history is horrible. We know that, but you have a different generation protesting across this world. A whole different generation. In the 70s and 80s, and even in the 90s, people were still living the Holocaust bullshit. And the bottom line was, the whole Holocaust genre was. Nobody wanted hands off. The young people don't give a shit about that anymore, really. They care about it to the point where they know it's a historical fact. I'm not denying it. The issue is the Holocaust doesn't hold the same grip on the young people of the world. Even look at Ireland. Look what happened in Dublin last 2 days. Look at their human rights is a big issue among people. Like that's why you're not going to get rid of the Hamas, because the human rights resistance is something born inside the human being. Thomas Jefferson Declaration of Independence is a human rights document, and it's so strange we have a democracy that goes against its own Declaration of Independence, right? I mean, we were terrorists. We were the terrorists to King George, right? We were the freedom fighters to our people. So listen, you're not going to. Human rights does matter, and China is not necessarily on the side of Israel, right? China is the ball. China's the one. Watch China. That's the game. Watch China. They're not on the side of Israel, and neither is Russia. Really, Russia's in between. We know about the 1.5 million Russians inside of Israel, but we all know what's going on. All I'm saying is human rights is matter. I think there's a difference this time. If you see mass slaughter more than what you're seeing when the ground invasion occurs, this is just my opinion. I'm not a military expert, but when you see a mass slaughter with a ground invasion inside of Gaza, you're going to see the world ignite. Maybe it won't stop the Western powers, Biden and the Zionists and Blinken. We all know that. That isn't going to change their mind. But there's going to be an uprising from the street that's different across the world this time, across the world. And what you see already in Egypt today, the unusual pairing of everybody in that meeting. We all know that some are bought off and they're just going to be supporting with their words. But you see a mass slaughter with a ground invasion, it's going to be a different story. And I do agree with some of the others. That's
just fantasy.
You go inside
the
of
lesson
you
from
go
the
inside, real
Holocaust
quick.
is no one's coming to help you. God forbid the Jews learned one thing World War II. No one's coming to help you. You can have your fantasies
That's
about
true.
people coming to help. No one's going to come to help.
My father
And
did.
look what after 2 years
My
of
father
war in
did.
Ukraine.
My father came to help you. My father came to help you. My father he fought the whole thing. My father fought every battle. He came to help you. You wouldn't be here if it wasn't people like my father. My father was an Italian who fought for your people. He told me in the trenches they were talking about. They knew why they were fighting. They knew why they were
20%
fighting.
of European Jews survived. It's like no,
Yeah,
75%
well,
of European
well, guess
Jews
what?
died.
Guess what?
Okay, God
And
bless you.
that's why we're
Father.
talking about you, right? And
No,
that's why we're
because
talking about you.
75% of European Jews died. So yeah, maybe
Well,
maybe you're gonna
Palestinians
come
are going to
help Gaza
survive.
after half of them are dead. If you like your
Well,
grandpa
guess
World War
what?
II,
They're going to
you helped
survive,
them, but
just
still,
like you're surviving.
well,
Human
say
rights survive. My
that's the
father fought for
lesson.
your people.
Well, maybe,
My
but still
father fought for
75%
your
of them
people.
died. But still
He
75%
was
of them
22
died.
He didn't know what
years old.
at
He
the
was
time.
22 years of
At the
age.
time,
Yeah, it doesn't
at
He
the
matter.
was
Still,
time, he
22 years
didn't
of
know
age.
why. There
That
was
doesn't
no
matter. You're
news
living.
about
You're
concentration
alive.
camps.
You're
This
alive
is
because he
There
getting
was
fought.
no
out of
news.
hand. Come
Okay,
on,
so
guys.
you're gonna come and help Gaza when
Richard,
75% of them are already
Yeah.
dead.
Well,
Great.
they're
Come on,
already
guys.
dead
Once half
now.
of them are dead, you'll come and do
nobody
something.
knew about Jews.
Oh, I'm saying human rights matter.
Slaughter of Jews nobody knew about it
Right.
when they fight
Right.
during the Second World War.
It's just
This is on
Holocaust
TV.
was
Yeah.
known at the end of the Second World War. That's when they knew about slaughter of the Jews.
Oh, my dad knew about it in
Nobody
the
knew about
trenches.
why they fought.
My dad said in the trenches they were
knew-
talking about it.
Yeah.
In the trenches,
You-
they
you-
knew
you
about
can't-
it.
Yeah.
You can't
Oh, yeah.
compare
They
the
knew
things
about
that
it.
happened during
Absolutely.
Second World War and now.
No,
You
no,
just
no.
can't compare that. It's impossible.
This is the
It's
Holocaust.
useless to compare that. Now
This
you
is the
have
Holocaust.
everything. You have,
Nobody
you
knew
have
about
everything in
that.
communication
But
that you
the
need. In Second World War, you didn't
question
have
This is the
that.
Holocaust.
That's it.
question
Okay.
It is
at the
Holocaust. indeed.
present is the question at the present is why actually they didn't come in the Gaza ground troops when there's no ground invasion.
Right,
And
right.
I'm gonna go completely
They
opposite
haven't
of what you're
bombed enough
saying.
yet.
I wanna say the completely opposite of what you're trying to say. I think the United States was prepared for a really whole Middle East to join in and attack Israel. They were getting ready to fight all the Muslim world in the Middle East. That's
Well,
what
we
Israel
discussed it
and the
because they want
United
to
States
expel
is
them.
preparing.
You know what's
That's
going to
why.
happen
Because
at
they
the
want
end?
That's why.
because they want to expel them.
That's why there's 400,000 army being assembled in Israel. 400,000. You don't need 400,000. You cannot fit them inside the Gaza. You don't need 400,000. You need 50,000 to get inside the Gaza. So why such a huge army? It's because they're preparing
We already
to
established
fight.
earlier that they're probably going to take 40,000 casualties, dead and wounded, just to take Gaza. So 50,000 wouldn't be enough either. They'd have to go in with at least 100,000, which means they'd
They are
have
not going to put
hundreds of
100%
thousands of
of their
support
men in
troops.
Gaza.
Yeah,
They
the
have to
reason they
take
haven't
them
You
started
cannot
yet is
enter.
because
They haven't
You
gone
cannot
into Gaza
place
because they
so
haven't
many.
bombed it enough.
Hey, I want to answer
You
Yuri's
cannot
question.
concentrate. You cannot concentrate so many people in one small area of the Gaza that you just attacking. Yes, by the time you lose some units, you got to replace them, but you cannot place more than, let's say, 40,000 to be ground assault units inside the Gaza. Rest of it is waiting outside and getting ready to defend against tunnel entrances because they still didn't found where those tunnel exits are. They can
They
be
were
them anywhere
everywhere.
and exit. Yeah, and they can open the tunnels anywhere and just pop out and attack from the inside the camps. So nobody knows. So you have to have a huge army also. If you attack him with 40,000, you have to have 40,000 in the back. Getting ready, but the rest of it is on the borders, getting ready for the borders. What's so important about this is information. It's all about ICR information. If you can destroy the small, huge army with a small army, if you have precise information, where is what to hit, where is what. Kinjal, if the Kinjal misses for 20 meters, if it misses a ship, there's no damage to the ship. So information is so important. 20-meter information is important. You can stop attack of a battalion like we've seen in Russia and Ukraine if the shell hits like inside 5 meters range. That's how precise it has to be.
Well, the other thing
It's
is
all
too,
about that.
precision and
400,000
information.
man army is going to be spread out to the northern border, Gaza, the southern border. It's not just going to be on Gaza, but I mean, realistically, if they're going to go hard into Gaza, even if they do the slow creep bomb and everything like that, and try to have guys hanging back to secure it and all that, I mean, they're still going to probably lose 10,000 guys dead and probably another 20 or 30,000 wounded. So they'd have to have at least probably 100,000 just on the Gaza operation, not just going in, but artillery and
that's if
planes.
everything goes well.
And we know
too.
it's going to
Everything
take
goes as
months.
planned.
I mean, that's the thing too. I've said, look at how the dumbasses got their fucking artillery set up. I mean, a blind drone pilot could just fly over it and just randomly drop grenades and blow up shit. I mean, it's all stacked up right next to you. It's like they didn't learn anything.
And don't forget the duration of the conflict is going to last for months.
Yeah.
You cannot take this 2 billion city in a few days. It's not possible. If they want
It'll be
to
months
take
and weeks
it,
of bombing
it's,
and
months,
moving
maybe
and
years.
bombing and moving.
Yeah, you're
No,
ignoring
bombing
the
is-
strategy. All of you are
once
ignoring
you
the
enter-
basic strategy of bombing them, encouraging them to leave.
No,
That's why they
stop
haven't went in
thinking
right
that they're
yet,
not going
because
to
they
leave.
want
Still has to
encourage
clear the
as
ground.
many as
Yeah,
possible to leave.
Yeah, that's very
Guys,
important.
They
Yeah,
are
that's
not
very
going to
important.
Can I
leave.
answer Yuri's question?
Israel,
'Cause,
go ahead.
could I answer your question? Like, I think your question was, why haven't they gone in yet? And quite frankly, the answer goes into, let's go back to the events leading up to after Hamas went out and did their attacks and stuff like that. We saw in the media for a few days that we were just flooded with articles talking about why Israel needs to go in, why it's going to be bloody, why they have the right to exist, yada, yada, yada. That was the entire narrative. Then that's absolutely what happened. They started dropping bombs inside of Gaza. And then I think it was an apartment building got fucking leveled, right? And then all sorts of pictures and images and video came out on social media. Everybody's horrified. That was the first thing. The next thing was the hospital. That was even worse than the apartment building. I think that was like a day later. Now all of a sudden, I'm convinced the first strategy was go in and make the whole place a parking lot, level it all. That was the strategy. Then you got the old fart coming over the day after the Gaza hospital, or maybe 2 days. The reason they shipped him over there was to go over and tell him, hold on, I'm getting tons of flack globally. All right. I can't even get a meeting with world leaders because they all think that we're war criminals now. We need to change the narrative. That's when they changed the narrative to.
I'm gonna go opposite.
That's when
but
that's when Israel started and U.S. started changing the tactics to now it's not going to go in. We're not going to go in and level the place. Now it's going to be the slow creep, 10 years, whatever they were talking about. That was never in the plan.
It was. Israel didn't
No,
change
they were
strategy. They dropped more bombs today than they did before. You're saying Israel's strategy is to encourage as many as possible to leave. Israel still has the order in place that the top of Gaza should be evacuated. Israel is still sending orders to hospitals saying get out or be bombed.
Yes, exactly.
I'm not saying they're not doing it. I'm not saying they're not doing it. I'm saying the narrative changed.
Well, the
Right?
narrative
And hospital completely
the narrative in Israel didn't change.
By
The
just
narrative
making it
in the
unlivable.
US, but in Israel they didn't
Israel
change their narrative.
demanded
Israel still has the same goal.
northern
It's
part
getting
of
them to leave.
Israel demanded northern part of Gaza to be evacuated. And what hospital told them? Openly, publicly told them, no, it's impossible. We won't do it what you demand. So what they did, they bombed them. Why they keep bombing other hospital? Because they told them openly,
in the
we won't
church.
do it.
In the church.
Yes.
The church
they
also.
showed on
They
the
told
news
them
one of
openly.
the reasons.
That's
Drew,
how they dare
Yeah,
to
but
do that. So we
300,000
have
already
to
left.
bomb them.
I mean, Israel's
That's-
300,000
that's
have
the
already
story.
left, and there's more leaving every
Yeah.
day. I mean, it could be that
Yes.
in 2 weeks from now, if they haven't entered yet, that 700,000 will have left from the north.
The time it'll take for people to evacuate is going to increase.
They're trying to do it cheap
They
first.
have
They're
to
going to
keep
bomb it and make it
forcing
unlivable so people leave as much as possible before they actually have to go in and do something.
But it's been
But the more
Nothing
roads that
new.
they bomb, the slower it's going to be to evacuate, though. So, like, yeah, now maybe 300 have evacuated, but in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, like, not a chance. When there's no
They
fuel
can
left,
give
how are people going to get their
pauses
convoy
and
out?
create corridors. They've got, you know, they can say, "Hey, we're going to stop bombing for 6 hours. Get the fuck out." If people, I'm just saying, you know, the longer the water's off, the electricity's off, the shit gets blown up. I mean, it makes sense to drive people out. They're just making it as miserable as
What's
possible.
the chance that they open up the Rafah crossing into Egypt and now a mass exodus of hundreds of thousands? So right now,
Won't do it.
Egypt and saying the
Who can
originally
open
the
that?
U.S. the media
No, but I
was
mean, they
saying
don't
that
care
Israel's
about
trying
cramming
to
people into
pressure-
one area either.
Egypt
But
won't do it.
Israel's that's
Egypt
Israel's
won't do
sole
it.
hope right now, and
But
even
Egypt
before
won't
that-
do it, and the Gazans won't leave.
Well, that's what they're
Egypt
saying
won't do
now.
it.
That's what they're saying now. What I like
Egypt-
you're
Egypt
all
won't do
assuming
it.
you're all assuming that Israel's strategy is going to fail, but say maybe Israel's strategy of expelling them
Egypt-
into the Sinai Peninsula is actually going to succeed.
No, it's going to fail.
No, it won't.
Who
You-
keeps
it's
the
a war
Rafah
crime.
crossing closed? Who's
You have-
I
you
don't
have
think
people-
this time it will.
David,
Yeah.
I'm going to say
Yeah, it won't
something
this time.
horrible. I think it depends how many
No,
civilians
no
Israel
Nakba.
killed.
No second Nakba.
Israel killed
No second
200,000
Nakba.
civilians.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Yes.
going to be
That's what they're
addictive.
saying
It's
back home. They're
bigger
saying no
than
second
Nakba.
Nebka. Exactly. That's
And
what they're
also
saying. It's a
they're-
Nebka. It's
They'll
exactly.
die.
And
They'll die
everyone-
in Palestine.
They're also
They'll die
You
in
got it.
Gaza.
That's what they're
also-
saying. Mm-hmm. Victory
They're
or death.
also-
Look at
We'll
it.
see.
Now,
God forbid, we'll see.
now the
Israel could win and they'll lose.
concentrated-
Israel could win and they'll lose around the world. They really will.
Well,
Yeah,
maybe.
Look at
And there are a few
I mean, we'll
details.
see.
Yeah, they
All
will.
we do is say we'll see.
No, they
media
will.
is now
Because here's the problem: you got Russia and Ukraine. You got Russia and Ukraine, and the rest wants Russia to be accountable when that war's over. When Russia finally kicks their ass and wins that war, and they're going to win it. The bottom line is going to happen.
Ukraine
is
is
that
on.
then West
Ukraine is 100%.
them.
Yeah, but David,
Russia is
David,
neutral.
David,
They're going to
you
hold
all
Russia accountable.
think you think that the U.S. is going to have your back. They won't. They're a fair weather friend, right?
They do.
They're
What are
going to
you
be
talking
gone,
about?
man.
You are just as complicit in this in the U.S. as Israel.
And so,
Well,
Okay.
you
You could
can
be out
happens
there
is that you have a
protesting,
human
but
rights
as of
problem
now,
with
you are
Russia
just as
versus
complicit
Israel.
Nobody's
as
gonna do
Israel
shit
as
to us
America.
about it, so who cares?
Yeah. No, dude, Israel, their days are numbered because eventually the U.S. is going to pull
Israel's doing the
support.
same thing. You can't do it.
Well, we'll see. No, I mean, but it's saying your claim. I mean, Biden just went there, Schultz, Sunak, and Biden just requested $16 billion. All of the Republicans,
I
like the
know.
one thing in Congress they agree upon, if they could get it, is that they want to give the money to Israel.
Yes.
America's
Yeah,
ready to
I
ship
agree.
it
Republicans
back
want
out
to
of
give money
Ukraine.
to
Yeah.
Israel.
Not Russia.
You might
Let's
do
go
it.
talk in 10
United
years.
States
Not
of
Okay,
the
man,
Ukraine
America.
thing.
grab your
Guys,
Palestinian
Israel.
flag and go out and protest then. But that's not what the president
Yeah.
and the leadership say. So grab your Palestinian
Ukraine
flag. and
Ukraine
join a
war is
protest.
over.
In 10 years, the
Okay,
U.S.
man,
won't
grab
have
your
any
Palestinian
presence
flag
there.
and go protest. But that's not what the
Right, they
president
won't.
said.
I still didn't say what's in my opinion why there is no ground invasion. It's because Muslim world didn't attack Israel. All media is concentrated on Gaza Strip right now. So the whole world is watching what is happening in Gaza Strip. If the Muslim world attacks Israel, they'll be watching the border of Israel and what's going on with the war. While Americans, with all information, can really help the Israel to defend itself. Nobody is going to be watching Gaza Strip, so they can do whatever they want. They can simply massacre or anyone they encounter, which is their plan. That's my thinking. That's their plan. There's nothing idealistic about it. As Richard, you want to make it idealistic. It's a civil rights importance. Nobody cares about that when they fighting. Everybody fights for their own.
Another one with a plan of war.
I agree. I agree what you're saying, but I think in the end, history has a way, like Martin Luther King said, of the arch does come down towards the side of a moral issue. Eventually, not right now. I agree. Israel can kick everybody's ass in Gaza. They'll kill every single one of them. They want to. You know, you heard the defense minister. They're human animals, right? And they will exterminate them like they're vermin. But in the end, just like the Holocaust, you know, we don't like Hitler, do we? We don't like Himmler. And guess what? We don't like the Jews when they kill a bunch of Palestinians in the end.
You know, the Israeli chief of staff,
Exactly.
military chief of staff, said that there is no innocence. There is no innocent
Right.
civilians killed in
Right.
Gaza. Like that's
going to come back to haunt them.
The president said the same thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like for that to be said out in the open, and then you have people in
That's
the West like YouTube
that's going to come
speakers,
back to haunt them. Maybe not
and they're
right now.
saying this openly now. Like it's fascism.
Yes.
Like they're saying openly. You know, yep. Unfortunately, sad, but I think they have the right to do it because it's the only way they're going to end it. It's like, man,
Let me open up another.
This is genocide.
Let me ask you another.
And,
Let me ask
and
you
you know
another
what?
question then of this panel, just real quick. What then does that say about a Western democracy? I just like to hear your views on that. If our leaders are capable of supporting this kind of complicity, whatever power politics and military prowess, what do you think about Western democracy? How is it going to survive?
Well, think about this. When
What
Macron
is
says,
democracy? Ask yourself, what is democracy?
no, when Macron
Yeah.
says to Russia, he tweets, "How dare they attack the?" I actually have the exact tweet. If you guys want, I can read it. How can they attack the electrical grid and water infrastructure of Ukraine? But yet he
Right.
goes on to tweet against Israel. You know, they have the right to defend themselves.
No,
So
that
now,
was that was von der Leyen.
Let
Ursula
me
von
tell
der
you,
Leyen.
Ashraf,
Yeah.
if you are trying to
Von der Leyen.
cite Macron, you are not going the good direction. You should choose another
Because von der
person
Leyen
to try to
I
take
love
the
I
bait.
love Macron. I love Macron. He's a cool
But
dude.
Yes, I know.
there is one funny thing. If you are visiting a concentration camp in Germany and Poland and Belgium, you're going to see, or a monument for the Second World War, you're going to see a line written like "Never again."
Right. Right. Just like you're
Never
going to
again
see
in
eventually.
Germany.
By the
in
way,
10 years,
we saw that
Was
in
that
World
what
War
they
One
do?
also, right? World War One
in
too.
Gaza, in 10 years,
Yeah.
you will see the monument to the
Yeah.
heroes of Israel. 10
Yeah.
Israelis were destroyed, killed here. You know, that's
Yeah.
what
Yeah.
kind of monument
but
you're
I,
gonna see. No, you're not gonna
About
see
about
the
a few
monument
details.
about a million dead
I
and
wanted
2
before
million
we go too
refugees.
far.
just really quick,
That's
I
what you're
have the
not
tweet
gonna
right
see
here.
there.
I want to read the.
Okay, well,
You know,
you cut out. Got
you
the
know,
last
United
2
States,
years out.
United
He got
States,
YouTube.
Well,
United
instead of
But
States.
moralizing and predicting what's
but
going
I
to
want
happen, you
just
gotta
to add
look
something
with the
before we go
facts
too
on the
far.
ground.
There's actually a response to David for you about the evacuation of Gaza. You forgot a few details, like the hospitals. How do you go to evacuate the hospital? You're like people
Yeah, it's impossible.
attached
Yeah.
to
It's
wires
impossible.
as
Can't do
machinery.
it.
You can't put them off or they're going to die. And these hospitals already are
Incubators.
busy. They don't have own
There's
they're
going to be
losing
there's
their own
already a lot
power.
of deaths. There's going to be more.
It's called
I mean,
genocide.
God
Yeah,
forbid.
but I just saying an example. I just giving you one fucking example. How many hospitals do you
Yeah.
have in Gaza?
Richard,
You're
20.
Richard.
uncomfortable with
There
what
were
they
no
have.
incubators, Richard. Saddam took
Yeah.
them all, remember?
Yeah.
That's right.
They
That's
showed
right.
it
Everybody,
on the
Yeah, I mean, it's
fucking
not a
news.
joking
everybody
matter. No, I
knows.
mean, it's not a joking matter. God forbid, innocent, sick people, children, women, old
It's
people
happening
are
right
being
now.
killed, and it's
It's
going to
happening
get
right now.
worse.
Everybody
Yeah.
knows it's
impossible to
impossible.
evacuate them.
It's
Here's
happening right
my
now.
duty.
Impossible.
Everybody knows
Richard,
it's
Richard
impossible
We have
say
the
to
something.
luxury.
evacuate
Richard
a
say something
hospital
about
in such
democracy.
condition.
This
Yeah.
is a
Richard say
result
something
of
about
Everybody knows that's
democracy.
I mean, saying
impossible to
this is
Let
because
Bose,
of
to
let Bose
United
evacuate a
talk.
States,
Let
hospital
Bose,
in such.
let
Hamas
Bose
is
talk.
went
elected.
to
Hamas
United
is the
went to
will of the
Libya.
majority of the people. Israel going to war is the majority of the people. America
Where?
backing the war in Israel. England backing the war in Israel. Germany backing
That,
the war in Israel is the will of the people. It's the result of
No,
democracy.
it's the will of the
no, it
politicians.
isn't.
It has
No,
nothing
it's
to
Yeah,
do
it's
the
the
with
will of
result of
politicians.
democracy. You've seen the
It's
polling.
the
It's
will.
just the
It's the will of
do it. It's
CNN.
just the politicians. Fuck off.
It's the
No,
will of
no,
the
no,
CNN
don't say the
media.
people.
CNN.
Don't say the
CNN.
fucking people.
It's the CNN. The
Mr.
CNN
Lambo,
media.
you are
It's the
European.
will
You
of the
Yeah, I
should
mean, you're
know.
CNN
starting to get rid of
producers.
your own culpability. You're saying like, no, I mean, like you might be a dissident and disagree, but it's
Yeah.
the overwhelming. I don't know, overwhelming
No, it
majority.
isn't.
It's the majority.
No, it
No,
isn't.
That's
no,
not
fuck
dude.
All
off.
of
No.
these countries.
No, it
Everybody I
isn't.
talk about,
No.
everybody I talk
No, it
about,
isn't.
everybody is
No, it's
against
all
Hamas.
crap.
everybody is against terrorism,
No,
but you're not against Palestinians.
Clear. I mean, you could give your. I mean, there's a lot of people who disagree, but the polling is clear that
The polling is bullshit. That's what we're saying.
The polling is bullshit. Noam Chomsky, manufactured consent. Manufactured consent.
Because we're dissidents who disagree with the majority.
Yeah.
So you can give all
But
your
just
bullshit,
pull a poll in the chat on the
fantasies
YouTube.
about reality.
There's a
you're
blue
better off
wave. There's a
accepting
red
Just pull a
wave
poll
coming.
in the
There's a
chat on
red
the
wave
YouTube. You're
coming.
going to
Right?
see how many is going to agree or disagree with you. Just pull a poll in the chat. Just why you have to pull a
Because this
fucking
is a
poll in
dissident
the
channel.
chat?
Not
We're
in
talking
London.
about
No,
America.
but it's the same. It's the same. Do you think if they're going to do a poll with the citizens, they're going
Hey,
to ask
let
two
me
million
just
people?
put
these
let me
polls.
just
Hey, let
time
Boz
out, guys.
talk.
Let me just put
Every
it this
single
way.
newspaper in the country is doing these polls.
Let
Where
Boz
I
talk for a
live,
3,000
huge Jewish
people.
population. Okay, huge Jewish population.
Yeah.
The anti whatever Palestine, the anti Hamas, whatever they're going to call it, rally, got like 1,000 people. The Free Palestine, whatever they wanted to call it, rally, got like 25,000 people. And it's consistent across the world. Whatever,
Yes.
like Richard said, this
Yes.
is all manufactured consent from the assholes
Noam
at CNN
Chomsky.
and whoever.
That's what the pro-Israel forces don't need to rally because
Let
of
Boz, let Boz talk. Let
people
Boz
in
talk
Europe,
first.
people in Europe, they go with the Ukraine. Russia is this, Russia is that. Everyone was like, okay, Slava Ukraine, Slava Ukraine. But everyone knows what Israel has been doing to Palestinians. So when they came up with these people are animals doing this and that. No one here agree with Hamas because what they did, they just lost their right to fight.
Right.
But
Right.
what the Palestinians been suffering deserve to be
The context.
held. Yes, that's why you
I'm
see.
sorry,
I'm really surprised with Spain. The number of people in Spain that came out in defense of Palestine was like, wow, this is what human rights should be like. Here in London, a lot
Yeah.
of Jews,
Yes.
a lot of them came out.
Yes.
About
Yes.
10,000 people, and 10,000 people in London, and I believe 1,000 were Jews. They want
Yes.
free Palestine, free Palestine. That was
San
something I was
Francisco.
like, wow.
Because I'm going to
San
say
Francisco, the
something
same
about
thing.
France.
Lots
I
of
don't know
Jewish
what it is
people
in
came
your
out
country, but
against
in my country, there is a lot of people who basically, it's very sad, but it's a reality in France, who don't like Muslim. And they think that half of them are terrorists, basically.
Yeah, but you know,
Stupid, but it was they think. So
But something
when
in
the
Europe,
mainstream media shows
it's
them
France.
all
You know,
the
this is France. In France,
video,
people don't know what they go on street for. They
I'm
just
sorry, but
love
a
to
lot
go
of
to the
people in
street.
France,
They just love to go to
a
the
lot of
street. They
people
don't
in
know what
France
they fight
think
for.
Israel election are justified.
Don't disrespect France, please.
Guys, I
Because
think you guys are wrong.
What?
so easily.
If you change the price of the bread in France, they go on the street. You see these people. They
Guys,
go on the street for anything.
Oh yes, that's true.
Let's not
Guys,
get into
I
Franco.
think
That war
hello,
was decided a long time ago. Let's not talk about Frank and British.
okay, hello, guys. This is what I think is happening right now. I have 5 things to say. So first, I would say, I think Israel set all these things up in my own view because when you look at it, right, why are they firing rockets from Gaza? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up. It's so silly. And second thing is,
They should send
everybody
rocket
that
from
gets
Argentina, right? Where should they? Where do they send the rockets from?
Wait, let him talk. Let him talk.
Wait a minute. See, this is like when you don't have other way to run and you start fire a rocket. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up. Like the West Bank there, they didn't fire anything from West Bank. They only fire from Gaza that's so little that have no other escape route. It doesn't. Then the other thing is that everybody that's getting out from the Gaza now, they only have a one-way ticket. They are not coming back. I think, in my own view, is that Israel is trying to kick all the Palestinians out of Gaza. Okay, and that's why they have to set up the whole thing. America has never been in hype of war since Second World War. Now every American Senate are so hyped for war, right? And I believe Israel want to take the advantage of this. And second thing is that Israel tried to call Iran in to this war. They are do everything to call Iran in so that way they could attack Iran. And Iran understand what is going on. They are trying to restrain themselves, try to pull back as much as they could. But they want to drag them into this war so that way they could attack them and take them out once and for all. I believe that's the goal. And I think Iran knew that. And this is why Iran knew what was doing. Iran is buying time. They are buying time because right now, what Russia are doing, right, is that people are focused on the Russian war front, but the reality is different for what people are saying. Okay? Right now, in the Russians, they are accelerating. You know, when you read in the media, they keep saying one thing every day. Oh, right, China, Huawei. Huawei has developed 2 nanometer. Reality is what they are saying different. Okay? What I'm saying is that right now, Russia has been advanced in their own computer technology. It's translating to the, they are converting it to the China. So whatever they are saying, hold on one minute.
Yeah, the big thing is that Russia and China together will decide this what's happening, and there's already news that China is sending 6 ships to Middle East somewhere. That's pretty big development, I would say, if that's true. That's just one news that's happening. They're sending so they can observe and send a message. Yeah, we're just waiting. We're not gonna let just like this Putin's mixed message with the Kinjal. At the same time, they fly in the Black Sea. So basically, to interrupt those global hawk drones from spying on them, but at the same time threatening the ships in the Mediterranean Sea. Well, now China is sending 6 ships into the area. It's saying, "Oh, it's not just your word. What's gonna happen? We're gonna decide. We're gonna decide. You got to talk to us."
It's a unipolar world. No more unipolar world.
Yeah.
No more unipolar world.
They're sending that message. Yeah.
What I was
So
what I was
that's
going
a
to
big
ask.
play.
Go ahead.
What I was going to ask was with Egypt and the border crossing, how much of Egypt's decision to not open that border is coming from China? China obviously doesn't have a lot of favor for Hamas or any kind of Islamic terrorist group given history. So no one does, exactly. So like keeping them in Gaza and preventing them from coming into Egypt, which how many revolutions have they had in the last 20 years? They've only just built the brand new, the capital 10 days walk out of the... if you have 2 million Palestinians flood into that country, how is that going to affect the Suez Canal and shipping and the fact that, like, the timing? Everyone's asking why now? How many months after Egypt joining BRICS is this happening?
Take care of
I doubt it has much to do with China, to be honest. I think I would think it's more just the history of how Hamas evolved out of the Muslim Brotherhood, which has a tendency of overthrowing the governments that you just mentioned. So they've got no love for Hamas, number one. Number two, what are they going to do with another 2 million people out in the desert, as somebody mentioned previously? There's no water out there. And then thirdly, they're going to get international pressure not to open up. They're going to get international pressure from other Arab states to say, if you let people out, like even if they wanted to go out, once they're gone, they're never coming back in. Right?
If these people leave, they never ever gonna come back. Never ever gonna come back. They're
So
gonna
yeah, I doubt it has much to do with China. Like
I don't know
doubt
why
it,
even
yeah.
there's
There was
a
actually a question I want to answer to Richard, because he said previously about are these carriers of the United States able to do something, attack? And they're going to say yes, but not now. If you have a situation, so I just go into the future.
What's that?
I think he pressed the wrong button.
Something happened.
He kicked himself out of the room.
You there? I lost you there.
Yeah. What another thing we shall say about democracy? Remember, United States were all the time. Libya needed democracy. Okay, they went to Libya for democracy. Look at Libya now. That's democracy. If that's democracy,
I agree.
the next time United States knock on your door and say you need a democracy, please close that door, shut that door, make sure don't let these people in.
If I may,
Because
that's what Lavrov.
if that's democracy, I don't want that shit.
Lavrov has been making that argument to the UN about the Russian situation. He's been saying this for months. If you follow Lavrov, the foreign secretary of Russia, he says this rules-based order from the UN and the West and the United States running their show, look what it's done. He said, you can't say that in Iraq, Syria, Libya, Afghanistan, anything they've ventured in to get democracy has worked. You know, the experiment's not working too well. And because it's never really been designed for quote unquote democracy, we kind of, and I say that as an American, you know, I'm not trying to shit on my own country, but I'm just saying that human rights has been left aside a long time ago. George Bush and Dick Cheney had nothing to do with human rights, and we know that. I mean, some of us in America, we're not all crazy, you know, American patriots drinking a lot of beer over here. But what I'm going to say is that, you know, that's why I raised the question. I think it really raises the issue: is democracy retreating around the world, or is it gaining? And I don't know that it's going to gain if Israel goes into Gaza and wipes out 2 million or 1 million people or 700,000. I don't think democracy is going to get a good phase.
Presently,
you know, Israel says
democracy
it's
is losing as a system. Democracy is collapsing as a system, but not permanently, because it's just gonna. This is one of the hackles that are happening now, and they're gonna find the world is gonna find the antidote to this completely bought of politicians by money. So they're gonna look for the. I mean, the world is gonna look for the solution to the bribing the politicians, because they all don't care anymore about people that they voted them in. They only care about how to get money in for the campaign, election campaigns. That's all they care about, how to bring in the money. So, and they get bribed, not directly, but this is the type of the bribe, because they care how to get the money, whoever is sending the money for the campaign, because that's the way they get higher positions within the party, within the government, right?
The 100
so
billion,
in time,
if I may say,
so
I agree with you.
Huge
the $100 billion
kickbacks.
report. You actually have Mitch McConnell, you have the leaders of the Senate, even on the Republican side, saying why they're justifying $100 billion to Ukraine is to say, well, most of that comes back to our defense contractors. So you know what's going on. That it's not really
and
for
to
Ukraine.
Kickbacks to the
politicians,
Congress,
the military-industrial complex. And by the way, the $16 billion to Israel, that's not going to the Israeli citizens or the poor people who just got slaughtered on October 7th. That $16 billion goes to Raytheon and Lockheed and the military-industrial complex of Israel.
But in time, the people, like every system, new system, democracy was a new system post-World War, basically. So before that, it wasn't really a democracy, some kind of mixture until the women started voting in and everyone. So it's more like democracy after the Second World War. So that as a new system, that worked. That worked.
We had slavery.
That worked. Okay, it worked for 30, 40 years, but now it's slowly disintegrating.
Well, the concept.
every system suffers from that. Every system is good. New system is good in the beginning, and then it suffers from corruption after a while. Sometimes it lasts only 10 years. Sometimes it's but even fascism was working good for some time. For 10 years, fascism was doing good, improving the lives. Right, but then it got wrong.
Don't you think though? Wait a second. Don't you think that like you're talking about fascism was working, and nobody really wanted to like step up to it and say no, this is wrong. I mean, and then we have the same problem, and I agree. You know, so my problem is if Israel goes into Gaza and fight and kills and does whatever they're going to do, who is going to step up and say, no, we're going to stop you from doing this? Do you think Hezbollah is a little, what I understand, they're reluctant. They don't want to get bound by the United States third, the fleets or whatever that are in the Eastern Mediterranean right now. You think Iran wants to like step up to and help the Palestinians? I don't know if people have this, and you've seen this for the Ukraine war with Russia. They do not want to piss off the United States because they view the United States as a crazy fucking country that will do fucking anything. You know?
Yeah,
This is why I'm scared of United States. It's not because they are strong military. It's because there is a lot of lunatics there that got this idea to use nukes.
But that was I tried to explain before my tripod crashed down to Richard, also for Richard's questions, because you also say Iran. At the point, some countries going to help the Palestinians, and you're going to have United States that are going to react to these countries. So that's why we have these carrier groups in front of the sea. That's not for Palestine. They're not sitting there for Palestine. And you're showing the new Rolls-Royce 13 billion carrier. 13 billion carrier, one ship, 13 billion. Need to.
Yeah, but
what's going to happen? That they're going to use that carrier to attack Iran when Iran is going to help the Palestinians? Then you're going to have the Russians are going to react to that because Iran is friends of Russia.
But the point is they're not. The point is they're not. The Palestinians have been getting the shit kicked out of them for the last fucking 20 years, and nobody's fucking stepping up to the plate to help them because they don't really give a fuck. Really, they don't.
No, it's no.
When push comes to shove, Israel knows that they can go and beat the shit out of fucking in Palestine without goddamn fear of any retribution, because nobody wants to stick their toe into the water of getting bombed by the fucking crazy Americans.
America is nuts now for the moment. But I don't. The situation of Palestine never happened before. If Israel goes enter Palestine, we're going to talk about how many dead civilians, how many dead people in total. Going to be. It's very small, it's very populated. It's going to be carnage. That's going to be the good term to say a meat grinder. Bakhmut is going to be shit because you already said that Bakhmut was a meat grinder, but that's going to be a fucking joke compared to what's going to happen to Palestine. No country, no ally of Palestine going to let that happening for a long time because it's going to be. We just don't. You need to put your mind in which type of war you're going to have. If you're going to enter Palestine, the Gaza
the only way it will happen is if the people in that country say, "Look, you got to step up to the plate, goddammit. We're not going to go for that." I mean, we tried to do this. We tried to do this, United States, when we were going to invade frickin' Iraq in 2003. People said, "No, this is wrong. You can't fucking do this." The streets were filled with people. The rest of the world was filled with people who said, "No, this is wrong. Don't do this."
Now most of these people work most of these people work for the mainstream media, and they are making propaganda for war.
But
This
The
is what
if
Palestinian
wrong with the
there's a
situation
United
is
war,
States.
different. We can't
if
compare all
Egypt,
the other wars.
Lebanon Iran attack Israel, then nobody's gonna pay attention to the Gaza Strip anymore. So the Israel will be free to wipe it off the earth.
No,
What
the
do you understand?
I hope
Like,
not.
like
I hope
is
not.
anyone does
The
anyone
Palestinians
does
in the
anyone
West
pay
have been
attention?
protesting for
Does
decades.
anyone in the world pay attention what laws are implemented inside the Verkhovna Rada in Ukraine? No, because everyone watches only the front lines. Is it moving? How meters move this way? How much meters move that way? Well, the Ukrainians do like ban all parties, ban all free talk, ban all like completely
We
kill
know that.
democracy.
They recently banned the
We know
Orthodox
that,
Church,
but the
and
world
no one
doesn't
understood.
know. That's why I was saying that Israel needed the foreign countries to attack
Yeah.
them so that the media doesn't pay attention to Gaza. That's
Yeah.
why US wanted.
But that's not
They
going to
wanted.
happen.
They waiting.
Palestine is
They
unique.
waiting for that.
Palestine is
Yeah.
unique
That
because everyone has been following it for 75 years. You have hundreds of thousands of Palestinian refugees all over the West. Palestinians have been doing BDS for 20 years. They've been protesting this for 20 years. They're ready. Even like Jewish allies, all sorts of people. There's not a single person really in the U.S. who hasn't had Palestine blasted on them for 20 years. So now is the biggest death total, like, maybe ever, the biggest military incursion on both sides. It's the single biggest issue in America. These are probably the single biggest protest in America in at least a decade, and it's only going to get bigger because, and that's not just the U.S. There's Palestinian refugees
London.
basically everywhere. I'm saying,
Yeah.
like, hundreds of thousands of Palestinians have fled all over the world, South America, Australia, everywhere in the West. I don't know how many are maybe Russia and Ukraine, and they've been pushing this issue. That's the main thing that they've been doing, and they're in the streets. They're organized. They already have the networks. So if Israel does continue with this, it will be against public pressure. And
Yeah.
Israel, relatively, they're used to doing this against public pressure. It's saying, like, I've been following these wars my whole adult life, 2002, 2006, every few years. And there's always protest and public pressure. And generally the elites, the corporations, the politicians will back Israel. The public will start to turn against Israel. And then the elites will slowly give, like, okay, you got to back off a little bit. And
Yeah,
at this
but they're not doing that though. I mean, they're still bombing the shit out of
because they got
Palestine. I
leeway,
mean,
because this is like a pattern that's happened many times. So it's only been 2 weeks. So as of now, everybody in the West is 100%. I mean, of the leadership is 100% just pure. Israel has the right to defend itself, giving back more weapons. Maybe in another 2 weeks they'll start pulling back, and then after
yeah,
another,
but your
after
premise
another
doesn't. Your
month,
premise that they're going to eradicate. Their premise that they're going to push them out of the country doesn't work. Then I mean, in order to push them out of the country, they got to fucking keep going. They can't.
well, they're
can't
stepping
pull
up.
back.
Israel's
They can't
stepping
pull
up
back.
and bombing. Israel already has 300,000 in
Right.
refugee
So
camps. Like,
so if they're
if
going to
you're
keep
Israel right
pushing,
now, you're calculating this. You figure maybe you got another 2 months where you have full support of the West, and then maybe another month where the support is waning, and in 2 months they got to stop it. So Israel might have this calculated out in terms of the their public support, how much they could have to do, the threat of the ground invasion, the bombing, and even if they do the ground invasion, but saying these protests and the public support, it takes time, it takes months for it to turn to actually stop it. And you're saying, like, just the fact is Israel is aiming for expulsion right now, and they still might get it.
but again, I mean, if they're just going to push the Palestinians out of the country, out into the sea, because they want them out, they want them gone. That's what they're gonna. That's what they want to do.
You
So
know that
if they go in there and they start doing that, who is actually gonna say no?
Well, no, I'm
Nobody.
saying
you
it's
know
going to
that
take like a month You're saying if Israel,
Iran's not going to attack. Hezbollah's not going to attack. Nobody's going to fucking attack.
well, you're saying they have a
agree with you,
window
Paul.
of opportunity. So
Yes.
Israel has wanted to expel the Palestinians for decades. This is maybe
And this
the
is
best
their chance.
opportunity they've had, and they maybe have a month to do it. And so whatever their
David,
strategy is, they have
And
4,000 troops ready.
David, I'm going
David,
to
They're
cut
David,
you.
the hell out of them.
Please listen to
They
me,
have
David.
300,000 in refugee camps. We'll
David,
see what
David,
happens over the next
no, David,
please,
do,
please.
David,
Yes,
do you
please
know
listen
that
both.
game? Wait, do you know that game in the
genocide.
fair? You know that big box with all the holes in it, and then it pop out an animal, and then you need to slap with a hammer on the head of that
Whack-a-mole.
animal, and then
Whack-a-mole.
going to go on another hole, another animal, the same
It's
animal
called
back again.
whack-a-mole.
Yeah,
Yeah, whack-a-mole.
that is a tunnel system in Palestine. Good luck to Israel to fight the Palestinians. Good luck. You're going
No,
to hit,
but
you're going to pop out somewhere
you're
else. You're
missing
going
the
to hit, you're
point.
going to pop out
There's
somewhere
two
else.
separate things that Israel wants to do. They want to expel large amounts, hundreds of thousands, over 1 million Palestinians, and they want to fight Hamas. And so what they want to do now is get them out of there and prepare for an expulsion. After that is going to actually be the battle. But like the battle now, like it's pointless for Israel to try to do the battle before they've got as many people out of there as possible.
I wanted to
That's
ask
never
something about
going to happen.
Please,
That's
please,
what you're
please
saying
speak.
like
As many
2
people out
hours.
of there as possible, they're probably not going to
Please.
go in. I mean, saying the ground invasion is basically contingent upon getting as many people out of there as possible. If they don't do that, there's almost no way it's going to work.
Yeah, you know what?
Okay,
You know
I
what?
want to add
You
something.
know what?
Please,
You know,
Paul, please.
Will
I want to add
the
something.
world allow?
Please, let me speak.
Everybody
Go
in
ahead.
Palestine, everybody in Gaza should just all give up and walk out and say, like, we surrender, like a Martin Luther King thing. We fucking surrender.
gonna
Let's just
happen.
walk the fuck out of fucking Palestine or
ethnic cleansing.
Gaza straight into Israel and say, we surrender.
300,000 already have.
Mow us down.
300,000
No, they
Mow us
haven't.
down.
No, they haven't.
Dude. What are we gonna do?
300,000
No, they
already
haven't.
have.
No, they haven't. Not
Yes, they are. They're in
300,000.
the refugee camp. They're in the UN
Not-
refugee camp.
Oh yeah, they're
No,
inside
they are
Gaza and
waiting at the
you're
border.
getting bombed.
Not
They're in the
refugee
bombing. They're yes, they
How
are
can you be
getting
in a
bombed in the
refugee camp
refugee
if
camp.
you're still in your own country?
Well, even if they are,
But
but
listen,
no, like
the
a
question
lot of
is:
them are going to surrender.
Is
Some
the
are going to
world
stay and
going
fight,
to? Is the
and
world
some are
going to
going to
allow
stay
a
even though they don't
Holocaust?
plan on fighting. But the point
Is the
now
world going to
now,
allow
they
a
gotta push as
Palestinian
many of them out of
Holocaust?
there as possible.
That's the question. The question
And all
is
you
the
just
world
kind
going
of
to allow
bitching,
a
like, blah, blah,
Palestinian
you can't push them
Holocaust?
out of there, but it's clear that that's what Israel
Is
is
the
doing.
world going to allow a Palestinian Holocaust? That's the question.
Yeah, and Richard, the answer is yes.
Well, that's what we're going to see.
It doesn't matter. Please, Paul, listen to me. Please.
You
I
know,
want to ask you.
Israel.
Do shadowy
Please.
first, please.
Yes. What I want to say is we speak about towers, about how the Israeli army is going to be basically destroyed when they are going to invade Gaza, okay? They are going to suffer a lot. So the other countries don't need to help Gaza because basically it's going to cost a lot to the Israeli army already. So it doesn't matter for them to help directly or not. So Hezbollah don't need to attack. Iran don't need to attack. I agree with Richard that on Paul that the question is about the refugees on the Egyptian border. That's the true question. The attack of the other country or the reaction of anyone doesn't matter because the cost is already going to be very expensive for Israel. So you don't need to add to that. The question is the Palestinian
Oh, I think it's
civilian.
going to be very
That's
high.
the only question.
Right. Well, I agree. I
Yeah.
think it's
So
going
we
to
need
be
to
very,
start
very
to
serious if hundreds of thousands. I'm sorry, if 100,000, even if 100,000 Palestinians die, I'm talking about civilians. Going after Hamas, and I would say, to those that believe in Israel's rights to defense, which the elites do, if they even just say they take out all the Hamas they can find in a 2-month effort, and I agree with Deval is saying about the window, and they're looking at, that's a very strategic way of looking at it, and this has happened before. But this time they have to go. They say their stated goal is to go after and exterminate Hamas, sort of like what Putin said at the beginning of Ukraine, where I want to decapitate the neo-Nazis and denazify Ukraine. Well, he found out that it's not that easy to take out indigenous Nazis in Ukraine, right? Well, They're going to have a hard time taking out every single. What about the young kids that have now been wounded in these civilian bombings? You don't think in 10 years and 5 years they're not going to want to kill some people? They're not going to want to go become part of the resistance if they relive.
Richard,
That's
why
war does.
Israel's plan is expulsion. Even think from the world perspective, when you say that okay, God forbid Hamas attack, there's always going to be war. The only answer is to have them go someplace else.
Or a two-state relation. A two-state. What about a two-state?
War and war and war. Hamas is going to come back. If Israel, basically, the only way they win is expulsion. And you're saying it's not going to happen, but it's saying factually that's the only answer. And even you is like,
the question is
Palestinian, you're saying like, what should you do? Your best option is to leave. And you, as someone who wants to help the Palestinians,
all the Arab states
pressuring Egypt, other nations to take them.
No, what they say, the UN today, 31 Arab nations, the UN and 31 Arab nations say there should be a two-state solution. That's what they say. Now, I don't know if the Arabs want that, but I mean the Palestinians really. But the idea is a two-state relation. I don't know if that's going to work. But
yeah, it's not going to work. That's what I'm saying. That you should be pressuring the Arab nations.
You know what, Richard?
To
it's going to work if the second state is in
Take
Egypt.
them, and leave the land.
Yeah, they say like the Hamas was voted in. They waged war, and
so
they
after
and now they got to go. Now they got to go, and they're never coming back.
Why did they wage war?
And the ones that don't want to go, they're going to have to fight, and most of them are going to be killed.
After
why did they
8
wage
decades
war?
of fighting, after 8 decades fighting, you want them just to we give up.
No, it's saying that the humanitarians say that basically Israel's saying we're going to level this place. Anyone who's left is going to be killed. We're giving you a window of opportunity to leave. If you're a humanitarian someplace else in the world,
you killed my grandparents.
Take them in.
You killed my grandparents. You killed my parents. Now I'm gonna say, okay, I'm tired. Nah, you might kill me too.
Yeah, we know. That's the point. That's the point, because there's too much of a blood feud. It's going to go on forever. So either we got to kill you all, every single one of you, or push you to someplace else.
Yeah.
Okay, I have a question.
And then everyone's gonna look at Israel the same way.
Yes.
The world
Nazi
looks
Germany.
at Nazis. Yeah.
I have a
Is
question.
that why
you're already speaking for 2 hours about the same shit, about the same topic. We need to change topic, dude. Come on. You're looping around.
You guys are just fantasizing about someone coming to save
I said at the
Palestinians.
beginning, this is something I don't want to talk about.
You're not going to be able to turn
Wyatt said
off the
World War III.
You're not going to be able to.
Wyatt said World War III the other day.
It's going to be on every
Yeah, I
channel.
remember. I was like, what the fuck?
World War III.
Guys, you're
Wyatt, come
looping.
back
Come
on.
on. We need to stop that topic. We need to stop that topic. If you're looping around, you don't know. If you're going to rewatch that open mic, you want to say, what the fuck? You're busy talking 2 hours about the same shit, and you're just looping around.
I have one more last question. I have a last question.
That's the basic
It's very
of life.
serious.
About it. Yeah.
So
It's very important. World War III. It is important.
Like the
It's
stream
real
is
important.
talking about the war in Israel.
Yeah, but we're talking about the same shit. You're still asking the same questions, or for 2 hours.
Because you guys
long.
are ignoring
You
the
need to
main
stop
point.
it.
There is no main. The thing is, there is no main point.
Look, there's 10 people here. Why don't we take one at a time saying who is going to save Palestine?
Hello, guys. I have a prediction. I'm about to say something. This is what's going to happen between now to 2025. Okay. First, soon between now to 2025, they are going to take Zelensky out. That's the first thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
What the news?
If it's lucky, if Zelensky is lucky, it's gonna get shot. If it's not lucky,
maybe
they're gonna tie him and burn him alive. Okay. Secondly, Russia is gonna find unusual ally, and the Russian ally is gonna be Azov Battalion. Okay. What? Yes. Russia is going to find unusual ally.
No.
And their ally is
No,
going to be
as long as
Azov
That's not
Battalion.
That's a little. Now we're going a little far.
We
That's
don't
insanity.
talk about the
Stop it.
future like that.
they'll
It's-
respond very negatively to this.
This is
No, no.
You guys
Can I
believe
talk?
it,
Can
right?
I
You guys
talk about
believe right
You
now.
recruit for the
But
front
believe
line.
me, Russia gonna have Azov Battalion as an ally when the time comes.
And
Do you
to
know
do
why
No.
British
that,
are
that's gonna
sending
make that's gonna
special
make
force?
Mike. That's gonna make Russia a fascist country.
That's very bad for PR. That's
Believe me,
very
when
bad
the
for
time
PR.
comes,
No,
he's gonna
That's a
be the
PR
That's a heck
ally
of an
of
insight.
Russian.
Listen, Mike, that's a
can I
PR
talk?
success for
Can I
Russia.
talk?
I think they're going to kill
And after
Zelensky.
that, what's going to happen? Because it's going to become funny.
Can I talk how fucked up my country
It's
is?
like saying that. Okay,
I want to
please, please.
listen to the following.
I want
What's
to
happening
talk
next?
You guys
about
don't
how
believe it right now, but when the time comes, you guys gonna see.
So they
you
are
will
allies
see.
now. But
It doesn't
what are
do
they doing
years.
Still
together?
got a
Because I
few
can
parts
talk
of
about
Ukraine
something
we
in
could
2 years
go over real
also.
quick
I
before we
go.
hit the 5-hour
I
mark.
go. I want just to talk some funny shit about Belgium because Belgium is funny. First about Ukraine, our minister said a few weeks ago that they're going to send some F-16s. Wait, the good part is coming in 2025. There is something about that. We are still not having our new F-35, so these F-16s are never going to leave the country. And in 2025, we're going to have new elections. So the minister, there's no deciding that, is not going to be minister anymore. Impossible. Not going to happen. So you're going to have a new government. There's going to be a much funnier part because we are going to have a very big problem to have a new government. So that can take a year or two to have a new government. Happened in the past, not so long time ago.
You have to
It's
understand
going to
that
have that.
Belgium
But
could
actually,
function with the
Belgium
government.
promised. Wait, Belgium promised F-16s to Ukraine, but actually it's never going to happen because one, we're not going to have a government to decide about it, and second, maybe Ukraine not going to exist anymore. So that's a good thing.
Their
And then the
pilots
second
don't read
part.
English.
The only thing anybody
Question.
give a shit about Belgium is their fucking waffles. Who give a fuck? Who gives a shit
And
about
What
beer, Belgium
what
fries,
make
don't
you
forget.
guys not believe Russia
But
is gonna
wait,
ally with Azov
I was
Battalion?
still speaking. I was still speaking about Belgium. And something that happened last week because we had the European qualification game with Belgium on soccer, Belgium against Sweden, and we had a terrorist attack that killed 2 Swedish people. And now it's going to be very funny. First, it was discussing what happened. I'm going to say that. But that guy was an immigrant from Tunisia, and so they killed him. So they find him and they killed him.
always
And what happened
enough.
is that the government sort of never knew about some cases about him. Actually, he was already very dangerous for a long time, and what happened is that so that guy needs to had already had I think 15 papers to leave the country because in Europe you get a paper you need to leave the country. You're not able to stay in the country, so you get a paper to leave the country. So they're just asking you to leave the country. Are we talking about maybe 150,000 people in Belgium only, migrants that are not allowed anymore to stay in the country? So they're just getting a paper. That guy was already radicalized for a few years, was a danger, was reported for other countries to Belgium to say, that guy in your country is dangerous, you need to do something about it. What happened actually is that the magistrate, so our minister of justice resigned because he took responsibility from that case. The magistrate of the court actually said, I never got that paper. I never got that dossier about that guy. What he says also that book with all his stuff and that was in another closet, so I never saw it.
What the hell are we talking
And
about?
the thing is, the magistrate you're not even able to fire him. That guy has the power to say to himself, "I'm going to leave." He's never going to do that. He's still working. So you need to know how fuck up Europe.
I knew
What
that
about-
guy was well known by the Belgian. They always know them. The only way they talk about them is when they do something bad.
But it's disgusting,
By
you
the
know.
way, Zelensky a few weeks ago said something, that there's too many people, too many Ukrainians in EU, and if the EU stop helping Ukraine, these people might not taking it really well. So you
Yeah,
know
he
what
did
that
say
means.
that.
You
Yeah,
know what
he
that
said
means.
that. He called for a
Please.
jihad.
Yeah.
He called for
You know
called for
where the
jihad.
coke is coming in Europe. The coke is coming in Antwerp, and Antwerp is in Belgium. So we can just block the port. He doesn't going to have his sniffy anymore.
Guys,
What about?
I said something last week. None of you guys ever take it serious. I said last week that Russia is gonna lose big, right?
No,
But
they
you
are
guys was
fucking
translating
winning.
it that Russia is gonna lose the war. What I
Yeah.
mean that they're gonna lose big doesn't mean they're gonna lose the war. Guess what happened this week, right? You see how much they lose in Robotini.
They
How
not.
much
They
soldier
don't.
Russia
Yeah,
lost?
they lost a foot.
They not.
One.
They just
They lost
destroyed
1 meter.
3
How much
planes and
tank?
helicopter today of
How
1
much?
Ukraine.
meter.
How much military equipment was
After
lost?
But how
Right?
many
after
Ukraine already lost? The dead
They
ratio
can
is
make.
what
Are we talking about
7
Avdiivka?
months. They didn't lose anything.
Ukraine.
What?
Ukraine already
Ukraine
lost
isn't.
500,000 soldiers. What are you
Do you know
saying?
Yes.
how much Russia lost in Robotini last week alone?
That's
Oh, come on.
Avdiivka, not Robotina.
It wasn't
Wyatt knows
Robottini. It
better.
was like
In
a
Ro-
It's
bottom of
Come on,
Avdiivka.
town.
Wyatt. Come
It's
on, Wyatt. Let's
Avdiivka.
talk.
Mixed up the
What happened in
places.
Robotini last week?
Sorry,
Meaningless.
Avdivka. I don't even know Avdivka. Whatever.
Robotini.
So you guys know, you see how much Russia lost.
Russia
Russia
loses. They
sometimes
lost
their
Robotina. They
problem,
lost.
they
They
are
lost
rushing
the
to
war.
That also happened like last year also. No, this year I mean Ugladar, right? In January. Same thing.
Yeah. They lost the
I mean,
village,
it's a
so they
war.
lose
It's
the
like
war.
good days and bad days. A few days ago, somebody in
Yeah,
that particular
exactly.
unit had a really bad fucking day.
Just,
There was a lot of other units that didn't. They had great days
Russia
that
lost a
day.
bunch of equipment like in
I mean,
January near Ugladar. That doesn't mean they lost the war. They're 8 months into
No,
2023
I'm
and they're
not
still
saying
going well.
Russia is going to lose the war. I say they're gonna lose
Oh.
big. That's two different words. Okay, lost the
What
war.
do you mean by
They're gonna
lose big though? That's the question.
What did Ukraine lost today? They tried to attack with their little planes and they all went shot down by the Russians.
It's just
Good
one
job,
plane.
Ukraine.
So
Well,
okay,
Mike actually
this
has
is
a
what I
good
think
point.
Russia should be
They
doing.
lost the
It's a
Super
horrible war.
24,
Mike has a good point
Mi-29s
because
and Mi-8 in
Mike
one
has
attack.
a good point because there's no one left in Ukraine because of the evacuation, and it was only the Ukrainians and the Russian fighting that Azov could flip and side with the Ukrainians and split the territory because everyone else has been.
No, they don't have the
Okay, we
tunnel.
got
Ashley's right. Ashley's right.
Superstar.
Ashley's right.
Ooh,
Okay, we're
perfect
gonna
word.
so
She's right.
stop. So we're gonna change the
Ashley's
topic so
right.
that it's going nowhere
Super chat.
because you
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
lose a war or no lose big for like whatever. Never mind. Okay, for the Ashley say that the effort of the US made to defeat the Russians are unprecedented. A huge amount of money and effort to turn the country of the global south against Russia, which I think failed. Failed quite badly. Yeah.
Yes.
There's something
I don't
like
agree with this statement.
no, there's
But
something like
Agreed.
similar
there
also.
is
I
like
agree.
okay, ready,
add all
sorry.
the amount
No,
of money
Guys,
that
Waiting to speak for too
USA
long.
spend for
Sorry,
the war on terror.
No, I want to raise something about like the super chat. Basically, in our country like Bangladesh, like elections are basically approaching. So there's two parties. One is the Awami League and one is the BNP. And the BNP party, which is the opposition, is like more leaning towards the West. Like basically they're lobbying for support for the West, and they're kind of like anti-China, anti-India. Basically, they're more towards the West. So what happened is basically, as the elections are approaching, they're basically lobbying for support in the West, and the West is supporting them a lot. For example, they've already said that they'll sanction anyone that interferes with the election. Like basically, they're addressing the current ruling party, that's the Awami League. They're like basically telling them you cannot interfere with the elections or we'll sanction you. And basically, they're supporting the party that's like towards the West, because they never did that. They never were into Bangladeshi politics before. Like in the past 50 years of our history. Like they basically recently started doing that. Like I think it's kind of connected to the recent geopolitical events, but that's an interesting thing because they never cared about Bangladesh. They never cared to interfere here, but now suddenly they have started doing it. It's partly because the opposition party is lobbied for support, but also it's like connected to the other geopolitical events like that's happening in the
China.
world.
It's just the U.S.
Because
it's just
because
US
the current
picking up
party
allies
is
wherever they can,
the
going
current
forward.
party is like a very big ally of China, and like they're like what very big what they've been slowly moving away from the West. But the thing is like Bangladesh needs to be towards the West because our economy is like very connected towards the West. Like 80% or 70% of our exports go towards the West, so we need to be more connected to them. So even though a lot of parties want to be towards the east, but like for example towards China or India, but the thing is we need to be like more leaning towards the West because our economy is very connected to them and we need them to like basically survive.
Yeah. China buys shit
You
from
know, these
Bangladesh.
people,
There's
they
nothing that
always
Bangladesh
get their.
sells China wants.
Yeah,
You work,
exactly. We only buy stuff from China. We don't sell them anything. We only sell stuff to the West, like basically clothes and stuff.
you work in Thailand. You know, Thailand now, the new
For
government is.
example, wait, I have a friend like in school, like my friend, like his father works for the U.S. State Department. He also lives in his father also lives in Bangladesh, so he also supports Zika. He's also a member of the ruling party, but after like the relations deteriorated between like the U.S. and the ruling party, like the embassy has been constantly threatening his father, saying that you must leave politics and come back to America or we'll kick you out from your job, basically. Basically he's been also getting threats. So basically the relationship between the West and our current ruling party is deteriorating, and we have elections in January. So yeah, it's another interesting thing I want to say is that like since 2014, like whenever elections come, like for the past for the like the months that the months before the elections, there are huge like protests, strikes, civil disobedience, because since 2014 the elections are basically, let's say, not free basically. So one week later, a huge protest, civil disobedience will start again by the opposition party. Basically they've declared that. So basically, our schools are also closing early. Everything is closing early because, like, basically they'll start a war in the streets. Like they'll block the roads. They'll burn everything basically to force the government to step down. Basically,
Are they copycatting France by doing that?
I don't know, but
Turning everything
this has been the like the kind of the culture in Bangladesh for a long time. Basically, the ruling party does not want to host free and fair elections, so we have a system called the caretaker government. So basically, before the elections, the ruling party basically gives the power to the caretaker government, and the caretaker government like hosts the elections. It's basically a neutral government, and after that, the party that wins the election basically gets the power. But the ruling party does not want that, because last time it happened, like in 2007, like the caretaker government ruled the country for 2 years instead of like for 2 months, and they put all the political leaders into jail. Basically, the current the ruling leader, the opposition put all the leaders into jail. So basically, the ruling party does not want another caretaker government to come in, but the opposition wants, because they cannot win like this, because the ruling party does not host free and fair elections since for the past 15 years, and basically it has the current ruling party has turned the country into a dictatorship. So the opposition party does not want an election under them, because in the last two elections there were huge civil disobedience in the streets. Like our schools ended early, like in 2014. Our school, we were supposed to have exams during the before the elections, but we couldn't have the exams. So like we only had exams like one day in a week, because there were so much instability in the streets. So that's why, like,
do you have a new president?
No, we have a prime minister basically.
Sorry, prime minister.
We've had the same prime minister. We have the same prime
the
minister for 15 years.
What happened to the one that go away last time? I think last year or something.
No, that's the president. President is like just like what he has no power basically. It's like other parliamentary democracy.
Yeah, it's like Singapore or it's like UK. You have the king or the queen. So it's
Yeah,
just
he's just a head of state. The prime minister has all the powers. So basically, the prime minister, who is the father of like our first president, she has had power for like 15 years, and the people are fed up with her. And now, like a few days later, like from 20th
That's
October, Bangladesh will turn into a war zone.
that
The
sounds
opposition
like
party.
African countries.
No, basically the opposition party has declared all their all their members from other parts of the country to come to the capital and start these huge start
Have
the
it
war
happened yet?
basically.
Is it now? Is it happening now?
No, it'll start soon in 20th October. Like basically they'll host a huge rally in front of their office and then they will start it basically. I mean
Yeah,
they have not said it like directly because they won't just say on 20th October we'll start a war. They won't say that. I basically got to know this because I know a lot of people who has a like higher post in the opposition party. So they've said that
we shall
like
see.
from 20th October there'll be huge protests to bring down the government and bring a neutral government so there can be fair elections.
So
Basically,
I think I will cover it when it happened. Now it's
you
still,
should cover it. So because 2024, like we'll have our elections on January 2024, and 2024 is going to be really exciting year because you have elections in India, America, Russia, and the EU, and also in some other countries, I think South Africa. So it's going to like a lot of things are going to change.
Probably UK, but there is no date for UK at the moment.
UK
But not in
no,
Ukraine because
just switch
he.
prime minister as they want.
Yeah.
No, the thing is, I'm worried about for myself because like the parliament is right beside, like very near to our house. So, and there and so
it's a good
and
time to
the
fly out.
and the opposition parties are planning to like what block all of the government institutions. Like they've brought all their members from all the other parts of the country to the capital. Basically, they've like, pulled everyone to come here so they can start a war in the streets. And it's going to be much worse than before because they're fed up with the current ruling party. Because basically the funny thing is like we have around there are 3 million cases in Bangladesh, the actual legal cases, and half of them are political cases. Basically, half of them, and they're basically targeted towards the opposition parties. Basically, there are 3 million cases, and like half of them, like 1.5 million, are like basically political cases. So basically, they're very fed up. So they're not going to like be chill this time because they've already like been really violent in the last two elections, but this time they're going to like they're starting early because in the last elections they started all these huge civil disobedience like one before, but now they're starting it like 3 months before, like 2 months before. And we have exams in November. We have exams in November, so I'm worried. Like, I hope we have online exams.
There's no such thing as online exams.
We had like during the COVID. When there was COVID, like we had online classes and we had online exams. So
now you have ChatGPT. Everybody is gonna get full marks.
Yeah, exactly. But I just wish that because it's
so
going to
the
be easy
Americans
for us.
will know very well. Elections and interference. The Americans know.
No, yeah, they're basically helping. What happened is that it never got to the public, but basically, I have a friend whose grandfather is like a very senior politician in the opposition party. He basically said that the U.S. embassy called the opposition party like in August, and they requested all the names for the people like who they should sanction, basically. So
Wow.
the U.S. is and then in September the Americans like announced sanctions against a lot of people. Like he told me that in August, and in September he said that, and then it was officially announced that they're sanctioning a lot of people, and they will sanction more people like when the elections are coming. So the interference is very high. Yeah.
So you Americans again, have to poke your feet
No, but
in everywhere.
but the
Okay,
thing
the
is,
talk between China
the
and
thing
the
is,
United
even though
States.
Well, God bless Red. I'm
Yep.
gonna bounce. Pray for peace. And unfortunately, I
Yes,
think the only
yeah,
way
a
this
yes,
lot
can
of
please,
end
a lot of
positively
power.
is
please,
Yeah, a
David.
lot of
Let's pray for peace, please.
the
I
only way
want
this
yeah,
can
peace.
end
yeah, yeah.
positively
Too
is
many
giving
people are dying.
American citizenship to everybody in Gaza. That's unlikely to happen, but
Yeah, a lot
until
of
it
people are
happens,
going to
appreciate the
be killed
coverage.
in Bangladesh
Good luck, Fred.
due to this. Hundreds and thousands of
But
people are
by
going to
the
be
way,
killed in the streets. Basically, what they do is that they basically
You
for
need to
example, one
let
of the
him
tactics
talk, Red. Why did you and you didn't
oh,
finish him
sorry.
talking? It's not good, Red. It's bad points. Naughty, naughty, naughty boy.
so we
No,
are
Go to jail
actually
and don't fast starts. Nah.
5 hours, right? 5
so
hours.
no, the problem is the AI tool is that is not working for me.
no, can I say one more thing? Okay, so
Yes, please.
basically the one thing that's just really funny about us is that I support this U.S. interference because our ruling party is going in the wrong way. Okay, and it needs to go towards the west. So if it doesn't go towards the west, we are basically fucked. Basically, in simple terms. So basically, this is the only time I actually support American interference in a country that is in our country.
So
You
this is
should,
a very interesting thing,
Red,
right?
Red. You shouldn't be use this kind of language online because you're not old enough for that.
But
I'm
but
joking. You know that I'm joking.
but you does see that not every time pro China or pro Russia is going to be a good thing. No, because like
Yeah, yeah,
for
exactly.
Bangladesh's
Right.
case, they can't sell shit to China. China don't buy anything. No, they only buy minerals. So they only buy natural resources. So this makes it really impossible. You can't survive if you're if you're pro China for a country like Bangladesh. In fact, even for a country like Singapore or I think even India, India being pro China doesn't work at all. Like India also don't sell shit that China wants. So China only wants to make very good friends with countries that sell
Yeah,
minerals.
but India being pro anti China is not gonna give
Yeah.
India anything anyway.
But China and India are strategic rivals.
They need to
They will
work
never
together,
be
you know.
friends.
Yeah.
They will.
They're never
work
gonna be
together.
friends. You don't need to be friends to work together, you know.
Yeah.
The thing is, like the ruling party has also
Okay,
messed
then.
up the economy. Like the inflation is
I'm on
sky
a
high,
live
and our
feed with it.
like our foreign reserves are basically collapsing right now. Like there's a huge crisis in our country, basically with
Which
inflation and
country not? I think it's everywhere. I think the world for the moment is fucked
no,
up.
but like compared to other countries in the Indian subcontinent, it's 10 times worse. Okay,
Yeah,
compared to India, it's much worse than Sri Lanka too.
Yeah.
Okay, the country that
You
just had
got
an
your shit.
economic crisis last year, our
I was
situation
trying to
is
think if
literally
there's
worse
something
than
else,
them.
but I can't think of
Because
any other real.
Sri Lanka has surprisingly recovered
There is
very
some stuff over
fast.
there too in the kitchen. I think he has, but you have to just look at it.
So you're going to eat, Richard?
They stand the night over there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm so confused.
Yeah.
Is Richard talking to us?
Yeah.
Yeah, he
I
wants to
don't
make
know.
dinner for us.
I think
Red,
his TV is on.
Red Bastard. No. RB. Red Bastard. Can you change to a better name? This is a very offensive name
Yeah.
to call you.
The only reason I'm being to speak here today is because like there's a holiday now. Like I think it's called Durga Puja. It's for basically Hindus basically. So after this holiday will end, like the opposition party will basically start the war in the streets, basically.
It's
They were
Sunday.
supposed to start it before, but due to this like holiday, like this very big holiday for the Hindus, they're like because Hindus make up 10% of our population. So
let's see whether it will
What do
happen.
What do
it'll
you
going to be
think,
really
Ryan?
bad because
Are we doing?
all the powerful people are already like leaving the country. Like I know a lot. There's a lot of like influential like powerful people in our class, and they're already planning to leave the country already.
So are you
They're already-
powerful? Are you leaving soon?
No, my father is not like connected to politics. Okay, so like the people who are basically connected to politics.
Or they will run. Okay, I see.
Yeah, they'll run basically. Because
Red Bastard. I want to hear more from Red Bastard also. No, because he's new, but he didn't really share much. No, share about Australia.
He wants to share
Or-
jokes, and I want to hear them.
Oh yeah, jokes, no, or whatever.
Yeah, that's why I'm here.
Yeah,
Upper-
you guys could, the Emu War, because that's like the first and only thing that most people know about Australia. But I think I thought the $6 billion trade deficit between Bangladesh and China, I thought China just continually like waives all the tariffs. Isn't that like what they're trying to do? Just keep, I don't know, the cotton or t-shirt industry that Bangladesh is pumping out. Isn't that, again, I don't know too much about Bangladesh, but I do know a bit about Australia if we want to change from Bangladesh politics.
Yeah, but Bangladesh is basically like the current ruling party. They're like very close to China. Like they've been taking loans like crazy from China and also Japan. Basically, that's the reason our like foreign currency is collapsing, because like we have taken a lot of short-term loans from foreign countries, and that's why we can't pay for like not being able to pay for imports properly anymore, because our foreign reserves are collapsing. Like like 2 years ago, it used to be $48 billion. Now it's like below $20 billion. So you can see it collapsed by more than 50%.
And this is the danger of one-sided trade balance. You cannot have a one-sided trade, which is why why Trump had this trade war with China, because you cannot. It's not sustainable. Over time, you will actually lose all your wealth away, and then you start to take loan from the person that you can never earn money from. Then you're gonna die, because you'll be enslaved, and I think this
Like the
is
United States.
yeah. So which is why people don't understand that there is a danger to a trade imbalance, and which is why Trump was trying very hard to address this issue. It's the same thing with Europe and America as well. With Europe, he was more successful, but with China, he's totally not successful. So then the COVID hit, then everything went to hell. Then he got voted out because China successfully weaponized the COVID, which was, I don't think it's deliberate, but it just happened, and then China just used it as a good advantage to reset, and it was very successful. It reset the whole situation, and then Trump got voted out. And and then now China is stronger than ever before, and this Israeli-Hamas thing is just playing into China's hand perfectly. Because if the West accidentally go to war with the Arab countries, because the Arabs cannot control their population, they also enter war with Israel, then it will be a second front for the West. Then China will be free to do anything they want, and then Japan, India, and Australia will be like stranded, because it's like now they have to deal with China on their own. The West cannot help, and they probably wouldn't even have the means to provide the ammunition and everything to feed India or Australia or Japan, because they are all using Western weapons, and it will be disastrous. So that's the situation. Why is it Voss outside?
There's a colonel. There's a colonel.
Also, one
McGregor
funny
in the
thing
United
is that the
States.
opposition party always holds meeting with the U.S. embassy. Like they literally host meetings with the U.S. embassy like every 2 days. So basically,
So
the
that's
connection.
not normal. Also, that's actually
It's
not healthy as well.
Because they are always maintain contact with the U.S. embassy, basically.
Yeah, I mean, it is one thing that you want the pro-West party to get elected, but it's another thing where they get too close with the Americans. It doesn't work well.
No party in Bangladesh is too a pro-West or pro-China or something. They're always neutral, but they're leaning towards the side of it. That's the reality.
I guarantee if they fall into the Western orbit, they will be in a Western orbit.
Okay,
That's just the way
talking
it
about
is.
the position of Russia here, we never had very close relations with Russia, and already last year they declared that they won't interfere with anything in Bangladesh. They don't care about Bangladesh. So basically, they said that. So Russia is out of this equation, basically. So basically, China and America, India, and also India, because the ruling party is a very close ally of India.
Yeah, but it's no good, because once you have such a close relationship, what will happen is corruption. So and then so it might look very beautiful right now if the opposition wins, but when the opposition become in power, they might be controlled by the West, and usually it's not a good thing. Usually it's not a good thing. I haven't seen the country controlled by the West.
What's going to happen? Your country's being, if I may just say this real quick, your country's being used by both superpowers is what's happening, and that's it's a proxy political fight right now because it's such high stakes for every country to line up with either China or the West, in your area. Which I mean, it's a very interesting analysis. You're very bright on understanding your country's status. It's very interesting. But as a person who's been around seeing international relations, your country's just being used in a major geopolitical way. I'm not saying your people don't understand that, but it's why it's right. Get too close, you get burned. Yeah. Now, one thing, the riot, I want to say about what Wyatt said also, just real quickly. We have a Colonel McGregor. He's on a lot of YouTube channels. He's saying right now that West can't supply Ukraine any more missiles. Really, because our production system isn't what it was. People think we have this World War II production system. It's in China. We don't have that production system we used to have. Go to Detroit. You go to my town, where I'm at. I'm near Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. All those mills are gone. All those
I have a
manufacturing.
good joke for you about this one. Taiwan bought a surface-to-sea missile from BAE System, the British firm, a few years ago. And after 10 years, they need to repair and to change the optical sensor on the missile. So they sent the sensor to BAE System in Great Britain, United Kingdom. BAE System sends the sensor to the Swiss, the Swiss firm who built them, basically. Very reputable firm. They are very good for what they did. But it was a lot of work to do at the same time. So basically, Swiss called their usual contractor, a firm in Shanghai. And the sensor went to Shanghai. The firm in Shanghai understands what happens and contacts the Ministry of Defense. And the Ministry of Defense directly called the Taiwanese army to ask them if they wanted to deliver the sensor directly from Shanghai to Taipei.
There you go. There it is.
That's a good joke, I think.
We don't have that big. Go ahead.
Okay, Richard, can I say something about what you said? Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So you were saying that basically, like, we're a proxy, right? So basically, the kind of the culture, like the political culture in Bangladesh, is that they're like, if you're friends with someone, it's only to gain power. Like after, only to gain power. Like after, like you have already used them, you completely become their enemies. Like this is the situation in Bangladesh. For example, the opposition party and the ruling party, they were very close. Like in the 1990s, when they overthrew a military dictatorship that ruled Bangladesh during the 80s, but now they're like complete enemies, basically. So basically, even though like you can see some parties like communicating and like getting support from the other countries, and also trying to gain the support, basically being friendly with them a lot, basically hosting meetings at the US Embassy every day. This you're not sure if this is permanent. After they come to power, they might be more neutral, or basically not be as close as they are to the West. Basically, in Bangladesh, in politics, there are no permanent friends. You have to remember that. Basically, once your work is done, they will betray you.
Yeah,
That's basically the culture in Bangladesh.
That's how throughout the entirety of the Cold War. The US, they'd have a conflict, they'd freeze it, they would support their side and hope that their was the choice. That was their democracy. It's a choice between communism or literally anything else. And the second that you power the Cold War, look at all the biggest Korea, Japan, all those countries that haven't into it, and then the second there's no reason to, because they to their main enemy, the USSR. How's Japan's economy now? It's like 4 times the GDP. It's you got to be careful. You take the character in front of you until you're in power, and then you are in the position to piss them off and get cooed. Support. It's and it never ends. So be careful.
The biggest Islamist party, which is called the Jamaat, basically the ruling party literally hates them. They literally basically banned them from participating in the elections, saying that they're extremist. But in 1996, the ruling party like basically allied with the Islamist party to to basically make the current that time government step down basically. So you see, like, there's no permanent
It's
friends in
politics.
Bangladesh.
It's
It's
just
so
I
like
just came on to ask,
this.
Vos.
Hey, Dan's on,
What
so
shirt do you guys? What shirt do you got, Vos? Is there anything on there?
Nope. So
All
plain.
right, I just came on to show my better shirt today. This is the Moscow
Yeah.
skyline kind of. This is the Moscow shirt that
I
I'm wearing
thought,
right now. And
I thought you were
I just wanted
shitting
to say
yourself, you know?
thanks, guys, for continuing doing the open mic. This one's actually at a good time, and I overslept again. Hope you guys have a good day.
I give you the perfect timing, you know. Then you still
I
step
know.
all the
I
way.
was hoping you'd get on,
Yeah,
man.
he always complain about time. That was your time.
Yeah, today was the time, and then I missed it. But anyways, thanks, guys, for doing this open mic stuff. Hope everybody has a good day.
You too,
Bye.
man.
So it's
Bye-bye.
actually anyway it's 4 hours 55 minutes. We need to do closing. Just some updates before we do the closing. I have been using this AI tool to help to break down the timestamps and everything, but the AI tool is is playing punk despite the hours. We haven't even crossed 5 hours the previous one, and it can't process. I have been complaining. So let's see. Let's hope this one can be processed. If not, then it's a lot of extra post-production work for me. I have to break the video into half before I can feed it to the AI tool. I paid money for the stupid AI tool, and then it's not working. So if I would have promoted them. But anyway, so let's do some closing before we goes too far. And Shadow V.
Yes, about the Israeli Andama situation, I really hope that the civilians are going to be able to not to die, because I really fear for them, and I think the invasion of the Gaza Strip by the Israeli army is going to cost a lot of life in the civilian Palestinian, and it's going to be basically a rebel. That's what I fear, and I hope I am wrong. But what could we do except hope? So, Richard, your turn. If you have something more positive to say.
Hey, can I ask you a question, Richard?
Sure.
It's Richard's turn, right? Richard,
go ahead.
I'm a civil rights attorney in Buffalo, New York, so we're not very far away, man. We gotta
Great. Yeah.
talk, man.
Yeah, very good.
I'm not
Very
really sure how to do that through these things, but we were both kind of old guys. I don't want to.
Yeah.
I don't want to talk
Old
bad
warriors.
about you, but yeah, I'm an attorney and you're an attorney. We should talk, man.
Hey, man, you should be able to pull it off.
Okay.
I mean, Slep came all the way from Australia to LA and then hung out with me in Kentucky for a couple days. So if you're that close,
That's
it
cool.
should be no
I'd
problem.
love to.
Well,
I'd love
you
to.
you
Buffalo.
hanging out. Hey, Vaughn, you hanging out with that guy, man. That's pretty brave for you, man.
I do want to say real quick. I definitely would like to, Paul. We'll have to connect. And Buffalo was an area that had the same issues I had with police, and we kicked it off with a pattern of practice DOJ investigations in my little town here. That was my claim to fame. I worked with the DOJ to do the first pattern of practice police investigation 25 years ago. So I know Buffalo got one of those consent decrees also, I believe. But let me just say this real quick. And I really have so much respect for Wyatt. I'm not trying to kiss your ass, Wyatt, but I am from the United States. I've been watching your show for 2 years. I tell everybody, I said, there's this guy from Singapore who cuts through the bullshit better than anybody. And I've watched all the independent, journalists and analysts, and I like History Legends. I like a number of the guys, but it's so refreshing not to have CNN and Fox and whatever other channels and pro-Ukrainian, pro-Russian, whatever. But I really just want to say a kudos to you. I'm not trying to this is my first time on getting into an open mic, and I just want to say I think you've done a great service for all of us. I mean, and not just tonight, but for
the last 2 years on the Ukraine thing. I really, really think it's important to have your kind of an analysis, and there's others, but I really want to give you applaud for that. Having kissed her butt, I just want to say, truly from America, I wanted to say that no one wants to see no one wants to see civilians killed in any nation, Ukraine, Israel, especially Gaza tonight. And I just hope and pray that we all don't end up in World War III. And I think I was absolutely kind of impressed the other night when you started your sit rep or your brief statement the other night with your headline saying, this is not Ukraine and Russia. This is a different animal. When you talk about the Mideast, we're all talking about our different views of what could happen, what the invasion might do. It's not just about the Gazans and the West Bank and Israel, or even Iran. This is about the world. We may not be here because of this conflict. And just like Russia and Ukraine has its own tensions, I think this is hotter. And I think Wyatt pointed that out the other night. So I just want to, again, I agree with you on that. I'd like to hear from Duran. I didn't get a chance to be on the show with Duran because I'd like to hear one final thing, if I can say, when he gets to the point. What does he really, I think he has a military understanding of, does he really believe that Hezbollah and Israel can go at it in a way that could contain it to the region? And I know America would probably trigger it, but I think people have addressed that already a little bit. I'd like to hear what Duran has to say. If I can, I'm saying Duran, but Vaughn. I'm sorry, but I'd like to hear what you have to say about that.
Dr. Singh Vaughn.
So Vaughn, he actually referring to you, not the Duran, like the Duran Vaughn.
Yeah, the Duran shirt.
Well, I mean, I just don't think Iran should be drawn into it with like attacks on it, to punish it for its probable assistance in the training and stuff, because it would be easy for Iran to hit Israel and panic Israel. I mean, they've got hypersonics. They've got thousands of short-range and intermediate-range ballistic missiles that are. Me and a couple other people were looking at. Most of their missiles are accurate within 10 to 30 meters. Some are 100 to 300 meters. But if you're hitting an airfield or a big nuclear power plant, it's not like you got to be dead on. And if
they're not
something
the
like
missiles
that
of Hamas,
think about it. All you got to do is have Hamas or somebody fire 1,000 rockets off to overwhelm the Iron Dome, and then the real shit comes in right behind it. Maybe Israel panics and thinks they're going down and wants to shoot nukes. That's probably one reason why the carrier's there, is to reassure Israel, like, no matter what happens, we got your back. Don't do anything crazy. Because, I mean, it's a real trigger point right now. I mean, there's a lot of crazy shit going on. You got a lot of idiots on both sides talking smack. You got politicians and other people outside, actors talking smack. Do this, do that, take them out, finish them. I mean, it's just dangerous, and I hope people calm the fuck down.
I may add to just my understanding. I love to study the JFK October missile crisis, and I've been a student of that for a long time. I have a neighbor who was there down in Cuba as a Marine off the coast, and it's interesting when Kennedy was at a dinner during the crisis. I read the history of, and he was told that we can take them out, we can take Russia, do the first strike, and he said, well, what's the response? Well, they would get a 10% comeback. And he said, well, what does that mean? He said, well, East Coast would be disappeared, but that's an acceptable amount of loss. And Kennedy left the dinner table, took his Harvard friend out and said, these people are fucking crazy. It's like there's people who will literally sacrifice 10% of their nation or the East Coast of the United States just so we can wipe out Russia completely. And there's a certain amount of that always in every. And I hope the guy that said, the defense minister that said these people are animals, doesn't think like that in Israel. I hope he doesn't. I hope cooler heads can. Maybe that's why Blinken went over there and told him, calm down. But thanks. I really enjoyed everybody's comments. And Paul, we gotta get together.
Paul, closing. You're muted. Wait, you're muted.
Yeah, well, thanks. I appreciate you taking the time to put this together, Wyatt. It's It's always a pleasure. I don't get a chance to chime in too much. I don't really have that much to say, but you know, I hope I hope we don't all die soon, because people are nuts and it's really scary. And I'm sitting here watching, so hopefully we're all here next week and we can continue to do this.
We will. It's not going to be so fast. But yeah, the most sane people watches DPA, so we should be fine. The more insane one will be like watching all the other stuff. Yeah. Okay, Mr. Lambo, closing.
Yeah, finally. Because it's 7 a.m. for me. 7 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, Shadowy. We need to go to bed.
Yes, we need
to go to do sleepy. No, it was an interesting open mic. I missed like the 3 or 4 previous ones, so I was every time very angry because I like to doing the open mics, and it was every time the fucking topics for me, my interests about the war in Ukraine, what I like to talk about, and every time I missed the best open mics for me actually, about the planes, about you know. So yeah,
you know
yeah.
that you speak about Ukraine for at least 1 hour before you came.
But I went out.
Yes, I know.
And next week I'm probably not going to have so much time. I don't know. I need to think about my social life and maybe find my little princess on her bear horse, you know. But no, it was an interesting open mic. We need to stop to loop around because we were busy talking about Palestine and the Gaza from like 2 hours, the same shit every time, looping around. I need to stop. We need it becomes too crazy, you know. But no, it's yeah, poor Palestinians. Israel is the conflict is, you know. It was 1 or 2 open mics ago. You know, I heard about the conflict and I was like, again, you know. And then I watched the open mic and I was, ooh, that's bad. What's happening there? That's not the same that like we are used to see about Israel and Palestine, because I didn't have time to really watch the news, even to go to on the Telegram. It's like the past 2 weeks I have a lot of work, so I don't have the time to watch the Telegram, so I missed a lot. But no, it's I think maybe Ukraine is learning about the tactics about Palestine. Maybe we're going to see some all these parachute engine things called.
No, I don't think so. There's a suicide mission, you know.
Yeah, but
It's
you're
like
going to see a counteroffensive with like 500 paragliders of Ukrainian army force trying to get over the river because they don't have any bridge anymore to cross. You're going to see that. There's going to be a new counteroffensive. No, we're going to see that. It's going to be funny. You're going to hear Zelensky asking to the NATO conventions, we need paragliders. We need paragliders. Listen, it's easier to build also. Yeah, it's just amazing how they were able to get everything inside and that country, and yeah, it's just a situation I just don't want to follow or to see because it's mental. It's so bad what's happening now. It's so bad. I don't want to know what's going to happen in the future because what I am thinking is just wrong, you know. It's just so wrong for these poor people. It's not fair. It's not fair at all for them. So I hope that conflict going to stop very fast. I really mean it. It needs to stop. It's just a joke. The NATO need to do something. They need to speak. They need to find a solution because it's disgusting. It's just disgusting. And Ukrainian war, I don't really following it, but we are going to see some funny things happening. Like I said before, the F-16s that Belgium promised, something is never going to happen because it's so messed up. 2025. I mean, no, maybe another government's going to be very funny, but yeah, it's Ukraine is also a lost thing, and every day it's continue to continue. It's too many people dying for nothing, you know. So it's something that needs to stop also. Every war needs to stop, you know. It's logic, but no, we can laugh about it. We can, but in serious thing, it's every people that's dying. It's one too much, and yeah. And thank you, Wyatt, because I watched some because about the situation of Israel and Palestine. I need to have the updates. So I love watching your YouTube videos. So thank you for that. It's we're learning a lot about it, and it's yes, it's cool. So guys, you need to like, subscribe, support, uh, give him a little bit pocket money with super chats. It's always cool to see the super chat. So yeah, thank you very much for everything, guys. And maybe next week, I don't know. Bye bye.
Thank you, Mr. Lambo. So for the new guys, like Richard and the rest that have already dropped off, or like Red Bastard, yeah. So I did send an email for you guys to join the private group chat for the open mic speakers. So you guys will be able to chit chat with all these guys and connect. You can, I think Paul is inside the group chat as well, right? So yeah, you can connect in there. So closing, Red Bastard. Get a better name, man. Get a better name.
Yeah, I'll change it. Again,
Don't.
sorry.
I like it.
I'm a union activist, so someone called me a red bastard one day. Figured it'd stick. Again, thanks Wyatt for everything you do for this community, especially in the last 2-3 weeks. How you have any free time to yourself with every video that you put up, very admirable. Yeah, look, I've always thought that Ukraine probably got 24 months window before they lose combat effectiveness or capacity. So that's probably 2-3 offensives left mainly. I don't know. As for Israel, the composition of the rocks underneath Gaza is just perfect for tunnel building. Like, it's high silica content, so you can make cement out of it too. It's porous. There's aquifers under there too. So if you did manage to flood it, they'd have chambers that they could drain any fluid out of. So it's going to be a long war there too. And yeah, I think everyone can agree it shouldn't go that long. It needs to end quick. It needs to be a ceasefire of some kind, because I don't see them back in. Yeah, but thanks again.
Thank you, Red Bastard. And I want to thank the Iranian Putin. He basically gifted 10 free memberships to like number of people in the main channel. So that's crazy, man. That's actually a lot of money as well. So Voss, closing.
Yeah, okay. It was a good open mic for the first 50 minutes or 55. And then, like I said to Vaughn, we need to talk about Ukraine now, because when the people that love talking about Palestine gonna come, they're gonna transform this. It's not about war. It's about whose God is better, Because these people that want Israel to fight Palestine, they don't care about Israel or Palestine. They just want war, and use God to make it better. So everyone's believe is my God, is my God, is my God, my God is better than yours. This thing needs to stop. I just hope more people in the West start making pressure to their government to talk about peace. Not this, Israel has the right to defend itself. Both of them have the right to defend themselves, not just Israel. But instead of start talking about this, let's talk about peace. Peace. I haven't seen anyone in the West talking about peace. Let's talk about peace. Yeah, and the other thing is, glad to have new people here. We got Richard and Red Bastard. I think we are the two. And I hope they're gonna get involved in private chat. because we do a lot of shit there. You know, if you want to talk about America, yeah, that's every day. Want to talk about Africa? Oh, a lot. We don't talk about China because they are bad for the world. So that's all I gotta say.
Thank you, Voss. Ray.
Yeah,
This is also
I
the
was.
reason why I want Red Bastard to change his name, because it's very confusing. I cannot call Red like Red. There's two Reds now. Yeah, Red.
I
Sorry.
wasn't here for the first like few hours because I was sleeping, but that's the time like y'all talked about Israel or Palestine conflict. So basically, I've not said out anything like about my views there, but what I want there to happen is basically like everyone. I want peace there because the civilians, especially the Palestinians, like hundreds of them are dying every day because of this stupid conflict. So what I support is that even though it's a bit controversial, I support a two-state solution. Okay, basically within the 1967 borders, basically pre-1967 borders, I support a two-state solution between the 1967 borders, where Palestine is a fully independent state with no Israeli influence, and uh, basically that's my view here. And about the current conflict, I uh, basically support the Palestinian civilians because they are suffering the most here. The Israelis are not suffering much. The Hamas is not suffering much. But people who are suffering the most are the civilians, and those are the people I'm mostly worried about, basically here. And talking about Bangladesh, I said a lot about Bangladesh today, right? I was just reading today, so basically I saw that the opposition party has given a date for the government to step down, and it is 10th December. So you guys should wait for 10th December, and then that day it's going to change completely because the deadline for the government to step down is 10th December. After that, I don't know what will happen. Maybe we'll all die or something because I live very close to Parliament, so yeah, that's the main issue here, and I mean, the only reason I'm here today is basically, as I said, this is a holiday, so I'm probably going to be again come to the open mic in December, I think, or if our school closes because of like what I said, the war in the streets, I can come next week maybe because it is all going to start next week. So basically, maybe next week or in December if our schools don't close. Hey, so yeah, that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ray. Vaughn, closing.
Yeah, I just want to say like, subscribe, and share. I enjoy the open mic as always. I like getting on here. I wish we could have talked about Ukraine more. I think with Israel, I would just look to see if when they go in, if they do the slow grind like Russia does, and then I would watch to see how much Hamas uses drones. And with Ukraine, I think they're going to keep pushing around Avdiivka and try to close that up. Robotny's probably just going to stay about the same. Maybe something will move around Kupiansk, but looks like it's just, pushing around and seeing, and positional stuff. But y'all have a good week.
Thank you, Vaughn. Toby.
Hi. Hi, guys. I think we all saw that during the week with the hospital bombing, everybody was very quick to judge and get excited. I think, the lesson there is the first thing that dies in war is truth. And the thing is, there's an economy of war, and the media takes part in this. To some extent, I guess DPA does as well. But I'd point out Wyatt's recent video on the survivor bias and the cost of war to people in it, which I think was a very good video. But I think that we all need to be very mindful of the economy of war, because Hamas, just as much as the Israeli government and the American government, they depend on conflict. They depend on conflict for their economy, for their popularity. And so ordinary people, we worry about the ordinary people in Gaza, but we're ordinary people too. And we do well to just not get excited about the news and to just ask questions about the money. Where do Hamas get their money? Where does Israel get their money? Where do our politicians get their money? Why do our politicians say the things that they do and so quickly? And why are they always in support of conflict? And why are they never talking about peace? I think there's a lack of dignity in war as entertainment. And I think it benefits all of us personally if we settle down, don't put too much stock in the latest horror story, and just ask my local politicians, why do they support the things they do? Where's the money come from? What's in it for them? I think there's a lot of dignity to be had for asking about the money of war and the economics of war. But anyway, I'd also recommend that everyone watch that latest video by Wyatt on the human cost of war. It was a very good video. Probably won't get any views, but anyway, thanks guys, appreciate it, and I'll see you all next time.
Yeah, Toby just said something I agree. We got this Lindsey Graham, whatever his name is, on camera saying that killing Russia is the best money he ever spent. What kind of lunatic say this kind of thing? He's a fucking politician. He's a United States congressman. Should behave himself.
He's a fucking psycho.
Yeah, he's proper fucking psycho. I'm scared of that guy.
But y'all have a good week. I'll see you.
All right. Have a great weekend. Have a great Sunday, guys.
I
Bye,
go to
guys.
sleep.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Yeah. And sleeping time for the Europeans.
Yeah.
I just woke up. Like I have holidays for like till Tuesday, so I'm basically free.
All right.
Okay,
Bye, guys.
either see you guys
Good night.
next week or see you in December.
Bye bye. So that's it for the DPA Open Mic episode 50 already. We are like halfway through a century. So it is fantastic. I think today we have like 4 or 5 people, 5 new people. 1, 2, 3, 5. We have 5 new people today. So that's always good. I think maybe because it's a new time. It's a American centric timing and the Asian morning timing. So it helps to bring out different people. I think European timing is a bit different. We have a different set of regulars that will come up. And in fact, actually, for those that do not know, actually, we have already more than 100 different speakers that have appeared on the DPA Open Mic over the past 50 episodes. So, just that, I don't really report on that. So, there is a lot of people that have come on before. So, for those that are still considering to ever want to come up to chit chat, can come up. Don't be shy. Don't worry about doxing or whatever. We are just nobodies. We are all just normal people. Just chit chat about this kind of thing, because usually I'm quite sure most of us don't have that many friends that cares about politics and geopolitics and the doomsday coming, and everybody's just very they are just living their life. They don't know this kind of thing. So this is a community that you can actually share and make friends. Basically there is a private chat group that is very similar with the Telegram, the DPA forum. So DPA forum is a group chat in the Telegram, which is you should find out. You should go and discover it. The links is in the description. There is a similar one, which is the original forum, but only purely for the open mic speakers. So there is a very cozy place. It's called the Open Mic Lounge. So yeah, if you come on here, you can actually join there, and it's a different world from the DPA forum. So just something random. And yeah, so a lot of talk about the Israel and Palestine issue. And indeed, there was the last maybe 1-2 hours of the Palestinian talk. Is like we are going round and round, but I was in the backstage, so I can't interfere and stop people from going round and round. It becoming a black hole. So let's not make also many black holes. And what else? So I will continue to try to cover the Israeli Hamas issue, but so far I think because the ground offensive did not happen, so the the views are not that high. So for the SIP reps, so we shall see how this goes. I will continue to cover, because if the viewership got way too low, then it becomes a very hard to cover the war, because the time will be better spent to do other videos like geopolitical issues, like things like maybe like what Ray talk about Bangladesh. Maybe I need to read up about it. Maybe some issues with China, because I haven't done a China video for a long time, because there isn't really very much big issues other than the recent Belt and Road forum, which is like it's still very normal stuff. Putin was there and whatnot. So we shall see how this goes. Generally, what happens on my end is that there is actually way too many things to cover. I actually don't have enough time and effort. In fact, there's also not enough windows for me to post videos, because there's a limit how many videos you can post on a daily basis before they all cannibalize each other. So that's how it goes. We shall see how this goes. Anyway, have a great Sunday. I don't want to rant on too much. I'm also very tired. 5 hours straight of chit-chatting. And and I want to thank the people who super chatted. Baba Yaga, Richard, just now the old Richard, he also become a member on the main channel. And Jay Relo, Ashley Wilderman. So I can show to Baba Yaga's super chat. And then we have Richard becoming a member, Jay Relo. Jay is also an open mic speaker. Ashley Wilderman with a very generous sum, talking about USA being weird about Russia. And then Iranian Putin. And he also gifted 10 membership. Very, very generous of him. And I think the 10 lucky winners, I'm not sure if he actually picked it or it was automatic. So for those 10 that received the membership, enjoy your membership. You'll get early access to the Ukraine War SIP rep. And so far that's the current exclusive videos that I'm putting up, because I don't have time to do some of the other exclusive videos because too many things are happening right now. So I try to do what I can. Like, in fact, I don't even have time to do the exclusive, or not exclusive, the conclusion part for the Ukraine SIP rep. So it's easier for me to actually do early. Immediately I can post the SIP rep for the people who are paying, and then have a delayed telecast. Because usually there's still an Israeli SIP rep, so the Israel SIP rep will actually take up the time zone for 8 hours, then 8 to 12 hours before I can post the Ukraine SIP rep. Sorry, I'm ranting. I think I'm too tired. So and thank you for stay blessed. Thank you for the super chat. I mean, actually a lot of things interest me. There's a lot of the geopolitical stuff that is happening that I want to cover. Like you're just unable to. It's just not humanly possible to do so much things at one time. Like, even the open mic channel, I want to do more stuff, but I just can't. It's just not humanly possible. So anyway, I do what I can, and we are living, anarchy, arch anarchist. Say it right. It's an interesting time. It's a weird time as well. And okay, I will just turn off. Thank you, you guys for watching. I'm gonna put the outro, and see you guys in the next update.